Chapter 1, Holly. Sadie, my love, please stop kicking mommy's seat. It took everything in me to keep my tone calm, but between my 3-year-old treating my chair like a trampoline and the traffic in downtown Salt Lake City, I was on the verge of losing control. Mommy, play the Turtles song, she begged for the 15th time since we got in the car. I was normally grateful when a new song captured her attention. It gave me a break from the foxes, sharks, tacos, and the song that shall not be named by the most annoying princess in the world. Sorry, most annoying queen in the world. Sadie was always quick to remind me Elsa was a queen. But the Turtles song was so much worse than any of those. Not right now. I need to find your school. I glanced between my phone and the signs on the freeway. 3 more exits? That didn't sound right. I'd be past downtown by then. I couldn't check the route on my phone amidst the morning rush hour traffic, so I just had to trust the navigation until we got off. Each minute that ticked by made my anxiety rise. Mommy, I'm hungry. I checked over my shoulder for an opening in the line of cars so I could get closer to the exit lane. Sadie, you had eggs and 2 pieces of toast less than 20 minutes ago. But I'm hungry for candy now, she whined. I don't have any candy, and it's too early for any. You can wait until snack time. If we ever got to her preschool. I should have come here over the weekend so I knew exactly where I was going, but time flew by and there were more vital things to get done. Since I was able to register her online, I crossed it off my mental checklist and let it slip. At least we were mostly settled into our new apartment. It had taken 3 weeks to unpack the last box, but it still didn't feel like home. It wasn't the nicest place, and much smaller than the house we'd had in Boulder, but it was safe and cozy and ours. Please. I'm so starving. She kicked. I ignored her and checked my phone again. The sign for our exit appeared, and I got over, waving my hand in thanks to the person behind me for letting me in. At the light, turn right, the robotic woman's voice instructed. I listened closely over Sadie's pleas for sugar. Honey, I need you to be quiet for a few minutes. Turn left. I only caught the end of the directions and quickly moved into the left turn lane. Please. Sadie cried, and I picked up my phone, making sure we were actually going to Beehive Early Learning. The address looked correct, but we were still a few blocks north of where it was located. I selected the fastest route, but maybe the shortest would be better next time. I had 15 minutes before I needed to be at my office. For my first day of work. I planned this all out so I would arrive with plenty of time, but now it was looking like I was going to be late. The perfect first impression. Stupid phones and stupid technology and stupid traffic. Mommy, she cried with another kick. Almost there, I told my daughter, and me. A few turns later and I saw the white, yellow, and green sign that welcomed us to a fun day of learning. Okay, Sadie. This is the new school we talked about. You're going to make so many new friends and have fun new teachers. You'll get to play on that big playground. I pointed through the window as I unbuckled and opened my door. When I got out and opened Sadie's door, she was pouting. Oh no. We were nearing meltdown mode. Are you ready? I asked in an attempt at sounding excited. No, she crossed her little arms and looked away from me. Come on, sweetie. We talked about this. You're going to love this place. I reached under her arms to undo her buckles and straps. No, she screamed in my face. I don't want to. I inhaled through my nose and counted to 3. I want to stay with you. Her tear-filled eyes stared me down like she knew exactly what she was doing. I have to go to work today. Her bottom lip trembled. Oh boy. Here it was. I want Grammy. And there was the knife to my heart. She wanted my ex-mother-in-law. Her favorite person on earth, who hadn't seen or spoken to Sadie since the divorce was finalized 4 months ago. The woman that used to take Sadie 2 or 3 times a week to play or shop or bake had disappeared from her life, but Sadie wouldn't let her go. She told me she was respecting her son's wishes, putting distance between herself and us, but it didn't seem fair. Sadie was the one suffering. Grammy isn't here. She was back in Colorado with her loser son. I want her. The tears started, and I knew it would all go downhill from here if I didn't get her out and distracted in the next few seconds. Let's just go see. I lifted her out of her booster and grabbed her backpack before shutting the door and heading up to the building. No, she cried while pushing away from me. Welcome to Beehive Early Learning, the woman at the front desk took in the situation and immediately came around the desk. She looked young, maybe 20, with brown hair cut into a bob and freckles across her nose. You must be our new friend, Sadie. Sadie wiped the back of her hand across her face and nodded. I'm Marcy, and I'm going to be one of your teachers. I'm so happy to meet you. The angel then pointed over her shoulder, through the large windows, into a large play area. Most of your classmates are already here and would love to meet you. Do you want to meet them, Sadie? To my shock, Sadie nodded and pushed against me, so I sat her on the ground. She reached out for Marcy's hand, and together, they walked to the door that led into the playroom. Marcy looked back at me and pointed to the desk. Set it there, she whispered and glanced down at the backpack I was holding. I nodded and watched them go into the other room. A little girl with long red hair ran over to Sadie, smiled, and said something, then they ran off together to a corner set up with coloring books and crayons. She didn't look back for me once, and it was all I could ask for. I put her bag down on the counter, then turned and hurried back to my car. At this rate, I'd be about 5 minutes late, but that was the best I was going to get. I put the address into my phone's navigation, praying it was correct, and started to pull out of the lot. A few blocks later, I almost turned onto my new office's street when a little silver car flew through a red light and nearly hit me. It took about 5 seconds for my heart rate to return to normal. What was wrong with this morning? It was like the universe was out to get me or trying to prevent me from starting my new job. Finally, I pulled into the parking garage and found an open spot. Before I got out, I flipped down the visor and checked my makeup. No black streaks or smudges. I wasn't used to wearing so much, but that would have to change quickly. Working from home had several perks, being able to wear sweats, leave my hair in a top knot, and have pimple patches on my face was at the top of the list. But all good things must come to an end. My mommy blog had supported me through the hardest time of my life. I was able to make just enough to support myself and Sadie, but over the last 6 months, that income dwindled until I had no choice but to look for a more stable position. I grabbed my purse, binder, and a small box of examples my new manager asked me to bring. With my arms full, I closed my car door with my hip and hurried toward the elevator on the opposite end of the row. I tried to tug down the hem of my button-up, but my attempt made little difference. When I glanced back up, a large man in black joggers that hugged his muscular legs and a black t-shirt that stretched tight across his broad shoulders got there first and stepped through the doors. Hold it. I yelled, certain he would since I was only a few yards away. Please. He kept his head down and outright ignored me. Rude, I called when the doors closed just as I reached them. I had no idea how long it would take to come back to the garage, so I glanced around for another option. A door to the stairwell was propped open, so I started up. It was only 2 or 3 levels. At least, I hoped so. By the time I got to the 3rd floor, which was actually 5 floors above the garage, I was panting and had sweat dripping down my back. I flung open the door and stepped out to see the same man standing in front of the elevators, still staring at the ground. He was ruggedly handsome with thick brown hair that looked like he ran his hand through it all day long and a beard that few men could pull off without looking like a lumberjack. His shoulders rose as he sucked in a deep breath and then marched forward, completely oblivious to the death glare I gave him. How self-absorbed could you be? I walked up to the woman sitting at the front desk and smiled, nearly sagging against the high counter. Hi, I'm here to meet with Chloe Murray. The woman glanced up and grinned. You must be Holly. Come on back. I'll show you where her office is. Thanks. I peeked at the office around me, and my nerves settled as I strode behind her. This was just a normal workplace with normal people. The fact that it was the front office of the Utah Fury was irrelevant. I was here to work, and besides maybe a free t-shirt or mug with their logo, I doubted I'd have anything to do with the team. You can set your things down here. The receptionist stopped at an empty desk, and I gladly unloaded my arms. Thanks. I smiled and readjusted my shirt again. I'd had another outfit planned, but Sadie spilled chocolate milk on the silk top, so I grabbed a backup which, as I was quickly finding out, didn't fit properly. Hi, Chloe. I've got Holly here for you. She stopped next to the open door and smiled at me once more before heading back to her desk. Holly. Come in. Chloe was more stunning in person than she was over video calls, with thick brown hair and a smile that made you feel like she knew something you didn't. Hi. I'm so sorry about being late. I sat in the chair she gestured to. It took longer to get to the preschool than I expected, then my daughter had a breakdown. Please, don't worry. She waved me off. I'm a mom too. I know how those mornings go. I laughed and leaned back in the chair. I really appreciate that. She put her elbows on her desk. And being on your own is new, right? I was careful not to mention being a single mom during the interview process, but Chloe seemed to have a sixth sense for knowing things. She saw the connection between my social media and mom blog and how I could apply those ideas to building the social media presence for the team and individual players. Yeah, it is, I admitted. Normally when people heard that, they looked at me with pity or judgment. Chloe did neither. She just nodded. How long? I almost laughed. I'd been raising Sadie on my own long before my ex, Peter, and I separated, but that wasn't a story for the first day. Officially, for months, but I filed 9 months before that. And you have sole custody? I nodded. Most of what you'll be doing is flexible, so if you need to work from home while she's sick or anything like that, we'll adjust as needed. That was more generous than I could have imagined. Wow. That's really great to hear. Thank you. Plus, if you ever need babysitters or playdates, you'll have plenty. Oh, there are a lot of parents in the office? I asked. And on the team. She grinned and turned a frame on her desk to face me. I'd been studying the players to make sure I knew the guys I'd be talking about, and I easily recognized the 5 in the picture: Eric Schultz, Ollie Letang, Grant Fisher, Brandon Cullen, and Reese Murray. I froze. Reese is my husband, she finished. And Eric is my brother. I blinked. I should have known that. Wow. I'm not showing you to impress you. I'm showing because if you look, each of them is holding a child or two. We're a big family here, and we help each other out. Her smile warmed. You'll fit right in. I highly doubted that, but I nodded. Thanks. Now, let's see if Taylor is available so we can dive into the good stuff.
Chapter 2, Mikey. As if my week couldn't get any worse, my agent had to call and tell me he flew in this morning for a meeting. At first, I assumed there was a rookie he was trying to sign, or he was going to go to the university to check out some up-and-coming star. No. He was here for me. Jackson had been to Salt Lake exactly once, back when we signed my contract for the Fury. He had no reason to come in and check on me. I only had a few endorsements, and last I checked, I still had 2 years with each of them. Jackson didn't do casual visits, so something was going on. Meet me at the front office at 8. That was all he said before hanging up, giving me 30 minutes to shower, dress, and get to the arena. I pulled out my wireless earbuds and shoved them in my pocket as I stepped out of the elevator and headed to the conference rooms. Jackson stood by the door, typing on his phone, and only looked up when I was in front of him. What's going on? He typed again, then pocketed his phone. Coach Romney asked to meet with us. I glanced into the conference room just a few feet away, and my heart dropped. And the general manager and president? Jackson shrugged. Yes. This was not good. So far from good. My performance had been suffering for a while, but they couldn't trade me. It was past the cutoff for this season. My contract was up next season. I shouldn't even be under consideration for the chopping block. They didn't tell you anything? I didn't believe that he didn't know exactly what was going on. Let's just go in and see what they have to say. I wanted to push him out of my way and run. Since we lost the championship last year, the organization had been pushing on everyone to get their crap together, starting at the top. The owners brought in fresh blood, a new president and general manager, and it was rumored that we'd lose Coach Romney, too, if we didn't win this season. That was the very last thing any of us wanted, and we'd been proving ourselves. We were back to second in our division and had reworked the lines so we had more scoring chances no matter who was on the ice. He opened the door, and I stepped in behind him. Coach stood and shook hands with both of us. James Elton, the president, stood next, and Jackson introduced himself. I'd only met the man during a few press events, but Chris Bush, the GM, was more involved. "How are you doing, Mikey?" he asked. "I'm doing well," I answered before looking around the room. I couldn't get a clear read on anyone's expression. "I don't want to draw this out," James said. "We're aware of your injury from 2 seasons ago. A broken ankle that took twice as long as it should have to heal. It was like my body was protesting. Every time I even tried to lace up my skates back then, it throbbed and all the physical therapy I'd done disappeared. It was almost a year and a half ago, and it still flared up from time to time." "Right," I said when no one else spoke. "We're concerned that your performance has never quite returned to what it was before the injury," Chris said. I looked to Coach. Was this what he thought too? Why did it take so long for him to say something? Why not have me work with Amelia? Why not send me back to Maddie? Why wait to bring it up now? I wasn't aware it was an issue. I stared at him, waiting for him to meet my gaze, but it was like he was avoiding me. "All of your numbers are down from last season, minutes per game and shots on goal, assists," James said as if he was looking at a spreadsheet with last quarter's sales, not a real person's professional record. "We expect a certain level of achievement from our players, and it doesn't appear that you are hitting those marks." "What are you saying?" Jackson finally spoke. "We would like to see Mikey's performance improve before the season ends, or we'll have to release him to the farm team." My jaw nearly hit the floor. They were going to send me, a 2-time Stanley Cup championship winner, back down with the rookies? "Or he can be released from his contract early, if he prefers," Chris said as if he wasn't sitting across the table from him. It was one thing to find out they'd been talking about me, without giving me any sort of heads up or feedback, but for them to ignore me now was just insulting. "Why are we just being made aware of these concerns?" Jackson asked, and I finally felt like he was earning his commission. "We feel the team is at a critical point," James answered. "We need to make changes. Take things to the next level, and if someone can't keep up, then this team might not be the best place for them." I shot a look at Jackson urging him to step up. "Well, you need to give us clear and defined expectations of the improvements you would like to see from my client. You said you want to see his numbers where he was last season. Is that it, or does he need to exceed those numbers? We need quantifiable responses, not generalities." Jackson stood. "And I'd recommend not threatening your players with being forced into the AHL. It's bad for morale and all that." Jackson walked out, and I followed, not wanting to be in that room for a second longer. I wanted to scream or tear something apart. He pulled me into the next empty room and closed the blinds. "What was that?" I roared. My world was crumbling in on itself. I wasn't ready to retire. I was only 28. It felt like giving up. Hockey was my life. It had been since I stepped onto the ice for the first time at 2. What would I do without it? "They have no right," Jackson spoke, mostly to himself. "You have to give them your very best, Mikey. I know you push yourself every single day. You've proven your worth to this team, but something is going on over our heads. I need you to kill it. Do not give them a single reason to believe they're right. I'm going to fight on my end. I'm not going to let them push you out for no reason, but you've got to give me ammo to work with. I nodded. I'll do everything I can. I'll give it my all. I mean off the ice as well. No partying, no drunken hookups, nothing. I don't want to see your name in the news unless it's because you saved a cat or helped an old lady cross the street. Just lay low, keep your head down, and do your job. Let me deal with the rest. It wasn't like I had any other choice. I just wish someone said something before now. I feel blindsided. I wanted to speak to Coach. He had to know more about what was going on. Maybe they'd taken him by surprise too. I didn't want to believe that he would let me go into that meeting blind if he had a chance to talk to me first. We should have suspected some changes with the players after the president and GM came in, but I wasn't concerned for you. Jackson checked his phone. I've got some calls to make. Focus on yourself and what you need to do to improve. If you need extra physical therapy, I'll make it happen. If you need more practice time, I'll find a rink. Whatever you can think of. Thanks, Jackson. I sank into a chair while he let himself out. I needed a few minutes to myself. A bomb had just been dropped on me, and I had days, maybe weeks, to disable it and save my career. Were any of the other guys getting this talk? I couldn't be the only one. There were guys who cost more than me and were performing worse. I hated thinking of my teammates, my brothers, that way, but I was being shoved into a corner. Chris and James weren't thinking about the Fury as a hockey team. They saw the organization as a business. They would make their decisions based on profit and losses, not what was best for the men on the ice. They wouldn't care about angering fans with bad trades. They would only do what their spreadsheets said would make them more money. In all my time on the team, I had never felt like a pawn. Like a number, here to make money for other people. I'd put my heart and soul into the only thing I'd ever loved. My stomach rolled. Was this how it was going to be from now on? I couldn't survive like that. I wanted to talk to Coach. And Hartman. If there were things I needed to improve, I needed to know now. Well, a week or a month ago would have been better, but I couldn't fixate on that. I could only change things moving forward. I stood and pushed the door open, meeting resistance. Oh. A female grunted as her papers dropped to the ground. I'm so sorry. Here, let me help. I knelt and gathered the papers and held them up for the woman I'd accidentally hit. She was stunning. Beautiful in a wholesome way with warm honey hair that fell like a sheet over one shoulder and deep brown eyes I wanted to get lost in. Those eyes didn't look particularly friendly though, and her full, pink lips were frowning. She was glaring at me with more anger than one accident deserved. You've done enough. She took the papers and walked away, leaving me to clumsily stand and face Chloe and Taylor, who wore matching looks of disgust. Way to make a good first impression. Taylor sized me up before heading after the woman. Who was that? I asked Chloe. Don't worry about it. Her eyes searched my face, and I flinched. The woman had supernatural powers, and I wasn't in the mood to deal with her level of crazy. Fine. I turned and started toward the elevators when she grabbed my elbow. What was that meeting? She asked quietly. This was Reese's wife and Eric's sister, Chloe. Not boss lady. She was concerned, as a Pride member. Chris and James are disappointed in my performance. They're talking about letting me out of my contract a year early or sending me to the farm. Her eyes widened. What? That's insane. We're only down by 2 points in the division. You guys have all been killing it. I shrugged. Evidently, not me. She glanced around. Have they talked to anyone else? Not that I know about. I'll find out what I can. That was a promise. She could be forceful and overstep from time to time, but she was also the biggest advocate for the players. She was powerful and had a way of making things work in her favor. Thanks. I'll see you later. She offered me a sad smile and squeezed my arm before letting me go. It wasn't until I was walking to my car that I remembered the new woman. If she was working with Taylor and Chloe, it was only a matter of time before we all knew who she was, where she was from, and her entire life story. I'd never admit it to the guys, but this was the first time I was interested in finding out. Which was horrible timing. I needed to focus and train. Crushing on a woman that seemed to already hate me was not an option.
Chapter 3, Holly. So what's the story? Chloe asked as soon as she stepped into the conference room. It was just me and Taylor, so far, since we were a few minutes early. With what? I asked. You've done enough. She wagged her brows. You've been here for an hour and you already have an enemy? I hadn't expected them to hear that. I was just so sick of that guy. He walked around like he was the most important person on earth. I asked him to hold the elevator earlier and he ignored me. I got up here at the same time as him and he acted like he didn't see me. Maybe he can't, 'cause he opened the door on my face. I chuckled like it wasn't a big deal, but the mom in me really wanted to find him and give him a lesson in being kind and respectful. I swear, my 3-year-old had better manners than him. Well, I can't speak for the elevator, but I know he's pretty distracted right now. I wouldn't hold it against him for not seeing you when he opened the door. I'm pretty sure he has tunnel vision. Taylor looked at Chloe with bunched brows. What do you mean? Her dark brown eyes held more concern than curiosity. She was stunning with thick black hair and the most flawless, light brown skin, but her expressive eyes were what I noticed first. She showed her every emotion with a glance. Chloe hesitated for a few seconds. He just got some bad news. Like team-wide bad news? Taylor asked with growing concern. I'm not sure yet. I watched their back-and-forth exchange, feeling completely left out. Chloe was the first to realize it. Sorry. Mikey, that's his name, is on the team, and he told me some pretty distressing things. He's not normally so rude. I guess we all had bad days, and if what she was saying was true, he was having one of the worst. Wait. Her words, all of them, finally sank in. He's on the team? They both nodded. Mikey Dankowski, defenseman. Been on the team for 5 years. Single. Chloe recited these facts like stats on the back of a baseball card. Comes across like a player or a jerk, but really, he's a big softy, Taylor added. All of his friends have settled down, and he's the last man standing. Yeah. I think he's resisting based on principle, but we all know it's only a matter of time before he meets a woman that can put him in his place. Chloe smiled while eyeing me. So what's your story? I was about to ask what exactly she wanted to know when more people began walking into the conference room. I took the opportunity that the momentary distraction offered to check my phone. Marcy, from Sadie's school, texted to let me know she was doing great. She had settled in and was having fun with the science projects. I sent her a quick response, thanking her for the update, then put my phone back in my purse. When I looked up, no one seemed to be paying any attention to me, and for the first time since I woke up, I was able to relax. It was a huge relief knowing Sadie was doing okay. My worst nightmare was that she'd hate it and would cry and ask for me the whole day. I felt guilty enough about returning to work without that. At least I knew she was having fun. Everyone, I'd like you to meet the newest member of the social media team, Holly Evans. Chloe waved her hand toward me. Would you mind telling us a bit about yourself? I smiled at the 10 other faces. My coworkers. Up until recently, I didn't think I would ever be in this position again. Hi. I stood. I recently moved here from Boulder, Colorado. I have a 3-year-old daughter, and while I was a stay-at-home mom, I built up a following as a mommy blogger on social media. I started to sit, but Chloe spoke again. She's being modest. In just 2 years, she went from 0 to over 2 million followers with several brand sponsorships. I'm actually one of her faithful followers, and when I found out she was looking for a full-time job, I knew we had to get her here. She'll be focusing on the social media accounts for the team, as well as helping individual players with their social media presence, as needed. The rest of the group nodded and smiled, a few offering kind welcomes. You're joining us at a great time, Holly. My name's Matt, and I'm a social media specialist. He was a tall, thin man that looked like he'd barely grown into his body. He wore a beanie tugged low, only allowing a few wisps of blonde hair to poke through. He pointed his thumb to the guy next to him. Cam and I will be here to help with anything you need from graphics to analytics. Cam was Matt's opposite. He was about my height and heavy-set, with black hair that curled around his ears and a warm, sincere smile. Thank you. I smiled despite feeling awkward walking in as the new person and being their manager. I'm George. The quiet man at the end of the table, wearing a backward Fury's hat and a perpetual scowl, held up 2 fingers in a mini wave. Team photographer. If you need any images that aren't already in the drive, then let me know, and I'll get them for you as soon as possible. I nodded. He's really great about making sure you have individual shots to work with as well as team photos. Chloe winked at him, and George rolled his eyes. Yeah. So you don't need to follow me around asking if I got it. He shot back at her. Thanks, George. I tried to hide my laughter at their teasing. It was clear the team had fun together. Taylor is another resource for you if you need anything artistic done. Like graphics or drawings, Chloe added. Perfect. I added notes of what everyone was responsible for in my binder. It was old-fashioned compared to everyone's laptops and tablets, but it was a tried-and-true system I loved. Chloe continued. I've been managing our accounts for the past few years, but with the added work I have on the marketing side of things and wanting to be around more for my son, I decided I was ready to pass the torch. That being said, we have a huge project due at the end of next week. I don't want to throw you to the wolves, so I'll be helping you through this instead of traditional training. Trial by fire, Cam teased. Right. Chloe grinned. The Fury has a charity week every year, and one of the biggest draws is the calendar. We have duffels full of signed memorabilia and exclusive gear that go for anywhere from $500 to $5,000, and those are big money makers, but the calendars go for $20 and always bring in the most money overall. And that's what we're in charge of. Matt chuckled. No pressure. Right. So the most important item of the annual fundraiser was on my shoulders. What a way to tip my toes back into things. Okay, what's been planned, and what needs to be done? I asked. She doesn't scare easily. George eyed me. I like her. I fought to contain my smile. I appreciated that they were diving in and not holding back with me. Cam looked up from his tablet. We have the photo shoot with the players scheduled for Friday after practice. That gives us a week to edit, format, send to the printers, proof, and approve. It's going to be tight, but we've survived worse. Taylor clicked around on her laptop. Matt dropped his head back against his chair. Why do we always wait until the last minute though? Because contrary to what we think up here, the team isn't just waiting around for us whenever we need them. Chloe smiled up from her phone. Cam chuckled. Well, when you need them, they're there, but not the rest of us. It was the only time available, okay? George bit out. Next time, you get 23 men to clear their schedules when you would like them to. I added a note to work on building a relationship with the team so conflicts like this didn't keep happening. If there was an existing us versus them mentality in the front office, it would be hard to undo. Granted, we had very different jobs and hours than the players, but that didn't mean that there should be any animosity. We were all after the same goal, helping the Fury be the best team in the league. At least, I hoped so. Taylor brought us back on topic. Right, so Friday at 3:30, the photo shoot will start. The dogs will arrive at 3 to give them time to calm down. I held up my hand, and she stopped. Dogs? From the Humane Society, she clarified. It helps with adoptions, and a portion of the calendar's proceeds goes to the shelter. So not only was I supposed to manage 23 players, but dogs. From the shelter. With who knew how much training. I was used to working with babies. How hard could this be? Are there 2 calendar options, or do some of the guys double up? I asked. It's a 14-month calendar. Since they usually arrive to the fans in May, we go from April of this year to next May. The goalies usually share a page, and then the top players fill out the rest, so not everyone on the roster will be there, Chloe clarified. I'll send you the complete list, Kim said while looking at his laptop. Thank you. I didn't know any of the players, besides Mikey the Rude, so other than the number, I wasn't that interested in who would be there. Although, maybe I should look them up and memorize the names to the right faces so I had a bit more control of the situation on Friday. Plus, it was my job to know them. The faster I caught on, the better. Hopefully, they were a bit nicer than Mikey had been so far. I assumed they were all divas, but my experience with professional athletes was limited to, well, nothing. I was basing this purely on stories I'd heard on the news about basketball players and football players, and if I was going only off that, then all pros were adulterers, drug addicts, drunks that got in fights at clubs, and occasionally hard criminals. All in all, not my type of people. Chloe had worked hard to convince me during our interviews that the Fury wasn't like that. They didn't tolerate behavior from their players that might bring any negative light to the team. She assured me the majority were married with families and led relatively boring lives outside the arena. So dogs at 3, players at 3:30. That means setup needs to start at 2, at the latest. Chloe pointed to George. Got it, he bit back. There was a history between them I couldn't wait to uncover. They seemed to mutually annoy one another while simultaneously respecting each other. It was entertaining to watch. Taylor and Cam, you will be over the dogs. Chloe checked her notes. Matt, you'll make sure the guys are in appropriate clothes. I swear, last year Ollie tried to show up in sweats and flip-flops. I don't mind casual, but minimal effort would be appreciated. I'll send them a reminder, Matt confirmed. We have a rough outline to follow, Chloe spoke to me, but I'll let you take the lead on the actual photo shoot. Like making sure we have all the shots we need and answering any questions that the guys may have, but I'll be there as backup. What kind of questions should I prepare for? I asked. What the dog's name is, Cam offered. Whether or not they're done yet, George added. If they really do have to smile, or if they can scowl like normal. Taylor rested her elbows on the table. If they get to keep the dog, Matt finished. I laughed. Okay, so I'll be dealing with children? Chloe nodded. That's a very appropriate comparison. Be prepared for anything, and remember that you can always say no, and if they press, say because you said so. It works every time. I definitely know how to do that. Even though this was a huge project and I only had 2 days to prepare, I knew my new team would have my back. They made me feel comfortable so quickly. The perfect idea came to mind as I stood to leave. I knew exactly how to make this shoot go smoothly.
Chapter 4, Mikey. Being around the rest of the guys right now sounded terrible, so instead of heading down to the training room where I knew most of them would be, I went to the garage and got in my car. On the way over I sent a text to Mitch, making sure he was there. When he confirmed, I hit the accelerator. The boxing gym, known simply as the Box, had been Mitch's private sanctuary up until recently when he invited me, Lance, and Parker to come to a session with him. Not only was it great cardio training, but it was a new outlet for our aggression. Lifting weights and skating could only do so much to relieve some of the pent-up stress that accumulated throughout the season. I used to let go at clubs and bars with Lance, but now that he was basically a married man, they lacked their usual appeal. Going out alone ended in bad decisions. I might step into a bar alone, but I rarely left that way. Once people recognized me, they bought me drinks, asked for photos and autographs, and then the women flaunted their interest. That had been enough for years. I didn't mind that shallow existence. It had been the biggest perk of being a professional athlete. Then one by one, the guys on the team traded their bachelor pads for McMansions in the hills. Sure, there were still some young guys on the team that partied and lived for the nightlife, but I was over that. No one would believe me if I told them, but I wanted what my friends had. I wanted someone I loved cheering for me at the games and waiting for me when I came home from road trips. I was ready for the next step in life, but getting anyone else to take me seriously was proving impossible. There you are. Mitch stood outside, drinking a bottle of water. With his long red beard and hair and broad build, he was an intimidating figure, but he was also one of the kindest, most genuine people I'd ever met. He mostly kept to himself, staying away from the team parties and socializing that went on. Well, up until recently. Once Parker became his roommate, he seemed to be around more and more. "Hey, man." I greeted him with a fist bump. His green eyes narrowed. "What's wrong? Can I get around in before we talk?" He twisted the lid back on and led the way inside. "Warm up, and I'll wait for a ring to open." The gym was surprisingly busy for late Monday morning. Sure, Mitch and I had odd schedules compared to the normal 8 to 5, but I always wondered what the rest of the men and women did that allowed them to work out in the middle of the day. I wrapped my hands and then did jumping jacks for a minute to get my blood moving. I stretched, then went through several reps of ducking and weaving before falling into a shadow boxing routine, so by the time Mitch called me over, my body was ready for sparring. "Let's start with pad work," he said, holding up his hands with the two thick pads. "I don't want you to take whatever's on your mind out on me." I shook my head and bounced on my toes, waiting for him to call the combinations. As we rotated around the ring, I kicked, punched, and growled until I was dripping sweat. I lost sense of time while I zeroed in on those pads and thought about how awful the morning had gone. Finally, Mitch stepped back and dropped his hands. "Want to talk yet?" I jumped down and grabbed my water bottle, drinking half of it before taking a breath. I had a meeting with Coach, Chris, and James. "The big guys, huh?" He leaned against the raised platform while two women climbed in from the other side. "Yeah, it was crap. They said I'm performing at the level they expect and brought up my injury from 2 seasons ago." He narrowed his eyes. "Is that still an issue?" "Not really. If I get hit wrong, sometimes it will ache for a few days, but that's pretty normal. Anyone would feel that whether or not they have a past injury." He nodded. "And how are your stats? Are they that different from last season?" I haven't been paying close enough attention. Stats didn't normally faze me. I trained hard and gave every game all I had. What more could they ask for? "Well, start there. Get all of your numbers from the office and see where you can make improvements." He watched the women spar for a second before turning back to me. I had a feeling there would be some changes with the new management, but I didn't think they would target individual players. It seems like they're looking for scapegoats. That's exactly how I felt. "Jessica, lift your elbow," he called to one of the women. She gave a single nod and adjusted her arm. I checked her out, wondering if Mitch was interested in her, but his attention was already back on me. My agent asked them to put together a detailed list of what they want me to improve, with specific numbers. He didn't want them to be able to say in a month or at the end of the season that I didn't get to where they wanted. That was a good idea. He took another sip. "Have they spoken to anyone else?" "I'm not sure. I didn't stick around long enough to find out." He looked past me, and I waited, letting him think. "Maybe you should see Amelia or Maddie. Have them check your ankle and make sure there isn't any lasting damage to worry about. Then you'll know if it's safe or not to push yourself harder." I already got the all clear from Maddie. It had been over a year ago. Why was this still an issue? Things can change. You might have re-injured it without realizing. We're conditioned to handle more pain than we should. He pointed at me with the water bottle. "You should check all the boxes, make sure you've covered all your bases, so if it comes down to it, you know that you've done everything right." That was a fair point. I didn't want to make a small mistake or have an oversight that could give management the excuse they needed to get rid of me. They said they would send me to the farm to ride out the last year of my contract, I admitted. His brows snapped together. "They can't do that." "They can, and I think they will." He shook his head. "There has to be something else going on that we don't know about." "Why wouldn't Coach Romney give us a heads up?" I asked. "How did he seem in the meeting?" I'd been too angry to realize it then, but thinking about it now, I recognized the shock simmering just below the surface. It didn't seem like he knew either. Then he probably didn't. You know how he is. He has his players' best interests in mind at all times, even when we don't like it. I don't think he'd let them throw you under the bus if he'd known beforehand. He looked past me and I turned, expecting to see Jessica again, but it was a tall, thin man about my age with more tattoos than bare skin on his arms, neck, and torso. He looked like he belonged in a punk rock band, playing the drums. When I faced him again, Mitch was looking at me. "Try not to stress too much. I know that's easier said than done, but you can't let it get in your head and affect your game. You need to prove them wrong and remind them how great of a player you are." I flexed my hands and nodded. "I'll try." "Good. You want to keep going?" he asked. We did a few more rounds of pad work before he removed them and we sparred. He had a few inches and about 20 pounds of muscle on me, but I was just a bit faster, so it wasn't always a complete shutout. He'd also been boxing for years while I'd only started a couple of months ago. He didn't take it easy on me, but I could tell he was holding back. Whenever he got a hit in, he would explain how I'd let my guard down or had focused so much on my upper body that I left my legs and back vulnerable. He was a great teacher, and after another hour, we were both exhausted. "Thanks for this. I really needed to get out of my head and get a break from the arena." "No problem." He clapped me on the shoulder. "I know what you mean. Sometimes you just need some space for yourself." His eyes wandered around the gym and settled on the tattooed guy again. "Is he a friend of yours?" I asked. Mitch flinched and shook his head. "No, we've talked a few times, but that's it. Something seemed off between this guy and Mitch, but I didn't say anything. I didn't come here enough to understand the dynamics. Maybe they were rivals. Maybe he'd beaten Mitch and wouldn't go for a rematch. I'm heading home." I gathered my stuff and shoved it in my bag. "See you tomorrow?" "Yeah, see ya." He gave a two-finger wave, and I headed out. When I got back to my apartment, I dropped my duffel on the ground near the door and went to the fridge, hoping I had leftovers. There were a few cartons of pre-made meals my assistant ordered for me. They were pre-portioned, super healthy, and what I was supposed to eat through the season, but bland chicken and steamed veggies just didn't sound appetizing. After a grueling training session, I wanted carbs and fats with lots of protein. Pizza sounded amazing, but I'd regret it tomorrow at practice. I glared at the black container and caved. I heated up the lackluster meal and took it to my couch. When I turned on the TV, the sports channel was already recapping the last night's games from all leagues. Because I didn't have enough sports in my life, the channel never changed. I wasn't home enough to invest in streaming services or a movie collection, so I stuck with what was familiar. I was almost done when the logo of the Denver hockey team filled half the screen. A reporter spoke. "It's been confirmed that the Denver organization is following in the footsteps of their neighbors in Salt Lake. The team announced this morning on their social media and in a press release that they've hired a new general manager and head coach, effective immediately." I lowered my fork and watched the faces of the new GM and coach pop up. What was happening in the league? Denver was the #1 team in our division right now. Why would they make such drastic changes when things were obviously working? The Denver players have voiced their support of the changes, and we look forward to seeing how this affects their game starting tonight at 5. A commercial break came on, and I went back to the kitchen to rinse off my dish. It wasn't exactly comforting that Denver was going through similar changes. If anything, I was more confused, but it likely meant I'd get more answers. There had to be a bigger reason for all these changes, something coming from the commissioner's office. I couldn't think about it too much. Mitch was right. I needed to focus on myself and make sure I was giving my all to every practice and game. It wouldn't matter what was going on with the league if I wasn't a part of it in a few months.
Chapter 5, Holly. I'd almost survived my first day. I was tempted to go check on Sadie during my lunch break, but if I got caught by her, I knew that would make things worse for both of us. Marcy hadn't texted me again, but I took that to mean things were still going well. Chloe told me to spend the afternoon setting up my desk, situated between Taylor and Matt and Cam. I wasn't sure what would work best, but I organized my few items, then got on the team website to review the players with the list of who would be at the photo shoot. I knew most of them, but wanted to make sure I knew all 14 by face and name so I could direct them on Friday without stumbling over myself. I was feeling pretty confident with all of them when my cell lit up with a new email. It was from Peter. I didn't want to open it. Whatever it said would likely be upsetting. It always was. But I'd been waiting on an answer from him for 3 weeks, so I opened it. Holly. For the last time, I have no interest in being involved in either of your lives. Fill out the form so I can submit it to the court. I ignored the attachment. I knew what it was. This was the 4th time he'd sent it to me. It wasn't that I wanted his money or to stay connected to the man, I was delaying because I wanted to give him as much time as possible to reconsider. He was giving up his parental rights. He didn't want to be involved in Sadie's life, ever. She deserved so much better than him, but it wasn't fair for him to take away her chance to know him. Signing a paper and getting a judge to agree didn't change the fact that he was her father. No matter how many times I told him he didn't need to take custody, or even pay child support, he didn't listen. I just wanted to leave that line open for the future. I was hoping that one day his mom would talk enough sense into him that he'd realize he was missing out on the unique opportunity of knowing his little girl. I deleted the email and slid my phone away. Hey, how's it going? Taylor appeared next to my desk with a wide grin, but it disappeared when she saw my face.
Oh no.
What's wrong? I shook my head, trying to clear away the emotions that were threatening to pour out. Sorry, it's nothing. She glanced over her shoulder and then waved for me to follow her. I did, and we walked into Chloe's office. Taylor shut the door. What's up? Chloe finished typing, then looked up. She frowned when she saw me. What happened? This was my first day. I shouldn't be unloading personal drama when I was still making a first impression. I just got an upsetting message. I'm sorry. I shouldn't let my personal life affect me here. Taylor and Chloe shared a meaningful look before Chloe cracked a smile. Oh, Holly, the Fury is one big, dysfunctional family. We overshare and are over-involved with each other's lives. Plus, Taylor added, Chloe told me you're new to the single mother world. I think there are some people you should meet.
Yeah.
Addie and Brandon, for sure. Chloe nodded. Emma too. I didn't recognize those women's names, but I nodded, hoping they would let it go. You don't have to tell us your story, but know that we're here for you, Chloe offered.
Yeah.
And don't try to run. The Pride will hunt you down and force their help on you, Taylor teased. The Pride? I asked. The wives and girlfriends of the players, Chloe answered. Basically, we're a group of friends, but we also help plan events and host dinners to make everyone feel included. But I'm not a wife or girlfriend, I argued. No, but you're our friend. Taylor smiled. Trust me, we're like quicksand. The more you fight us, the faster we pull you in. Chloe crossed her arms while fighting a smile. Hey. We do it out of love. Taylor rolled her eyes. I ran into some of the Pride at a really low point. My job didn't work out, and I was lost in Raleigh, North Carolina without a clue of what I was going to do next. They convinced me to follow my passion and move out here. I even lived with Brandon and Sydney while I figured things out. So you're not dating one of the guys? I asked. Oh, I am. They got me back together with my high school sweetheart, Jason. Jason Dumoulin? I knew his name from the list.
Yeah.
And now we're engaged. She wiggled her left hand, showing off a gorgeous diamond ring. If you stand too close to any of the single players, you'll end up in a relationship, Chloe teased. I shook my head. That's the last thing I need right now. Or ever. I wasn't planning on dating or getting married again. I learned my lesson. Which means it's the perfect time. Chloe wagged her brows. It's true. That's just how it happens, Taylor confirmed.
Oh no.
I'm still dealing with problems with my ex. I don't need any more man drama. Is it custody stuff? Chloe asked carefully. I shrugged a shoulder. Kind of. Does he want her to split her time? Taylor asked. That would be so hard out of state. No, he wants to sign over his rights, I admitted. Chloe's eyes widened. What? How? Taylor gasped. Can he even do that? I thought the parents had to be neglectful or not pay child support or something. In Colorado, he can, but he needs me to sign something to prove I agree with his decision. But you don't. Chloe sighed. I've already told him I don't want or expect anything from him. We figured out custody during the divorce. I have full custody, and he doesn't have to pay child support. I agreed to that so he could at least stay in touch with Sadie, but he doesn't even want that now. Taylor's shoulders sagged. I can't imagine having a child and not wanting to ever see them again. He never wanted children. He made that clear before we got married, and I agreed. My throat tightened at the thought of not having Sadie. I was only 20 when we got married, and he was 27. He was just beginning to establish himself, and he wanted to focus on his career. I was happy working and traveling with him, so I wasn't even thinking about kids. I got pregnant on accident. He accused me of lying about taking my birth control and said I was trying to trap him. I shook my head. Even though, up until that point, I thought we were happy. He moved out before I had her and didn't come to the birth. Chloe made a low sound, almost like a growl. His leaving had been the tipping point. I'd hoped that he would change his mind, but after that, I knew it was over. I couldn't raise a baby in that environment. I filed for a divorce as soon as I could afford to since Peter, my ex, was too focused on ignoring reality to do it himself. Once it was finalized, I decided it was time to get a fresh start. I can't believe you went through all of that. Taylor sighed. You and your daughter deserve so much better. If you ever, I mean ever, need anything, you tell us, okay? Chloe swallowed. We take care of our own. If you need a babysitter or legal help or someone to pick up groceries, literally anything, just let one of us know. Taylor agreed. We're the village it takes to raise a child. We'll be here for you. I bit down on my bottom lip. They were going to make me cry. I wasn't sure when the last time was that I felt this much support. My parents tried, but they lived in Oregon with my 3 younger siblings. My mom had been there for Sadie's birth and a few weeks after, and my dad came to help me pack up and drive here, but for the most part, I was on my own. Thank you. I finally got the words out. Why don't you and Sadie come over tonight? Chloe asked. You can meet Reese and Jason. Eric and Maddie would probably come too. I really appreciate that, and next time I'll definitely take you up on it, but we're still struggling to establish a routine here. I want Sadie to get more settled and feel comfortable before I change things up. Chloe nodded. I completely understand. Maybe this weekend or next. That would be great. Taylor looked between us, grinning. We should have a team dinner night, so you can meet everyone. Then Sadie will have some kids to play with. Good idea. Chloe reached for her phone, and I had a feeling there was no stopping them now. Okay. I checked my watch. Oh, I need to go pick up Sadie. Taylor jumped up with me. I'm late too. See you guys tomorrow.
Bye.
Chloe called with her phone up to her ear. The drive to Sadie's school was much smoother than it had been in the morning. I didn't get cut off, and when I walked inside, it took her a minute to even realize I was there. She was so absorbed in playing with her friends, she didn't hear me or Marcy calling her name. As she said,
Bye.
to the group she was sitting with and got her backpack, Marcy stepped closer. She did really well today. She made friends easily and was great with sharing and rotating between activities. Some of the kids struggle with giving up one thing to move on to the next station, so that's a great sign. That's good to hear. Thanks so much. It was a huge relief to know that Sadie enjoyed her time here. I didn't want preschool to feel like a punishment. It helped minimize the mom guilt, even though it was still there. It always was, especially since the divorce finalized and her dad's family cut us out of their lives. Now, it was only the two of us, and I hated how that might impact her. I wanted her to feel loved and supported, and I felt inadequate. How could I be enough to provide all of that for her when it was meant to come from a dad and siblings and grandparents and aunts and uncles? The last thing I ever wanted was for her to suffer because of my mistakes, my poor choices. Mommy. She ran to me with her arms up. I caught her and picked her up, kissing her cheeks. Hi, sweetie. Did you have fun today? She nodded and pointed to the group of children she'd just left. Those are my friends. I'm glad you have friends here. Marcy waved as we left, and Sadie and I called.
Bye.
Back to her. I'm proud of you. Marcy told me you did so good all day. She smiled up at me, showing off the dimples she inherited from her father. I was so good. I laughed and kissed her again before opening the car door and helping her into her booster seat. As we drove back home, I checked the mirror several times and was relieved her little smile stayed on her face. I doubted she knew how to fake enthusiasm or happiness, but it gave me so much peace. I expected to pick her up with tears on her face, begging me to never leave her there again. This was more than I could have hoped for. What's for dinner, Mommy? Her sweet voice asked once her favorite song finished. I didn't even mind listening to the turtle song for the third time, my mood was so light. I was thinking spaghetti and breadsticks. She cheered.
Yay!
I love spaghetti. That was a relief since it was one of the only things we had at home. Money was tight while I waited for my first paycheck, so I had to make each penny stretch. I made sure Sadie had options that she would want to eat for breakfast and dinner and snacks, even if that meant I was stuck eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for the next 2 weeks. As long as no surprises popped up, we would have just enough to make it to payday.
Chapter 6, Mikey. As much as I wanted to avoid Coach and the team for a few more days, I couldn't miss practice. That would be the worst possible decision I could make, so I finally got out of my car and pulled my bag from the back seat. A woman with dark blonde hair was waiting at the elevator. I didn't recognize her and paused as she stepped inside. Only employees could park down here, so it wasn't like she was a fan waiting to jump on the nearest player. I wasn't sure why I was hesitating until her sparkling brown eyes locked on mine. It was the woman from Monday. She was just as stunning in the fluorescent lights as she'd been the first time I saw her, with the same expression of distaste. She'd said something to me. What was it? You've done enough. What was that about? I didn't even know her, and judging by her look, she wanted to keep it that way. Are you coming? She asked, one hand on her hip that drew my eye to her gentle curves. I realized I'd been staring at her, 10 feet away from the entrance. Her other hand was out, blocking the doors from closing. Yeah, thanks. I jogged inside, and she stepped to the side. See, that's how you do it. She pointed to where her hand had been. I looked at the doors then back at her. What? When someone is coming toward the elevators, it's common courtesy to hold them open for that person. Like I did. I nodded. Right. What was wrong with her? I started to face forward when she spoke again. So you already knew that? She asked, a smile teasing the corner of her lips. Yes. Seriously, who is this woman? Yet, you didn't. Her eyes narrowed a bit, but my eyes were drawn to the movement of her mouth. I shook away the thought and refocused. When? Yesterday morning. She watched me, waiting for some reaction. I shook my head. What? It was like we were having two different conversations. I was so lost. She let out a humorless laugh. Of course. You don't even remember. Was I on camera? Being pranked? I have no idea what you're talking about. The only time I remember seeing you is when finishing that sentence wouldn't help my case. Slammed a door into me. She grinned, not in the friendliest manner. Right. I coughed. Well, before that fun encounter, you were on the elevator. I called out, asking you to hold it, and you ignored me. I rubbed my jaw, replaying the morning. I'm really sorry I did that. I got a call from my agent to hurry in, and I knew it wasn't a good thing. I was pretty lost in my head. I remembered I was also blocking out the world. And I had earbuds in, so I didn't hear you. Her eyes trailed over me like she was sizing me up, and I fought the urge to do the same. Fine. I'll let it slide, this time. She pressed the button for the front office, and I realized then that the elevator hadn't moved yet. The doors opened a few seconds later, and she stepped out, swaying her hips as she walked. Bye, Mikey Dankowski. The door shut, but I didn't move. She knew who I was. She knew I was a player, and she apparently worked here, yet she had the nerve to give me a hard time. I wasn't sure if I was attracted to her or offended. Most people would never call me out like that. Especially someone I didn't know. I guess my bad first impression was enough to make her not care what I thought about her. Maybe it showed me in such a bad light, she assumed I could only improve with her unsolicited critique. Either way, she'd certainly left her mark. I wouldn't be forgetting her soon, but I would avoid her at all costs. When I got to the locker room, most of the team was already there, pulling on their gear. Mitch nodded as I passed, and I was grateful to have at least one person know what was going on. As much as I wanted to ask around to see if anyone else had been called into a meeting, I didn't want to think about it today. I'd let myself obsess and wallow the day before, but now it was time to get back to work. I needed to limit the distractions as much as possible, which included bad news and potential rumors and sassy blondes. Coach Rust came in and started calling names, going over the lines we'd be trying this week. Dankowski, Cullen, Dumoulin, Garrison, Jones. We want to see more shots on goal, and Dankowski, we want you running plays with special teams too. I nodded, keeping my mask of indifference in place, but that was a huge deal. That meant I'd be practicing with Schultz, Murray, and Brassard, some of the best guys on the team for power plays. That was a big responsibility and an even bigger surprise, given yesterday's conversation. Why would they do that? Did they want me to fail or step up? It was impossible to know, but I couldn't waste this opportunity to prove my worth. After warming up in drills, we split into lines and went through various plays Coach Rust called out. There was one particularly challenging passing sequence he wanted us to nail, and we had to have done it 40 to 50 times before he let us move on. We better use that tomorrow night, I said to Cullen while we took a water break. I'll stay with Parker and Jason until we can do it with our eyes closed, he promised. Dank, over here. Coach Romney called from center ice. I pushed away from the boards and stopped in front of him. I'm taking a chance with you on this. I don't like what's happening any more than I'm sure you do, so I want you to prove how invaluable you are to our defense. I nodded. So this was his way of forcing me to step up and show off. Got it. I wouldn't put you in this position if I didn't think you would be an asset. Those three have established chemistry and work together flawlessly. If I see you slowing them down or being a hindrance, I'll pull you. That's not to say you did anything wrong, I just don't want to set you up for failure. We'll come up with something else. I inhaled deeply. Thanks, Coach. He thumped my shoulder pad. I believe in you. Remember that. I nodded and went to where the others were waiting. Murray bumped my glove when I got to them. Ready? I wasn't. I was nervous and on the verge of vomiting, but that was irrelevant. Yeah. The three of them nodded, and Coach Romney shouted out the first play. After showering and changing back into sweats, I was folding and refolding a sweatshirt, waiting for the perfect time to ask something I'd barely managed to push out of my thoughts during practice. Eric and Reese wouldn't stop talking to Hartman, and I really needed one of them alone. They burst out laughing, and I was hoping that would be the end of their conversion, but no. They kept going. Finally, I gave in and walked over. Their talking slowed to a stop when I got close. Nice job out there, Hartman said. Thanks. That was a confidence boost I desperately needed. Yeah, it felt pretty natural, huh? Reese elbowed Eric, who agreed. That's good to hear. I sighed. This would be the perfect time to catch them up on what was going on and ask if they knew anything, but that wasn't the goal of this mission. What's up? Eric asked. I was wondering if any of you heard about a new woman starting in the front office. All three of them watched me with varying degrees of skepticism. I thought you didn't swim where you pee or eat or something. Hartman not so elegantly asked. Reese laughed at him before answering me. Yeah, she's the new social media manager. Chloe hired her. Why? Eric dragged out the word like a song while wagging his brows at me. I had a run-in with her. Well, a few, I started. And they were all bad, Hartman guessed. I nodded. I'm pretty sure she already hates me. Nice. Reese chuckled. What did you do? I ignored her, knocked her to the ground with a door, and breathed air. I pursed my lips. Yeah, I think that's it. Eric let out a low whistle. Yikes. Yeah, I was hoping that she was just a visitor or something. Nope. Reese grinned widely. She'll be pretty involved with the team. Well, wasn't that just perfect? And if she was over our social media, she had the ability to make me look bad for all the fans. That's the last thing I needed right now. Is she pretty? Eric asked. My head shot up before I could stop myself, and they all noticed. Oh no. Reese pointed at me. Stop whatever you're thinking or feeling. Stay away. I held up my hands. What's your problem? He stopped suddenly and shook his head. Just no, Mikey. Not her. Is she related to someone? I asked. No, but that's not the only reason you should stay away from someone. Eric snorted, and Hartman shot him a look. You're married to Coach's daughter. You're no better than him. He tilted his head toward Reese. Eric rolled his eyes, and I turned back to Reese. I'm not looking to ask her out. I just want to make amends. He chuckled. I've heard that before. Hartman grabbed his bag and walked away. I'm staying out of this one. Me too. Eric followed him. Reese relaxed his shoulders. Look, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but Chloe told me a little bit about her, and I just think it's for the best if none of the guys from the team got involved. Well, at least it wasn't personal. That didn't stop my curiosity though. I really want to set things right, especially if we'll be working together. That's it. He didn't seem to believe me. What's her name at least? I pressed. Holly, he relented. I'm sure you'll get a chance to fix things with her, but don't try to go beyond that. What was the big mystery? Did she have a dark past? Was she an ex-criminal? Have a bad reputation? Sure, she was a little bold and brazen, but that didn't mean much. If that was something we should stay away from, then Reese's wife would be number one on the list of women to avoid. Got it, I finally caved. I'll see you tomorrow. He nodded and grabbed his stuff before heading out. What could be so terrible that he wanted everyone to stay away from her? She didn't seem like the Jersey Chaser type, so that was a positive sign at least. If there was anyone that had all the answers, it was Chloe, and by default, Reese. I had no choice but to trust him. I really did want to make up for such an awful first impression. I didn't generally care what people thought about me. As a professional athlete, people's opinions of you were easily given, with or without you asking. I normally let it go, but something about her not liking me bugged me. She caught me on a particularly bad day, and even though that wasn't an excuse for being rude, even if it was completely unintentional, I wanted to make up for it. By the time I reached my car, I had an idea for the perfect way to set things right and hopefully lessen her hostility toward me.
Chapter 7, Holly. Cam, Matt, and Taylor were ready to work the moment they arrived in the office on Friday morning. I managed to arrive a few minutes early. Thanks to Sadie's newfound excitement about school, she didn't drag her feet over every single thing I asked her to do. Once she was awake, she let me help her get dressed, ate breakfast, and brushed her teeth with little to no complaining. It was a miracle. I spent the morning sitting with each member of my social media team for an hour or so as they brought me up to date on their projects and what they had coming up. I also asked for their ideas and suggestions for changes. I didn't know how much influence I had, but I wanted to make things as efficient and satisfying as possible for everyone involved. After lunch, George checked in, letting us know he would be setting up in the meeting room before practice started so he could get some pictures another department had requested of the players. Cam finished showing me new templates he created for playoffs to use on our social media platforms, then it was time to get things going. Matt showed me the room we'd be using while Kim called the animal shelter, and Taylor sent out one more reminder to the players. Doesn't that seem excessive? We've told them in person, through email, and text multiple times for the past few days, I asked Matt on the way to the meeting room on the top level of the arena. You could tell them the moment before they leave their house, and they would forget by the time they arrived for practice. I bet at least one of them won't show up because they forgot, and we'll have to hunt them down. That had to be an exaggeration, but they knew better than I did. Okay, this is it. He pointed to the closed door. Taylor is telling them the room number, but I'll make signs too. Should we also put signs in the locker room? I asked while checking out the long, narrow room. The entire length of one wall was glass, and it looked like you could slide the panes to open them. A white backdrop was set up at the far end of the room with lights and various stands for a camera. It might confuse some of the players who aren't needed for this, but we can add a list of names so they know who needs to come up. He paused. It could help some of them if the guys remind them. I nodded and made a mental note to print flyers when we got back to our desks. What is this room used for? I went to the windows and looked down at the ice. It was so small from up here. Team events and corporate events, usually. It's the VIP room before games, he mentioned casually. Do people watch the game from up here? No, normally just the pre-game warm-ups. Once people eat and schmooze, they go down to their boxes or seats. I never thought I'd see this side of a sports team or the inner workings of an arena. While going back to work was shocking, this was pretty cool. It was hard to believe I was actually here. Let's get those signs made and post them downstairs before practice starts, I said while heading back to the door. Matt took over the assignment and offered to go down to the locker room to hang them up. The puppies are on their way, Cam announced with a grin. No cats? I asked. The shelter only has 2 right now, and one is on hold and the other one is a bit aggressive, he answered. The thought of one of the big, macho hockey players, like maybe Mitch, struggling to contain a hissing cat almost made me laugh out loud, but I caught myself. Cam, why don't you go down to the entrance and wait for them while we go up? Taylor suggested. She checked her watch. Matt might stay down there to direct them up. Sounds good. Cam drummed his thumbs on his desk before standing. Taylor taped signs to the walls once we got off the elevator and walked down the hall to the reserved room. When we entered, I paused, thinking we were in the wrong place. Where did this come from? There were 2 couches, a half-dozen dog beds of various sizes, and 3 tables of food and drinks. Guest services, she replied. I put in the request last week. Wow. This is great. I hadn't expected such nice accommodations, but it was an important lesson of what resources I had available for the future. I'll make sure you get a list of everything we have available through the arena's staff. Food, decorations, and furniture like this. She pointed to the couches. That would be great to know, thanks. This wasn't the first time I felt overwhelmed by what I didn't know. This job felt reminiscent of when Sadie was a newborn. I thought I had a general idea of what to do, but once she was home and I was on my own, I realized I didn't have a clue. At least this time, I had a whole team to help me. Something I would have given anything to have back then. Taylor seemed to sense the change in my mood. Hey, no one expects you to handle everything on your own. You don't need to remember, or be responsible for, every detail. That's what we're here for. Matt and Cam are some of the best guys I know. They don't care about personal credit or taking the glory. They just want the team to succeed. That's really good to hear. Thanks. I allowed myself to relax. Things have been rough for you, and I get that you've had to learn to only rely on yourself, but it doesn't have to be that way anymore. Not only at work, but personally too. We want to be here for you. We want you to feel like you have as much support outside the office as you do in. I sucked in a breath. She just summarized the past 3 years of my life. My mother-in-law loved taking Sadie for afternoons every few weeks, but other than that, it was all up to me. Trusting them, allowing them in, was going to take some time to adjust. I appreciate that. I hope so, because once the others meet you, it won't be much of an option. They'll become a part of your lives, whether or not you want it. She smiled, and I had to admit, that didn't sound too bad. Here we are, Cam's voice announced his arrival, and I turned to the door to see Paradise walking in. There were so many puppies, I couldn't contain my squeal. Hi. Welcome. I stepped up to the woman standing next to Cam. Thanks so much for coming. I'm Holly. I'm Thea. We love this day probably as much as you guys do, the older woman said. Most of the dogs get adopted before the calendars are even released. Thanks to our social media posts, Cam explained when I glanced over to him. That's wonderful, I said while staring down at the small, spotted dog with a tail that looked unable to stop wagging. And who is this? This is Rascal. She held up the small dog so I could pet him before turning to the other volunteers. Go ahead and let the dogs explore if you think they'd be comfortable, Taylor said. And help yourself to any food or drinks. Cam closed the door to prevent any puppies from escaping, and soon the room was full of curious dogs exploring every nook and cranny. There was a good mix of ages and sizes, even if I considered them all to be puppies. How do we decide what player gets what dog? I asked Cam. In the past, we've said first come, first served. The guys can pick them as they get here. That sounded easier than trying to make assignments. I'll keep track of what dogs have been photographed, so we don't have duplicates, Taylor offered. Thanks. I kept expecting to feel overwhelmed, but every time I thought I had something to do, someone else took the responsibility. I was starting to feel guilty about not doing enough. Hey, a loud voice called, and I glanced at the door as Ollie Latang and Derek Aston walked into the room. The two goalies. They were supposed to be in the picture together. I ran through any other mental notes I had about them, but couldn't think of anything else. Guys, come over here. Cam waved them toward us. Have you met Holly? Ollie grinned. I heard we got a new social media manager. Nice to meet you. Thanks, you too. I'm Derek. The younger goalie stepped in front of Ollie and offered me a charming smile. Welcome to the team. I realized I was blushing and looked away. Sure, he was good-looking and had the body of someone whose job was to be in peak physical condition, but I also knew he was dating the team trainer. All right, leave her alone. Taylor pushed Derek away. You guys are first, so pick your pooches and get over there. She pointed to the backdrop. George had arrived without me noticing and was setting up his camera. Is there a bonded pair? Ollie asked one of the volunteers. Right here, Thea called. These are Thor and Loki. She was standing between a yellow and black lab. Perfect. Derek cheered as he ran over to them. That's adorable, Taylor said next to me while we watched the two men pet and hug the dogs who were smiling and panting from the attention. Can we do this every week? I asked, only half joking. Taylor didn't answer, and I glanced at her to see her smiling. That's not a bad idea. I mean, not every week, but we should do this more than once a year. The shelters in the area normally empty out after we do this, but they fill up again after a couple of months. We should start doing it every quarter. My mind was already coming up with ideas. We don't need to do a full photo shoot. We could just take a few guys to the shelter and take pictures there. Yes. That's a great idea. Look at you. First week, and you're already making positive changes. She pulled out her phone and typed a quick note. I looked away, not used to so much praise. Derek and Ollie finished within minutes, and Hartman, I was told the captain went by his last name, came in with Colin Brassard and Grant Fisher. Taylor made the introductions, and this time I managed not to get flustered. Hartman and Colin went to pick out their pups, but Grant hung back. Chloe mentioned you're a single mom, he said a bit hesitantly.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I was hiding that fact, but I hadn't expected Chloe to tell anyone, let alone one of the players about me. My wife, he paused and smiled. Sorry, it's still pretty new, and I'm not used to saying that yet. Anyway, Addie was a single mom when we met. She worked and didn't have the support of her family or Eli's dad's family. Oh. I wasn't sure what to say. Chloe mentioned there had been another single mom, but I wasn't sure why he was telling me this. Addie knows what you're going through. We both do, to some degree, and we want you to know that we're here if you ever need help. He sighed at the end like that had been difficult for him to say. Thank you, I replied. He nodded once before turning and joining the others. That was awkward, but don't worry. It's him, not you. I spun to see Mitch Doranon smiling at me. He was even bigger in person and his red beard only added to his larger-than-life demeanor. And he means it, even if it might not seem that way. He and Addie are some of the kindest, most selfless people I know. I'm sure once you meet her, you'll understand. I was too caught off guard by his sudden presence to come up with a response. I was supposed to be managing this photo shoot, not blubbering in front of the players. I finally found words. Good to know. He took in the chaotic scene around us. So, which one do you recommend? I looked around at the dogs. Some were running around, others were playing with each other or the guys, and a few were hiding from the madness under the couches or behind the volunteers. I pointed to Rascal, the first one to steal my heart. He was an early favorite. Mitch grinned. He's pretty cute. I called his name and bent down as he ran to me. I picked him up and cuddled him to my chest. I think I might love him. Mitch's eyes sparkled. Are you going to adopt him?
Oh no.
I kissed the top of his furry head. I can't. Why not? Mitch reached out and scratched his ears. I've got too much going on right now, and I'm not home enough. It wouldn't be fair, I explained. I get that, he said while still staring at the dog and playing with his paws. I took that moment to look at him, and I recognized a sadness and loneliness that felt so familiar. I wanted to reach out to comfort him, but that was ridiculous. How could someone like him, surrounded by so many friends and teammates, feel the way I did? No, I was projecting my own problems on him.
Chapter 8, Mikey. Did I want a dog, or did I just want to make her smile? I wasn't sure, and that was enough to stop me from seriously considering doing something impulsive. I couldn't have a dog right now. I was rarely home and lived in an apartment. Even a puppy this small would go stir crazy in a matter of days. Overhearing, eavesdropping on, her conversation with Mitch made my chest tighten in a rather uncomfortable manner. Why did I care that she was able to carry on with my teammates without venom in her eyes? Mitch was friends with everyone, well, those he deemed worthy of his notice. He was quiet most of the time, but once you got him to open up, he could be the most loyal person you knew. Kind of like a dog. I looked back at the mud in her arms. The thought of coming home to someone, even a dog, held an undeniable appeal. What would it be like to know someone missed me? Needed me? Would be excited to see me at the end of a long day? If I was being honest, it wasn't a dog I craved. It was a person, a woman. I wanted to find my person. As much as I'd teased and joked with the guys for the past several years, I finally wanted what they had. Maybe it was maturity, maybe it was just being around the happy couples too much. "Are you ready?" Taylor asked me and nodded toward the empty space before the backdrop. "Oh, sure." I looked around for a dog. "Here." Taylor handed me a leash attached to a medium-sized dog that could have possibly been partially boxer or pit bull. I wasn't sure. "What's your name?" I reached for his collar and patted his head. "Okay, Ollie." I positioned us over the X on the ground. "Do I look okay?" Holly was now standing behind George, and Taylor was on the other side of the room. She scanned me from head to toe and then moved in front of me and reached up toward my face. I froze as her fingers tugged on the front of my hair. It was an innocent touch, but the spark that lit a fire in my stomach was not. "You look great." Her smile lasted only a second before she ducked her head as if she realized what she'd done and was embarrassed. I wasn't going to let that happen. "Thanks, those curls have a mind of their own half the time." I wasn't normally one to care, but if it meant she would touch me again, it would be my new obsession. I turned and waited for George to instruct me on what pose he wanted. He didn't speak for a few moments, just stared at me, then the dog. "He's small enough. Hold him up to your chest." I looked down at Ollie and grimaced. He didn't look like the kind of dog that enjoyed being held or cuddled. He grunted when I picked him up, and I struggled to situate him in my arms like I was holding a football. No, George shook his head but gave no other pointers. "Here." Holly stepped in front of me and pulled Ollie into her arms. He instantly relaxed and rested his head on her forearm. "Try this." I had the dog, and he gave me some serious side-eye back, daring me to take him from his new friend. I understood. If she was holding me, I wouldn't want anyone to interrupt either. Yikes. Thoughts like that would get me in trouble. I didn't know her, and other than a strong physical attraction, I had no reason to want to. The guys had already warned me away. It would be stupid to think something might happen between us. Not right now. She was adjusting to her new job, and my own career was hanging by a thread. "Come here, boy." I lifted the dog from her and mirrored how she held him. It took a few seconds, but he relented and relaxed into me. "Oh, perfect," Holly cooed at him. "You're so cute." "Why, thank you," I teased her, and red stained her cheeks, filling me with more joy than necessary. I liked that she wasn't as calm and collected as Chloe or even Taylor. She was an open book. She glanced back at George. "What do you think?" He nodded. "Better." She stepped out of the shot, and I smiled at the camera. A few clicks later, and George straightened. "Done." "Thanks, Mikey." She smiled as one of the volunteers took Ollie from me. "Here's a candy for not complaining." She pulled a bright pink wrapper from her back pocket. "Happy to help." I took the treat, trying to come up with a reason to stay and talk to her, but someone called her name. "Is this okay?" Matt, one of the guys on her team, pointed to Eric and his teen warm-ups. I shook my head. The multiple emails and texts we got about this photo shoot specified that we were plain clothes, no logos, and no sweats, as if they knew that's what most of us would show up in. I could see the struggle on her face. She probably didn't know how to say no to us yet. "Dude," the email said, plain and casual, I called to him. Eric rolled his eyes. "Why can't I just wear this?" "We're not asking you to wear a suit, Schultz." Taylor shook her head. "Go borrow clothes if you have to." I don't want to wear someone else's clothes, he argued. Boo-hoo. Chloe appeared in the doorway with crossed arms. Eric's shoulders slumped. He knew he'd already lost. I put an extra outfit in Reese's bag for this specific reason. She shooed him out and made her way through the room to Holly. Are things moving okay? Anyone besides my brother giving you problems? Yeah. So far, so good. We've finished 6 so far, Holly replied. Chloe eyed me. Are you done? I nodded. Brandon and Nikolai, are you ready? Taylor asked. Brandon Cullen, one of the oldest guys on the team but also one of the best, walked over holding the leash of a gray pit bull. Ready. George posed him, and less than a minute later, he was done. Nikolai. Holly waved him over. The grumpy Russian tugged on the leash of some sort of terrier. Come, he said in his low voice. Holly took a step back, and I almost laughed. He tended to intimidate people, but under the gruff exterior, he was a gentle giant, especially since marrying Elena. George had him take a knee and pet the dog. Try to smile, I said. You know how to do that, right? He glared back. I turned to leave just as Mitch walked in, followed by Parker and Lance. There you are. Lance slapped my back. We were looking for you. No one saw you leave. I pointed toward the backdrop. I knew we had to be up here. Yeah, but you could have waited, he protested. Ah, sad your bestie ditched you? Mitch teased on his way toward the doors. A little bit, Lance admitted and shifted so we were more secluded. I feel like I've barely seen you outside of practice and games. Well, which one of us is suddenly busy? I asked. For the past few years, he and I had been best friends. We hung out together almost every day and were the team's designated bachelors. We partied and enjoyed the perks of being young, rich, and famous until he met Jessica. I couldn't blame him. If I had the option between a beautiful woman and his ugly mug, it wouldn't even be a choice. The irony that he was somehow upset over it wasn't lost on me. You know you're always welcome to hang out with us, he countered. Yeah, him and Jess and Parker and Vivi. The happy couples. No thanks. I didn't need a constant reminder of everything I didn't have. That's fine occasionally, but being the third or fifth wheel isn't my idea of fun. His shoulders sagged. I'm sorry, man. You're right. How about we do something this weekend? Not tomorrow. Chloe stepped between us. Team dinner at my place. Fine. Lance acted like it was such a hardship. Like it wasn't something we would have wished we'd been invited to just a few months ago. Things were different now. Lance and Parker, and even Mitch when he chose to, were automatically included in things. I was still the man on the outside, straddling the line between being in and ignored. Up until recently, that was fine. I thought myself as too young, too busy, too involved with my career to waste time thinking about settling down. Then one by one, my friends changed. They found love while I continued down the same path I'd been on since I was 18. I was only barely able to admit to myself that I was jealous. A growing piece of me wanted what they had. But now wasn't the time. There was too much riding on me to be at my best. I couldn't afford to lose concentration right now. Not with my entire future in the balance. Is everyone coming? Parker asked, joining our group. Yeah. I want to introduce Holly to the gang. Chloe grinned and glanced out of the corner of her eye to the woman that likely had no idea what was in store for her. Once Chloe, or anyone from the Pride, decided to take someone under their wing, it was too late to change their minds. Holly was about to have her privacy invaded and life changed, thanks to the meddling of my friends' wives. Oh no. Lance's eyes went wide. You found your new project? Don't call it that. Chloe swatted at him. You know everything we do comes from a place of love. He shrank back and nodded. I don't hear you complaining about how we may or may not have used our influence in getting Jess to date you, she continued. You're right. He put his hands up in surrender. I appreciate you choosing to use your powers for good. Exactly. She grinned. Now, go get your pictures done so we can all go home. Parker saluted, and Lance hurried away, leaving me alone with the mastermind. She was watching me with an expression I couldn't identify. What? I asked. Why are you still here? I shrugged. I didn't owe her an explanation. I could be here if I wanted, but refusing to answer her wasn't worth the pain that would come. I saw you watching her. She stepped closer. I know you've already been warned away, but I'll tell you again. She isn't someone to mess around with. She's not the type you use and toss away when you're bored. And that was what the team thought of me. They weren't necessarily wrong, but I didn't need to be reminded. Plus, Holly was different. She was a part of the team. I would never do that to her. Got it. Her eyes narrowed. I hope so. I was ready to leave. If hanging around was drawing attention, I should just head home. I was about to when I heard laughter. I'll give you another piece if you smile. Holly was standing next to George, dangling a piece of candy between her fingers. I'm not a kid. Eric glared back at her. Could have fooled me, she retorted. He's impossible. Eric was struggling to keep the tiny chihuahua from running in continuous circles around his feet, tightening the leash around Eric's ankles. He's 2 pounds, Holly deadpanned. Just pick him up, Chloe ordered. No. He tried to bite me, her brother protested. I'll give you 2 pieces. Holly pulled another bright-colored wrapper from her pocket. 3, Eric countered. Fine. Holly took out another piece. Eric huffed and bent over to pick up the tiny dog, only to jump and flinch when it growled at him. No. I need a new one, he argued while glaring at it. Holly spun around. Jason and Jake picked theirs out. It's either Tinkerbell or Hunter. She pointed to the enormous mud a volunteer was struggling to make sit. Tinkerbell? Eric roared. This thing is evil. Who would give it such an innocent name? It doesn't matter. You either get her or the friendly monster over there. He cringed. No, Reese can deal with that slobbery mess. Reese was the last to show up and was left without any other options, but he crossed the room to the dog and stroked his head. Seems like a good boy, he called to his brother-in-law. 4 pieces. Now pick him up and smile, Holly said in a serious tone. Eric's mouth moved, but I couldn't hear his words. I doubted I wanted to. He lifted the growling Tinkerbell and held her out with straight arms. Bring her to your chest, George directed. I'd prefer to keep my face the way it is. Eric flinched when the dog yipped. Just do it. Chloe shook her head. Finally, Eric forced a smile and cradled the dog, who shifted instantly and rested her head on his forearm. What the heck, he said, nearly dropping the dog. Why is it doing that? She likes you, Holly cooed. No, absolutely not, little terrorist. He looked at George. We good? Yeah. George waved him away. Eric lowered the dog to the ground and backed away. Be free, Fido. A hero among us, I said as he passed me. I received a glare in response, but it was well worth it. Eric Schultz, the greatest left wing in the league, was scared of a tiny dog. See you guys tomorrow. I waved and left the room before I could see if Holly responded. It didn't matter. Not right now.
Chapter 9, Holly. Every doubt and argument to stay home ran through my head while I changed out of leggings and an old t-shirt into something more presentable. I wasn't ready to dive headfirst into my life here, not yet. I preferred to take things slow. Dip my toes in and let myself adjust before sinking in little by little. Hanging out with coworkers was one thing. Going to the house of a professional athlete to hang out with his teammates and their families was a whole new level of overwhelming. Why couldn't I just get lunch with my team during the workday? Because I needed change. That was why I moved here. Why I uprooted our lives to move to a new city in a new state. This was my chance to change things. To go from being a hermit who suffered alone in silence, to actually being included in something. My biggest motivation wasn't the text from Chloe telling me how excited she was to introduce me tonight. No, it was all about Sadie. She was flourishing at school, and I didn't want to stop her growth as soon as she got home. I wanted to keep widening her horizons and giving her opportunities to make friends. Plus, I couldn't deny how amazing having a big group of supportive friends sounded. The whole village raising a child concept was something I laughed at. No one cared about me and my daughter, let alone a bunch of strangers. But it didn't have to be that way. They didn't have to stay strangers. I just needed to take the first step, and I had a feeling Chloe and her friends would meet me the rest of the way. Mommy? Sadie called from her room. Can I wear this? Her faith in my abilities almost made me laugh. What is this? I asked as I moved from our shared bathroom to where she was sitting on the ground next to her dresser. She had laid out her fanciest pink dress in front of her. Oh, that's beautiful, but I don't know if you'll be able to play very well in that. Her little nose scrunched. This? She pointed to a cotton dress with white, teal, and green stripes. It was adorable on her and allowed her to run and play without me worrying about it tearing or getting stained. Sure. I pulled open a drawer and handed her matching teal leggings. Wear these too. I knew she would get cold as the night went on, and getting that child to wear a jacket or sweater was nearly impossible. As she changed, she stared up at me. You look pretty, Mommy. Thanks, sweetie. She told me that before when I was sick and hadn't showered in days, so I didn't exactly trust her judgment, but I appreciated the compliment tonight. I needed a little boost of confidence. We're matching. She cheered after she pulled her dress down. I was wearing a white and blue striped shirt with jeans, but close enough.
Yeah.
Do you think people will be able to tell I'm your mommy now? She nodded and grinned. Will you do my hair like that? She pointed to the curls I added to the ends of my hair. Of course. She followed me into the bathroom, and I picked up the still warm curling iron and curled her shoulder-length hair before pulling the front back and tying it into a ponytail so it stayed out of her face. All done, pretty girl. Ready to go meet some new friends? She nodded up at me before running to the front door. Her excitement was a tiny bit contagious, and I found I wasn't dreading this as much as I had been just minutes before. I tried not to let myself get overwhelmed the closer we got to Chloe and Reese's house, but with each street we passed, the nicer and larger the homes got. He was a professional athlete. If I cared, I could look up how much his contract was for. It was stupid and pointless to even compare myself for a half second. I was a single mom, making it on my own for the first time in my life. I was able to provide a home for us, no matter how small or old it might have been. That was more than enough to be proud of. I might never own a home like this, but that didn't mean Sadie was missing out on the things that mattered: love, support, education, and experiences. The navigation announced their house was on the left, and I found an empty spot a few houses away to park. We're here, I told Sadie as I turned off the car and got out. She started unbuckling her straps when I opened her door, and I helped her finish before lifting her out and setting her on the street next to me. She took my hand, and together we walked to the sidewalk and toward the enormous house. There were half a dozen cars parked in the driveway that we had to weave through to get to the front door. I was about to knock when it swung open, and a woman with bright blonde hair stepped out, nearly running into us. Oh. She jumped out of the way just before stepping on Sadie. I'm so sorry. I was on a mission and wasn't even paying attention. She glanced between us and smiled. You must be Holly and Sadie. I'm Maddie. The name registered after a second. Chloe's sister-in-law. I hadn't meant to speak my revelation, but she grinned. And Eric's wife, Coach Romney's daughter, and physical therapist extraordinaire, she recited. It's nice to meet you, I said, instantly liking her. I'm Sadie. She waved up to Maddie. Hi. I'm so glad you're here. There are some kids that are very excited to meet you. Sadie's eyes lit up, and we stepped inside. I've got to run to my car, but Chloe or someone will point the way. She held up her keys, and a car in the driveway beeped. Hey. Taylor rushed over to us and bent down to get eye level with Sadie. I've been waiting all day to meet you. She held out her hand. I'm Taylor. I work with your mom. Sadie looked up at me, then back to Taylor. You're pretty. Taylor beamed. Oh, well, thank you. You're quite beautiful yourself. I love your dress. Mommy and me match. Sadie pointed at her chest, then up at me. And your hair, I reminded her. Taylor gently touched one of Sadie's curls. Oh, you do look just like your mommy. I loved hearing that, even if it wasn't necessarily true. She did have my honey blonde hair and small nose, but her light blue eyes and dimpled smile were all her father's. Hi, guys. Chloe walked up wearing a gray shirt and jeans, looking far more casual than I imagined ever seeing her, but it was the baby on her hip that caught my attention. This is Callan. She took his pudgy hand and waved. How old is he? I asked, smiling at the giggling boy. Almost a year, she answered. I'm 3. Sadie held up her fingers. You're so big. Chloe said the exact thing Sadie loved hearing. Let's go show you off. Taylor straightened and offered her hand to Sadie, who didn't hesitate in ditching me to go with her new friend. And just like that, I've been replaced, I teased. Chloe looked around. Elena. A woman I vaguely recognized left the group she was talking to and came over. Hi, Chloe. Holly, this is Elena. She's married to Nikolai. I tried to hold back my reaction, but after meeting him yesterday, it was hard to. I know. He's a lot to take, but he's a big softie once you get past the brooding and scary accent and stuff. I laughed.
Yeah.
He was great with the dogs. Here's a baby. Chloe shoved Callan into Elena's arms, and without missing a beat, she was bouncing with him and making him smile. See, it's the best group to lose your child to. There are too many women and not enough kids to go around. You have a kid? Elena asked while swaying side to side.
Yeah.
Sadie. I looked around the room and finally spotted Taylor standing next to Brandon Cullen and a tall, willowy woman wearing a long, paisley skirt and tank top, with her hair piled up on the top of her head in a messy bun I'd never managed to make look chic. That's Sydney. She and Brandon have twin boys, Milo and Finn. They're a bit older than Sadie, but I'm sure they'll all get along, Elena explained. Especially if Sadie likes swimming, Chloe said. Those boys would spend all day every day in their pool if they had the chance. I was planning on getting her into lessons this summer. If I managed to find the time and money. Oh, I bet Sydney could teach her. I swear, she's a wizard when it comes to kids, Elena said before waving. Amelia, come here. A woman around my age, with long brown hair and eyes similar to Elena's, walked over. Hi. She smiled at me. This is Holly. She works on the social media team with me and Taylor, Chloe said. Amelia's my sister, Elena added. And that one's mine. Amelia pointed across the room to where Ollie and Derek were chatting. Which one? I asked. Oh, sorry. I forget not everyone knows everything about the players sometimes. Derek's mine. Ollie's wife is, she paused and looked around. Oh, there's Emma. She pointed into the kitchen where a woman with long blonde hair pulled back into a high ponytail was talking to 2 women. Emma has a child, right? I was pretty sure she was one of the women Chloe mentioned.
Yeah.
And so does Addie. Elena scanned the room before hurrying away and bringing another woman back. Her bright blonde hair was just above her shoulders, and she had the warmest smile. You're the Holly I've been hearing so much about. She wrapped her arms around me in a hug, and I froze for a half-second before remembering how to return the gesture. I couldn't remember the last time someone hugged me. Grant and Chloe told me about you, and I'm so happy to finally meet you. She pulled back. Taylor introduced me to Sadie, who is precious, by the way, and I think they're gathering all the kids to play. I'd have to thank Taylor later. That was really sweet of her to not only distract Sadie but the other kids too. There are a lot of us, Chloe said as if she was just realizing it. The pride has grown a lot over the past couple of years. The team has grown up and settled down a bit. We're a lot to take in, Addie agreed. Don't worry about remembering everyone's names or who is with whom. Just try to relax and enjoy yourself. Chloe patted my arm. I'm going to check on the food. Addie replaced her next to me. Welcome to the pack. When we overwhelm you, which will happen, just know that we come from a place of love. And boredom. Elena smiled. I'm sorry, but I feel like I know you from somewhere. The news? She asked. I'm a meteorologist. I nodded. That's it. I was racking my brain, trying to figure it out. That happens a lot more than you'd think. I'm a face you see all the time but haven't met, so it's hard to place. Any other famous people I need to know about? I asked. Have you met the guys? Amelia joked. Most of them, yes. I laughed. Then no. We're all normal and boring, Addie answered. Let's make the rounds and introduce you before dinner starts, Amelia offered. Addie came with us, and I met more women than I could remember. I did my best to smile and stay calm, remembering Chloe's recommendation. It would take time to get to know everyone, and frankly, I was excited about it. Each woman was uniquely beautiful and so kind. I couldn't believe I'd stepped into this world with instant friends and connections. I didn't realize it until then, but I had been desperately craving this. It felt like a turning point. From this moment on, I didn't have to be alone.
Chapter 10, Mikey. There was one reason I agreed to come with Lance and Jess to Reese's house for a team dinner, and it had nothing to do with the guarantee of good food or even the honor of being invited when we used to get skipped over. No. Those would be logical and completely acceptable. The slim chance Holly would be there and I'd get another opportunity to talk to her. I was willing to admit that, only to myself, since I needed to keep my attraction to her on the down low. I didn't want the teasing that was sure to come if any of the guys found out, or worse, the pride trying to play matchmaker. Plus, Reese made it clear there would be consequences if I pursued her. Maybe not from him, but definitely his wife. Parker and Vivi are already here. Jess pointed to Parker's car as we walked by. They said they would probably beat us, Lance reminded her. I wonder how apartment hunting went, she said mostly to herself. We can ask in a second, he told her. And I felt like a third wheel after just the car ride. This was going to be a long night if I didn't find other people to hang out with, specifically one person. A woman. Okay, Holly. Once inside the house, I followed behind them as they made their way to the kitchen where Parker and Vivi were already holding drinks. Hey, guys. I gave Vivi a side hug and filled a cup with water. Did you find anything? Jess immediately got to the point. I think so. Parker grinned and checked with Vivi. Yeah, we really like it. Jess pouted. I don't want you to move out. Don't you want me to move in? Lance teased. Jess shrugged before laughing. One day we'll all have homes up here, and we can just walk over to each other, Parker said. We should buy the whole block, Lance agreed. Reese would lose his mind. I laughed. Fine, we can spread out to Eric's Street and even Ollie's, Jess joined in. We'll have to rename the neighborhood, Vivi said wistfully. I wanted to join in but didn't have the heart. I didn't even know if I'd still be here in a year. Or if I'd be playing hockey at all. As much as I wanted to allow myself to fantasize about living here and growing a family next door to my best friends, I wasn't sure that was even a remote possibility, and that stung. It would hurt worse if I ever admitted how badly I wanted this, too, only for them to find out the truth soon. I looked out the back windows to the expansive yard. All the kids were gathered together on the playground with a few of the parents keeping an eye on them. Then I noticed a kid I didn't recognize, holding Taylor's hand. "Who is that with Taylor?" I asked Lance and Jess. "I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen her before." Lance shrugged. "She's adorable. Look at her curls," Jess gushed, and she and Vivi immediately went out back toward them. I almost followed out of curiosity but stopped when I heard Holly's airy voice. My heart raced, and I cursed myself for behaving like a lovesick teenager. "Hey, new girl." Lance gave Holly, Addie, and Amelia a wave with his can as they joined their group. "Hi, Lance." Holly grinned, then noticed me and hesitated. "Oh, hi, Mikey. What was that for? Didn't she know I would be here? Did she not want to see me? Why was I so insecure when it came to her?" She looked beautiful tonight. Her hair was curled and it hung loosely over her shoulders, and her jeans hugged the gentle curve of her hips. "Look, Sadie's already gathering a crowd." Addie smiled. "She's been so much more social since starting preschool," Holly said. I stared at the little girl as it clicked into place. Her hair, her face, her shyness. Sadie was Holly's daughter. Suddenly, Reese's warning to stay away made more sense. It wasn't just that she was working for the organization or that she was friends with Chloe. No, she was a mom. A single mom. The candy in her pocket wasn't as surprising now. It explained her maturity. She looked to be around my age but acted much older. Dating a woman with a child was something I'd never, ever considered. Was that something I could handle? Was that something I was interested in? "She's yours?" "We were trying to figure it out," Lance mentioned. "Yeah," Holly said quietly. She was smiling, but I noticed her shoulders tense up. "She's 3 and adorable," Amelia added. "Food's ready," Chloe called from the other side of the room, and Reese walked in, leading most of the guys. Before I had a chance to say anything else, Holly was moving away from me, going with the flow of the crowd, leaving me with Lance. "Why do you look like you just saw a ghost?" he asked. "What do you mean?" I shoved my hands in my pockets. "That was normal, right? You went all pale and silent. What's going on?" I glanced around, but nobody was paying attention to us. I didn't know she had a daughter. His eyes narrowed. "Why does that matter to you?" "It doesn't," I said much too quickly. He grinned and crossed his arms across his chest. "Thou dost protest too much." "It's doth," I corrected. And we agreed to no more old-time talking. It's gotten us in trouble one too many times. "Fine." He rolled his eyes. "But I still don't believe you. You like her." I clenched my jaw but didn't bother arguing. He was my best friend and knew me too well to let me lie. Well. Our bachelor seems to have met his match." He slapped me across the back with a cocky grin. "Why are you talking like that? Just be normal." "Fine. I just never thought I'd see the day when you grew feelings. I thought you would be a single man forever." I shrugged. "Maybe you've been a bad influence on me." I didn't want to admit how honest I was being. How watching him, and Parker and all other guys on the team, trade in their exciting, wild lives for marriage and babies made me long for what they had. I think it's a good thing. I never expected to meet someone like Jess or to want to be with one woman forever, but everything changes when you meet the right person. I know. I'd seen it happen over and over but never to me. But getting involved with someone who has a child, that's a whole different ballgame. It's way more complicated and something you shouldn't take lightly. You shouldn't even think of asking her out without knowing whether or not her being a mom is a deal breaker. I'm not saying that to be mean. It's just a fact. I nodded. I get it. Good. He clapped me on the shoulder, and we merged into the end of the line for food. I glanced back outside one more time. What was her story? She never wore a ring, and Reese wouldn't have worn me away if she was married. He would have just said that. So was she divorced? Where was Sadie's father? Was he still in the picture? That was more drama than I could handle right now. I had more than enough problems to occupy my time. Once we filled our plates, Lance and I found a spot on the back patio with Mitch and Parker. "Hey, man." Mitch nodded toward me and raised a brow. "So, how are things going? Any news so far?" Lance and Parker stared between us. "What does that mean?" Lance asked. Mitch's eyes widened, but he stayed silent. "What's going on?" Parker asked. "I meant to talk to them earlier but never found the right time. At least we were the only ones out here, for now. I had a meeting with Coach, the GM, and the president." "What? When?" Lance lowered his plate to his lap. "Monday. And you didn't say anything all week? What happened?" Parker's hand hovered midair with a fork full of salad. "I was told my performance isn't where they want it to be. I was essentially warned that if I didn't improve, I would either be sent to the farm team or have my contract paid out. Either way, I won't be with the team." Admitting it to them brought the pain and betrayal back to the surface. Parker sighed and set his fork down. Lance glared. "What does that even mean? How much lower are your stats from last year?" "My agent is getting all that information together and making them set specific numbers I need to hit in order to keep my spot." "That's insane." Parker shook his head. Mitch ducked his head. "I was thinking that maybe something else was going on, but I've asked around a bit and no one else has had a meeting like that." "Why target just you?" Lance's brows were furrowed while he stared down at the ground. "I don't think you've been playing any worse than anyone else. They blamed my ankle injury. They think maybe I didn't recover properly or something." "You went to Maddie," Lance argued. "She wouldn't have approved you to return to play if she wasn't positive you were ready." "I know. I'd had these conversations in my head already." "Then go back to her. Have her check you out and see if there are any strengthening exercises you can do." Lance was adamant. "You should talk to her tonight." "Nah, she's off the clock. I'll make an appointment next week." I would. This wasn't something I could ignore and hope it went away. I needed as much evidence of my abilities and efforts as possible. "Man, this sucks." Parker slouched. "It feels personal." I huffed out a laugh. "I thought the same thing. But it's not." Mitch shook his head, "At least not to upper management. It's all business to them. They only care about the bottom line. Maybe they think they can find someone to replace you for less. I'm in the bottom 10% of the team for earnings." I pointed out. If they want to save money, they'd be looking at Schultz or Murray. The money I was paid never bothered me. It was more than I needed, and I saved and invested as much as possible so I was set in case something like this happened. I wasn't ready to retire, but I wouldn't be left destitute if it happened. I almost wished it was a money problem. That felt less like an attack on me. "Let us know how we can help. If you want to get in more training time or just want to vent, we're here," Lance offered while Parker and Mitch agreed. "Don't give up, man. Keep giving it your all in every practice and game, and make them see that the team needs you," Parker suggested. "I'll try." He nodded. "Have you told anyone else?" "Not on the team." I looked through the windows to the rest of the team inside. These guys had become my family. I finally felt accepted, settled, and things were about to change. I wasn't normally one to complain about how unfair life was, but right now, things sucked. After I met with Maddie and got her professional opinion, I needed to have a conversation with Coach Romney. I needed to lay it all out for him and hope that he would be honest with me, more so than anyone was in the meeting. I refused to sit back and let decisions get made without me fighting back. I'd sacrificed too much. Given too much of my blood, sweat, and tears for this sport and this team to just roll over and give up. I'd been working to get to this point since I was 4 years old. No one would take it away from me. My life, my teammates, my career were everything. Knowing I had my friend's support lit a fire in me. I wasn't going out without a fight.
Chapter 11, Holly. I had very exciting plans of going to the grocery store and maybe cleaning the apartment this weekend, but then Chloe, Taylor, and several of the women texted me and convinced me to meet them at a park for a playdate instead. After another week of balancing work and Sadie, and stressing over the diminishing amount in my bank account, I decided I could use a break. Sadie got along with all the kids last week, but I could tell she really liked Milo and Finn, which was good because I loved getting to know Sydney. It was great meeting all of the women of the Pride, but I ended up clicking with her, Addie, and Amelia as soon as we met. "Mommy, can we color?" Sadie asked from the living room. I grabbed a coloring book and her favorite markers, which only showed up on the special paper, making them my favorite too. "Here you go, sweetie. I'm going to shower and get ready, then we're going to see your friends again." Her eyes lit up. "Finn and Milo?"
Yeah.
I smiled at her excited clapping. "And Eli and Callan?" she asked. "I think so." I wasn't sure who would end up showing up to the playground. "Maybe Jackson too."
Yay!
"Can we go now?" Her coloring was already forgotten. "Not yet. After I shower and we eat lunch." I almost regretted telling her too soon. It was always better to spring it on her on our way. Now she was going to ask me every 3 seconds if we could leave. I pointed to the clock on the wall. "When both hands are up here, we'll leave." I pointed to the 12. That was easy enough for her to remember, and she liked being able to keep track. I had a feeling that as soon as she learned how clocks worked, she would use that to her advantage and change the time. Luckily, I probably had another year or so before that started. "I'll be in the bathroom if you need me," I told her as I walked down the short hall. The day I realized she was able to entertain herself was one of the greatest in my life. Being able to have just a few minutes of freedom to shower or clean or even go to the bathroom without worrying about her or keeping an eye on her was such a relief. That was one of the things no one ever told me about being a single mom. I had no backup. I knew that, but I hadn't really thought about how convenient having another person to help would be. The idea of passing off some of the parenting responsibility sounded like a fantasy. Not that I would have given up a second of life with her. She was more than worth the hard days. But it would have been nice. Maybe one day, in the very distant future, I'd meet a man that loved me and my daughter. One who understood she would always be my first priority and didn't try to change that. One who wanted to be there for the long nights, stuffy noses, and tantrums just as much as the giggles, dancing, and hugs. Did that man even exist, or was that a fantasy every single mom had? I wasn't going to hold my breath waiting for him. I thought for a moment that there had been a flicker of interest from Mikey. After the string of unfortunate run-ins, I felt like things changed at the photoshoot. Just a little bit. But I saw it at Chloe's house. The moment when he put together the pieces and realized I wasn't just a single woman. I came as a package deal. He shut down. A wall went up, and he didn't look at me the way he had just moments before. The attraction and interest vanished. And I went from running into him almost every day to not seeing him once this week. That was fine. I was used to it. Prepared for it. Most guys wouldn't want to join in on this mess, let alone a young, professional athlete. He was at the top of his game, and the brief internet search I did on him, for work purposes, proved he was just as much of a player off the ice. A different woman every week. Walking in and out of clubs and bars at all hours of the night and day. Mikey could be a work friend. A colleague I could joke with and maybe even hang out with at events, but it would never be more than that. And that was fine. I was fine. Which was why I shampooed my hair twice rather than using conditioner. Because I was fine. Unaffected. Not bothered in the least. I was also a terrible liar. I knew the guy for 2 weeks, half of which I really disliked him. It shouldn't matter what he thought about me and my situation or that he wasn't interested in me. But it did. "Mommy?" Sadie's voice came from the other side of the curtain. I pulled it back and smiled.
Yeah.
I finished this one. She held up her coloring book from the side, letting it fall open. Okay, I'll get you another one from the closet when I'm out. She sighed. How much longer? I would have been done if I had been paying attention. 2 minutes. She dropped her arm and shuffled into the hall, dragging the book behind her and not bothering to shut the door. I quickly rinsed out my hair and toweled off before wrapping my robe around me and getting her a new coloring book. When I handed it to her, I kissed the top of her head. Thanks, Mommy. She flipped open to the first page and got to work. With her distracted, I hurried back to the bathroom and put on a minimal amount of makeup before brushing out my hair. I debated twisting it up into a bun or taking the time to blow dry it. Why make the effort? It wasn't like I was trying to impress any of the women that would be there. Then again, it would make me feel like more of a functional human if I didn't leave with wet hair. I decided the few extra minutes would be worth it in the long run and plugged in the blow dryer I'd had since I was in high school, praying it would start and not make the apartment smell like burning hair like it sometimes did. After getting dressed in cropped linen pants and a t-shirt, I went back to the kitchen, feeling pretty good about myself. I tried to look professional at work, but the whole process of getting ready was fairly new to me. In Colorado, I didn't have anywhere to go or anyone to see, so I usually skipped makeup and washing my hair most days out of convenience. Dedicating a little time to my appearance felt selfish the first day, but it was good for me. I felt like a normal, functioning human for the first time since Sadie was born. It only took moving out of state and getting a job for it to happen. You're pretty, Mommy. Sadie stood at my side, peering into the open fridge. Is it lunchtime? I twisted her hair in my fingers while I stared at the slim selection.
Yeah.
I really should have gone to the store this morning. We'd have to go on our way home, or I wouldn't have anything to send with Sadie for snack or lunch. Payday was still another week and a half away, and I only had a couple hundred left in my account. I needed to make sure I had enough for gas, too. At least Sadie didn't complain about the simple meals. She was getting her favorites, eggs, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, spaghetti, and grilled cheese without me pushing her to try something new. It won't always be like this. I had to remind myself several times a day that it would get better. We just had to get through this stretch before my paycheck. It wasn't like I was new at this. My blog made just enough for us to live on without pinching every penny, but since I decided to dedicate more time to job hunting, the already decreased monthly revenue was significantly less, and I only got paid at the end of every month. If I really had to, I could ask my parents for help. Just a little loan to tie us over next week. I hated doing it. I knew they had enough to worry about with my siblings and their extracurriculars, so it was only a last resort option. Can we have grilled cheese? I grabbed the block of cheese and butter. Of course we can. Can I help? She reached for the edge of the counter and stood on her tiptoes. Sure. I lifted her up and sat her a few feet away from the stove, so she could see but wasn't within reach of the pan. What pictures did you draw? I asked, and she talked while I made each of us a sandwich and heated a can of tomato soup for us to share. She described in great detail her color choices for Sleepy Beauty and why purple was the best color in the whole world. I loved her stories. The highlight of my days now was listening to her tell me about her day on our drives home after work and school. As soon as we finished eating, she was bouncing in her seat, ready to go. Look, Mommy. The hands are up. She held both of her arms up directly over her head. Good job. You're right. She cheered and slid off her booster seat and ran toward her shoes waiting by the door. She picked out her outfit this morning, and I didn't argue with her pink leggings and floral shirt. I might not have ever paired it together, but it looked fine enough that I didn't step in. It was when she tried to pull on her rain boots that I intervened. Honey, you don't need those today. It's nice and sunny. She turned with her fists at her side. But I want to wear them. I had about 2 seconds to decide if this was a battle I wanted to win. I didn't care, so I went to my room to find sandals and quickly grabbed a pair for her to hide in my purse for when, not if, she complained about the cumbersome boots at the park. Let's go. I called as I walked to the door. The drive was quick, which was a blessing since Sadie started asking if we were there yet as we turned out of the parking lot of our apartment complex. Usually, it took about 20 minutes to get to downtown in the morning traffic, even in the carpool lane, but the roads were empty today. "We're here," I told her as I parked near the enormous playground with a castle-looking playset. "Mommy, I can be a princess." She pointed to the wooden structure. "That's so cool." I hurried to unbuckle her while she danced in her seat. "Ready?" She held my hand on the path that led up the short slope but took off running when she spotted Milo and Finn. "Be careful," I called after her. I stopped, watching as she reached the boys, and they ran across a swaying bridge together. Her grin was all I needed to know she was going to be distracted for a while. "Holly." Sydney waved to me from under a covered patio area with several of the other women. It looked like they had claimed most of the tables, and there were drinks and snacks set out on the two closest to the playground. I waved back and headed toward her and nearly tripped when I saw who else was there.
Chapter 12, Mikey. I swore I wasn't going to go when Brandon and Ollie told me about the teen playdate. 1. I had no children, so showing up to a park felt a little creepy. 2. Teen playdate sounded like something I wanted no part of. And 3. If kids were involved, that meant Holly was likely invited, and if I went, it would ruin my perfect 7-day streak of avoiding her. It wasn't like I didn't want to ever see or talk to her again. I knew that wasn't a possibility, given our jobs, but I was set on delaying our next run-in for as long as I could. I was taking Lance's advice and really thinking things over. I couldn't deny my attraction to Holly, but that wasn't enough of a reason to do anything about it. If a beautiful woman was all I wanted, then all I had to do was show up to a club or bar any night of the week. That wasn't arrogance, it was experience. I had to decide if I wanted more, but there were too many other factors to consider. When it came down to it, this wasn't the time to make any decisions. Life was up in the air right now, and it wasn't fair to myself or anyone else to involve them in my drama. But that all was forgotten when I saw Holly approaching. She was dressed more casually than I'd ever seen her, and I loved it. I had a feeling this was the real Holly, and she was more stunning than ever. I almost regretted my decision to stay away. That was a lie. It sucked. Every day this week sucked because I knew where she was, just a few floors away, but I couldn't do anything about it. I had to keep a distance. She wasn't someone I could take out once to get out of my system and move on. The guys would kill me, then the pride would bring me back to life only to kill me themselves. So she was the forbidden fruit. Something to be admired, desired even, but never touched. Heads up. I was too late to react, and the football hit me square in the temple. "Sorry, man. I thought you were ready." Mitch jogged over to me with a smile that didn't look at all remorseful. I rubbed the side of my face and scowled. "Not my fault you weren't paying attention," he said while picking up the ball. "What were you looking at anyway?" Parker asked. Lance came toward us with narrowed eyes. "It better not be who I'm thinking it is." I held up my hands. "Whoa, everyone needs to calm down. I wasn't looking at anyone or anything specific. I just zoned out." "Liar." Lance shoved me. "You said you were going to stay away." "From what?" Mitch asked. "From who?" Lance corrected. "Our friend here has developed a little crush on the new girl but swore he wasn't going to do anything about it." "Why not?" Parker asked. "Because I've got enough going on," I bit out. He ducked his head. "Right, sorry. What does that have to do with her?" Mitch challenged. "I'm not exactly in the best mental space for a relationship right now," I reminded him. He didn't seem to buy it as he raised his eyebrows and took a few steps back. Sounds like something a scared person would say. Before I could argue with him, he jogged away and threw the ball to Eric. "Don't listen to him," Lance said. "You're doing the right thing." He turned and called for the ball. Parker watched me for a minute. "Have you talked to Maddie yet?" "I called and made an appointment, but she can't see me until Tuesday." He nodded, staring at the ground. Good. When he didn't walk away, I started to step back. If you did want to take a chance with Holly, it might not be the worst thing. I waited for him to look up before speaking. I don't even know if I'll have a job after this season. Now isn't the best time to bring someone else into my life. He cracked a smile. It's never the right time. Do you think I was looking for a relationship when I moved here? That didn't stop me from recognizing the amazing opportunity one had to get to know Vivi. You might not be able to commit to a serious relationship, but I don't think that should stop you from at least talking to her. You might realize you have nothing in common, or that she isn't interested. He kicked at the ground. It's the not knowing that will drive you crazy. Parker. The rookie. The new guy. The kid. Okay, he was only like 2 years younger than me, but he had wisdom beyond anything anyone would expect from me. Fair point. He nodded. Just my thoughts. With that, he turned and ran across the grass to where the rest of the guys had divided into 2 teams for a game of touch football. I didn't feel like joining. I had too much on my mind and would probably end up with a more serious injury than a bruised face if I got involved. Mikey. I glanced over to the patio. Chloe was waving me over. Are you busy? No, I called back as I walked over. What do you need? Can you help me fill this and put it up here? She pointed to a 5-gallon water cooler. Sure, what do you want in it? I looked around for a water fountain. I have ice and water in the back of my car. I was going to make a few trips to fill it, but you're so strong and capable. She batted her lashes as if she needed to convince me to help. You can do it in one. The flattery is unnecessary. I rolled my eyes, picked up the container, and headed to the parking lot. Once I filled it up, I hefted it up onto my shoulder and walked back. My hand was wet, so I wiped it across the front of my shirt, grateful for the cooling sensation. Where do you want it? At the end of this table. She pointed to the first one closest to the playground. Someone whistled at me, and Emma held her hand up to her forehead and pretended to swoon. My. So handsome. So strong. I ignored her and lowered the cooler to the table. Why didn't anyone tell me this was a wet t-shirt contest? Mitch said from behind me. I spun and he broke out laughing. I stared at him, questioning his sanity until he pointed to me. I looked down and realized the stupid thing had leaked all over me, and now my white t-shirt was nearly transparent and clinging to my skin. I pulled it away only for it to slap back against my stomach. New theme for next year's calendar? Taylor asked with a teasing smile. No, I glared back while trying in vain to dry my shirt with a few quick tugs. Hey, no need to attack, Mitch warned. Have you had a chance to see Maddie? I sighed. No, I'm going this week. I'll be sure to send out a press release to keep everyone updated. I turned and walked down the path away from him. Away from the pride and my teammates. It wasn't like me to snap, but I was sick of thinking about my injury. Worrying about my future. Cursing how things could have gone bad so quickly. I just wanted a day to be normal. It was stupid. I was annoyed with Lance for not remembering that I have other stuff going on in my life, and Mitch for reminding me. There was no winning. For them, or me. Maybe coming was a mistake. I shouldn't be around people right now. Uncle Mikey. I couldn't ignore those voices. I stopped and waited as Milo and Finn ran toward me, followed by Holly's daughter. Can you push us? Milo asked, widening his eyes and adding a little pout, just like I taught him. Hey, that was a good one. I winked at him, and he grinned back. But will you? Finn asked. Sadie needs help getting on the swing. I glanced over at the little girl with 2 pigtails high on her head. She had her hands behind her back and was looking back up at me through her lashes. How could I turn that down? Yeah, come on. I herded them toward the set of 6 swings. Sadie, why didn't you ask me? Holly was hurrying over from the direction of the patio. Milo and Finn said Uncle Mikey was the best. He pushes you to the very top. She pointed to the bar the chains of the swings hung from. I tried to tell Holly, but Milo was quick to back her up. Yes, you do. I almost shoved him away. Holly didn't need to know I was the dangerous one. It's okay. I won't push her too high. Holly eyed her daughter like she knew we were being manipulated. I just don't want you to have to be the designated pusher for the rest of the night. I don't mind. Well, normally I didn't. Right now, I wasn't really in the mood. How about I help? She looked down at the 3 kids. I think between us we can get all of them to the very top. I smiled and nodded. She picked up Sadie and put her on a swing, making sure her hands were gripping the chain tight. We moved behind them and in perfect unison started them out. Neither of us spoke as they rose higher and higher, forcing us to move back and out of kicking range. Once they were satisfied and we only had to help them occasionally, she turned to me. You seemed kind of upset when you walked away. It's been a rough few weeks. I shouldn't have taken it out on Mitch, though. He's just trying to be a good friend. She gave Milo and Sadie another push, then moved back next to me. I know a thing or two about that. About Mitch being a good friend? I joked. She smiled. About having a rough time. Although, I'm sure he is an excellent friend. How do you get through? I asked, not really expecting an answer. She pointed to Sadie. I don't really have a choice. I just have to. That sounded a lot sadder than she probably meant it to. At least when I was having a pity party, I could be alone and ignore the world. She didn't have that option. She couldn't shut down or be selfish. Do you have any friends to abuse in the process? I asked, then hurried forward to give Finn and Milo a push. Not really. She looked thoughtful. I guess I kind of vented on my blog, and my readers offered their support, but that's not the same. It's not real. I mean, I'm sure they meant it, but typing out a sentence on the internet wasn't what you meant. I shook my head. No, it wasn't. Did she really not have a friend group where she lived before moving here? How did she manage life as a single mom without support? What about family? She exhaled loudly. My parents are great, really, but they have my younger siblings at home to worry about. My ex's family was nice, too, until they weren't. That was the first time she mentioned an ex. Was that Sadie's dad? They're not in the picture anymore. No, she walked away to push all 3 of them, then came back. There was a whole lot more to that story, but she didn't say anything else, so I let it go. At least you have the pride now. She smiled. Yeah, they're great. It's been 2 weeks, and I feel more included than I ever have in my life. I wanted to know more. I wanted to know everything about her. Talking to her, while pushing kids on swings, was the best conversation I'd had with a woman in a very long time. And we weren't even flirting. Neither of us pushed the other. At the end of the day, Sadie was barely able to keep her eyes open and reached for me to carry her when Holly tried to get her to stand up. I swear my heart cracked in that moment as I picked her up and held her in my arms on the way to their car. Her innocence and trust made me want to never let go. It was easy. It was awful.
Chapter 13, Holly. Review these carefully. We only get one chance to catch mistakes. Matt laid a proof copy of the fundraising calendar on my desk before continuing on to Taylor and Cam. What do we have to look for? We didn't customize the dates or add any events, Taylor asked. Just the pictures and names, Matt answered. I flipped open to the first month and grinned at Eric looking tense with the tiny dog in his arms. I'm not sure he'll like this picture. Taylor laughed. It was the best one. George and I debated for almost 20 minutes between this one and a full-on scowl. He won't care, Cam added. Trust me. I've gone to him for approval on past projects, and he's never vetoed anything. I continued on, checking that the name and person matched, then making sure the spelling was right. When I got to Mikey's month, I paused. He looked good. Really good. He had a fantastic smile, almost like he had a secret and was teasing you, making you want to beg to know what he did. No. It was just a smile. Nice and normal. It was stupid to even think of him as anything other than a friend. Not even that. He was a coworker. A colleague. An acquaintance. It didn't matter that he was sweet with kids and let Sadie sit on his shoulders while I made her a plate of food at the park. Or that he carried her to my car after she fell asleep on my lap after she ate. He was a good guy. No one would deny that. Sure, he was a bit of a player and didn't seem to understand the concept of a committed relationship, at least according to the tabloids and sports magazines. But he had another side. A softer version of him that I had a feeling very few got to see. He looks good, huh? Taylor asked, sitting on the corner of my desk. I quickly flipped to the next page.
Yeah.
Fine. I looked over Reese's photo and made sure his name was correct before moving on. So not all of them get the same level of scrutiny? She was fighting a smile. I was making sure his last name was right. Dankowski is a hard one. She nodded. Right. Of course. It has nothing to do with how great he looks. I shook my head. Does he? I hadn't noticed. I flipped to the next page. I already checked. It's perfect. No changes needed. She held out her hand. I'll take it back to Matt unless you want to keep a copy. I closed it and held it up for her. Thanks. She watched me and a silent standoff began. I wasn't going to crack. I refused to admit to the attraction she was hinting at. The last time I mentioned Mikey to her, I was complaining about how rude and self-absorbed he was. Plus, I heard all the warnings about the pride loud and clear. I wasn't going to give any of them even a crumble of gossip. She pulled it out of my hands, and I leaned back in my chair. I was cool. Unaffected. Perfectly fine to be missing that truly amazing picture of him. Next on our calendar is the actual fundraiser. What do we need to do for that? I asked the group. Mostly finalizing templates for the posts. The whole week is packed with activities, and George might have his hands full, so at least one of us should also be around to take pictures, Cam explained. Holly can do that, Taylor offered immediately. It will be good for her to be out and around the guys. I narrowed my eyes at her. I was out and around them last night and the week before. Just how often was necessary?
Yeah.
Some candidates would be great. Our fans, especially those that live too far away to attend, love feeling like they're getting to see the real-life version of their favorite players, Matt added. Don't worry, I'll go with you. Taylor grinned. She was definitely up to something. I wanted to squash any ideas before they could take form, but not with Matt and Cam around. I was supposed to be their manager. I didn't want them to think I was here to flirt with the players. Gee, thanks, I deadpanned. After lunch, I'll send you some new ideas I came up with for the travel day and game day posts. See what you want to try or if you have any suggestions, Cam said. Sounds good. I checked the time. It was close to when everyone went on break. I'd alternated between eating at my desk and in the break room with the team, but today I wanted to be alone. I've got to make some calls. I'll be back in a bit. I smiled and headed to the elevator, taking it down to the parking garage. I got in my car, which I purposely parked a good distance away from everyone else, and rolled down the windows. I didn't have enough gas to run the air conditioner, so I had to make do, and pulled out my half of a peanut butter and honey sandwich. I took inventory this morning and realized we had less than a dozen eggs, a quarter of a jar of peanut butter, even less jelly, and half a loaf of bread to last the next week and 2 days. My car insurance, which I somehow forgot about, came out of my account this morning, leaving me with less than $40. I had half a tank of gas, so I could probably stretch it to last until the end of the week, but I'd need to fill it again before I got paid. I wasn't sure how it was going to work, how we would make it, but we would. We always did. If I had to go without breakfast and only have a single slice of bread for lunch, I would. We had enough boxes of noodles for at least 3 dinners, maybe 4 if I took less than normal. I savored my last bite and blinked my eyes clear. Breaking down would accomplish nothing. This wouldn't last forever. I just had to make it another week. I'd survived harder things. A bang sounded from somewhere to the right. I looked over my shoulder, trying to identify the source. A figure. A man was bent over the back of a car. Was he stealing it? Damaging it? No. There was a security guard stationed at the entrance to the garage and plenty of cameras monitoring. Only employees of the team were allowed on this level, not even the arena staff. So it had to be someone I knew. I watched the crouched figure as he slammed his fist into the ground. What was he doing? A sound of pain and misery came from him. I couldn't ignore this any longer. I jumped out of my car and hurried over. Are you okay? The words were out before I even saw who it was, but I slowed as I got closer and recognized the dark messy curls. Mikey? His head snapped toward me, and the anguish on his face made me pause. He dropped his head into his hands, resting his elbows on his knees. I slowly stepped forward and rubbed his shoulder like I would if it was Sadie that was upset. Are you okay? What happened? He shook his head. I swallowed. This wasn't something I was prepared for. I sometimes had an idea of how to calm a raging toddler, but an adult? A man? A really strong, confident man? I was out of my element, but it seemed like he was too. I bent my knees and sat back on my heels. He couldn't talk. I understood that at least. When Sadie got too worked up to be able to communicate her feelings, the best thing was to ask simple yes or no questions to figure out what the problem was. What happened was too big to answer, so I had to start smaller. Are you hurt? He shook his head. Well, at least that was out of the way. There was no physical pain, which meant it was emotional. But was it a personal problem or professional? Did something happen with the team? He nodded, and I watched his jaw tense. I hated seeing him like this. Not after his easy laughs and teasing from the day before, but now he was suffering. It was my turn to be there for him. Something happened with the team. I didn't know enough about the inner workings of a professional hockey team, or any sport, to be able to even guess what was wrong. Did he get fired? Could that happen? Weren't there contracts and stuff? Are you in trouble? He lifted his head enough to lock eyes with me. I think I am. I reached out and took one of his hands in mine. You can talk to me about it. If you want. He stared down at where we were connected and sighed, falling against the back of the car. I shifted and pulled away so I was sitting next to him, in the middle of the parking garage. It was probably filthy, but I couldn't worry about that right now. He needed me. I had another meeting. That was all he said for a long while. I didn't press or even look at him. I just sat a few inches away. Within reach, if he needed me. The GM and president have a problem with me. That was why I was so upset your first day here. When I didn't hold the elevator and hit you with the door. I nodded. I remembered it well. They think I'm underperforming. They threatened to send me to the farm team or buy out my contract at the end of the season, but I'm not ready to be done. He paused and clenched his fists. Today they went over the numbers they want me to hit this season. They're impossible. Our best defensemen, Brassard and Kozlov, can't even reach them. That's horrible. Can they do that? Set unrealistic expectations? It sounded like a violation of conduct or rules or something. I wasn't sure if there was anyone that outranked them that could step in. The NHL had a commissioner. Could he get involved? My agent is looking into it. He sighed. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I've been playing my very best, training harder than ever, putting in extra hours on the ice, but nothing is enough for them. I'm so sorry, Mikey. I wasn't sure what else to say. I wanted to give him a hug and tell him that he would get through this. That eventually, it would only be a bad memory, but I didn't know if that was true. I was out of my element here. I don't want to leave. His voice was barely a whisper. I didn't want him to leave either. I'm sorry that I've been a jerk lately. I feel like I haven't been myself since I found out, which happened to be the day we met. I'm not normally so doom and gloom. I shifted so I could face him. You're allowed to have bad days, even weeks or months. And you haven't been a jerk. I don't think a jerk would have played with my daughter or carried her to my car. His eyes softened, and a small smile pulled at his lips. Don't give up. I might not be an expert, but even I can tell you're an excellent player. And your teammates love you. You've got to fight. He nodded before standing up and offering me his hand. I let him help me up, then I wiped off the back of my pants. I've got to go. I'll see you later, he asked while backing up to the driver's door of the car we'd been leaning against. Sure. I went to my car and rolled up the windows before heading back up to the office. There had to be more I could do. I hated feeling helpless. I was a fixer. I was a problem solver, but this might be too far out of my reach. Hey, Holly. I emailed you the templates. Let me know if you want to make any changes, Cam said as I passed. Thanks. I sat at my desk and unlocked my laptop. When I opened his email, an idea struck.
Chapter 14, Mikey. I stared at Maddie through the open door while she looked over the results of my x-ray. I tried to find a hint of the results from her expression, but she was good. She didn't flinch, frown, smile, or give me any reaction to work with. She closed the folder and came back into the room, closing her office door behind her, and sat at her desk. She didn't speak, and my heart rate sped up the longer the silence stretched. What is it? I finally cracked. Was she doing this on purpose? Freaking me out so she could trick me? Her husband was probably rubbing off on her. Do you remember ever re-injuring your ankle? Her voice was perfectly even. I shook my head. I was pretty sure I'd have a clear memory of that and would have come to her the day after it happened for her to check it out. I don't know what to tell you, Mikey. There. Her voice wavered just a tiny bit. It was bad news. What's going on? I compared the x-rays from last year, after you completed physical therapy and I cleared you to return to play, and the ones we took today. She sighed. There's another fracture that didn't heal properly. It's called a malunion. I swallowed. How is that possible? How could I have broken my ankle, again, without feeling it? I'm not sure. Maybe you assumed the pain was from straining it while working out or just tender from recovery. She stood and hung the two images next to each other, then turned on the backlight. Here is last year's, and this is today's. She pointed to a jagged line in my bone that clearly didn't belong. What do I do? Did I even want to know? It depends on what your plans are. She studied me. With what you said about the pressure from the GM and president, maybe it's time to consider retirement. No. That couldn't be the answer. I slumped into my chair. I'm not ready. She sat on the edge of her desk. Most athletes aren't, but you need to listen to your body. My body? I'm 28. I should have another 5 years, minimum. Most guys get another 7 to 10. That would be ideal, she agreed. But not everyone gets that. Things aren't always in our control. You can train and practice and do everything right, but that doesn't mean things will work out how you want. I knew that. Obviously, I was well aware of that fact, but I didn't want to listen. Not right now. Not when it came to me. If you want to keep playing, and you think you can change the minds of management, she hesitated, and I felt bad for putting her in the middle of this. Her dad was our coach, but I knew he didn't have much control over this situation either. Then you'll need surgery. We should do it sooner rather than later, but if you want to wait until after the season. I have to. I can't give them any reason to move forward with ending my contract. Mikey, it's not the best decision for you though. For your future. It's the only choice I have. If I've made it this long, then what's another month or two? She frowned. I've noticed. What? I've noticed you favor your right side. Last weekend, you tweaked it and you played it off, but I saw you lean on your left for the rest of the game. If I saw it, then so did your teammates, your coaches, and management. The last thing you need is your opponents finding out you have a weak spot. I rubbed my face. It gets sore sometimes. Yeah, because you have a malunion. I've lasted this long. I wasn't sure who I was trying to convince, me or her. I know. She sighed. I'll keep this to myself, but I really don't think you should put off surgery. There is life beyond the game. I wasn't sure that was true. Not for me at least. I'd given up everything to get where I was. All my friends, my family, my education. Hockey always came first. Without the team, who was I? Thanks, Maddie. I stood, and she walked me out to the lobby. Call me if you need anything. She gave me a hug. I will. I stepped back and forced a smile. I wanted to go home and sulk alone for a while, but that wasn't an option. We had mandatory training this afternoon, so I had to go face my teammates without letting the worry and disappointment show on my face. I pulled into the arena and saw Holly's car. Part of me wanted to go up to her office and see her, but after breaking down in front of her the other day, I didn't think seeing her in the immediate wake of more bad news was a good idea. I didn't want to dump all my doom and gloom on her. Although, seeing her would probably put me in a better mood. Was that selfish? If I had to ask myself that, then the answer was almost always yes. The moment I walked into the weight room, I wanted to turn and leave. Mitch, Parker, and Lance were grouped together around one of the squat racks, and all looked up at the same time as if they sensed me near. It was tempting to ignore them, but that would only draw more attention to me when they all came to hound me. I filled up my water bottle and joined them. How was it? Parker asked first. They were all watching, waiting, so I told them the news Maddie gave me. So you need surgery, Lance said quietly. How could you have missed a broken ankle? Mitch asked. What are you going to do? Parker finished. I rubbed my eyes. Yes, I need surgery. I have no idea how I didn't notice that. I don't know what I'm going to do. I think she's right. Mitch was the first to absorb my response. I'm not going to retire. I'm only 28. And you should be grateful you had that many years. Not every player gets 10, Lance pointed out as if I wasn't well aware of that. But I still have the speed and strength, I tried to argue. Not necessarily. Mitch pointed to my ankle. That's a huge liability. Do you really want to risk a more devastating injury? I can still skate. I can still play. I don't need to quit. How sore does it get? Parker asked. What do you mean? I fought back a glare. During practice and games, how sore does it get? I know it hurts. I've seen you flinch and carry your weight on your left side. You have? I almost hadn't believed Maddie. She could have just been taking a lucky guess, but Parker noticed too. Me too, Lance admitted. Same. Mitch dropped his head. Which means so has coach and upper management. I sighed and leaned against the rack. It's not like anyone could blame you, man. You had a terrible injury and then another one. You've got to think about your own health and well-being. My well-being? What do you think retiring would do to me? I'd lose my mind. It's not like you have to sit on your couch for the next 60 years. You're young and have plenty of options, Mitch shot back. Like what? I was being petty, I knew that, but I couldn't stop. Coaching, working in the front office, commentary, analysis, TV, humanitarian work, you could focus on the Fury Foundation. You could even leave hockey entirely. Go to school, find a new hobby, travel. The options are endless, Mitch replied. Yeah, man. You've lived pretty frugally for a reason. I know you have money. Lance raised a brow. Okay, fine. Money wasn't an issue, and according to my investment portfolio, it likely never would be, but that wasn't the point. Playing hockey has been my whole world for 25 years. I literally don't have memories before hockey. How am I just supposed to let it go? You aren't giving up or quitting. You're respecting your body, Parker countered. You don't want to leave because you have to. You don't want to get to the point that you have an injury or pain that lasts forever because you weren't ready to call it when you should have. We'll all have a time when we need to leave. This might be yours. I really didn't like how right he was. I didn't want to have some sort of chronic injury or pain from a bad hit or pushing myself longer than I should. I also didn't want to go out because I was being forced. I wanted to leave on my terms and with my pride intact. Wasn't that what the greats did? Left while they were still on the top. I don't know, guys. I thought I had another 5 years before I had to think about this stuff. I know, man. We all think that, but life happens, and we have to adjust, Lance said with more wisdom than he normally displayed. I nodded. They were trying to help, and eventually, I'd appreciate their words, but it was too raw right now. Are you doing deadlifts? I asked Lance since Mitch was moving under the bar to start a new set. Yeah. We stepped to the next platform, and Lance added weight to the bar. How's Holly doing? I froze, confused by the random question. What do you mean? Parker saw you two sitting and talking in the garage, he said as he bent his knees and rolled his shoulders. I glared at Parker until he felt the heat of my gaze and glanced over. What? What did you see? If he saw the meltdown I had before Holly came over, I was going to have to retire and move far away based on principle. I didn't like showing my emotions, especially to my teammates. I worked hard at being perceived as the jokester. The player that let everything slide. I was easygoing. Funny. Not someone that loses it in public. Just you and Holly sitting on the ground, talking. I forgot my gloves in my car and had to get them. He put his hands up in surrender. I didn't hear anything or see anything else. I swear. I shook my head. I was just telling her about the meeting. Lance nodded. So you're confiding in her now? She was just kind of there. And you just kind of stayed and told her everything? He smirked. She's easy to talk to. My defense was lame, and they all knew it. What are you doing? Mitch stepped forward, finished with his set. Parker moved to the sides and changed the weight. What do you mean? I crossed my arms. What are you doing with her? Do you like her? Do you want to date her? He eyed me like he was sizing me up. Can't we just be friends? If you make that clear, then yes, he bit back. I stepped forward. I'm not leading her on. You played with her kid, Lance countered. And shared your emotions, Parker added. As friends do. I glared at them. Admit it, Mitch challenged. Admit what? That you have feelings for her, but you're too scared to do anything about it. I glanced around. That's not what's happening. Coward. I wanted to push him. Shove him and start a fight in the middle of the training room. What was his problem? It was none of his business. What could I even do about it right now? My life is up in the air. She has a daughter, and an ex I don't know anything about. I have no idea about her life. That's why you ask her on a date. To get to know her, Parker said from behind Mitch. Not if he's not ready to deal with everything else that includes. Lance shook his head. He's right. She's a mom, and he better have a good reason to take her away from her daughter, even for dinner. If it's just to hang out and get to know each other, find another time when we're all together to do that. If it's just to be her friend, then invite her daughter along. If you're interested in more, then you need to be pretty sure about it. Where was this side of him coming from? I know. I wasn't planning on doing anything about whatever feelings I may or may not have for her. It was all of them that was pressuring me to act. I think taking her and her daughter out is an excellent idea, Mitch agreed. I'll take that into consideration. I moved into position behind the bar, and they dispersed even though I could feel them watching me. Taking her and Sadie out wasn't a bad idea. I could play it off as showing them around town. Being neighborly. Was I ready for even that much?
Chapter 15, Holly. It was time to put my plan into action. I was equipped with one of the team's expensive cameras that George made me promise to protect and care for better than my daughter, which seemed excessive, but I finally did when he refused to hand it over. I wasn't planning on bringing Sadie to the park for the fundraising event, but Chloe assured me there would be enough willing people hanging around to watch her that I wouldn't have to worry about keeping her entertained while also doing my job. It also meant she would be fed enough hot dogs and chips that I didn't have to worry about dinner tonight. The Fury had taken over a downtown park and brought in a jump house, inflatable slide, and a mini ice rink. The team was spread out, interacting with fans and making sure the children were being safe while having fun. I snapped candid photos of Reese and Eric racing down the slide, and Hartman getting his face painted next to a little boy that wanted the captain's number on his cheek. It was just the kind of thing I wanted to show on the team's social media. The real side of the players. The human version, not the athlete. Fans of my blog loved this content more than my product recommendations or cleaning tips. They wanted to feel like they were getting to know the real person. This event was the perfect chance to do that. I just needed to find one person in particular. My super secret plan was to capture a collection of moments like that, for everyone, but especially Mikey. I wanted to make the fans fall in love with him all over again. I wanted them to think about him. Root for him. Sympathize with him. I wanted him to be the fan favorite. It might not be enough to save him from being sent to the farm team, but it was the one thing I knew I could control. I was even going to recommend he share these images on his own social media. The more exposure for him, the better. The only problem was finding him. The park was large enough on its own. Add in all the attractions and masses of people, and it was nearly impossible to find anyone. I didn't have his phone number either. I could ask someone, the next person I saw, but what would I say? That I needed pictures of him? Specifically? Why? Maybe it wasn't that weird, but it felt a little strange to me. Holly. I spun around and smiled at Mitch. Hey. Having fun, he asked, glancing over my shoulder. I held up the camera.
Yeah.
But I'm technically working. That's not fun. He took the camera from me and aimed it at me. Smile. Before I could argue, an arm wrapped around my shoulders, and I was too shocked and confused to do anything but squeal. Oh.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Mitch laughed, still taking pictures. He said smile, a familiar voice whispered. I relaxed and finally smiled at the camera, and Mitch nodded. Beautiful. He handed the camera back and winked before walking off, leaving me alone with Mikey. You scared me. I poked his chest. It was an opportunity one couldn't pass up. He shrugged. Where's Mini-Me? I laughed. Sadie?
Yeah.
You're Mini-Me. She's off with Addie and Sydney somewhere. I think they went to the jump house. He frowned. Why? I thought maybe the other day at the park was a fluke. That he was playing with the kids out of obligation or something. Like maybe he was showing off or trying to impress someone. Not me, of course. But again? Did I misinterpret his reaction to finding out I had a daughter? It was pretty obvious that night at Chloe's, but maybe I was wrong. Because she's my bud, and I wanted to see if she wants to get a balloon animal with me. Was he serious? He had to be putting on an act. I started laughing again when his frown deepened. It's not like I can go over and ask for one by myself. I need a kid with me. I waved around. The park is full of them.
Yeah.
But I'm very particular. I'm not sure how you're going to find her. There are so many people here. Chloe and Cam warned me that the turnout for events like this was crazy, but I didn't think the entire metropolitan area would show up. Let's walk around together. 4 eyes are better than 2. He nodded in the direction of the jump house. I was really supposed to be getting pictures of the players, and him, so in a way, this was what I needed. I shouldn't fight it. Even though it felt like I was cheating, like I shouldn't be having too much fun. Okay. We headed off, weaving through the crowd. Anytime someone stopped him to ask for a picture or autograph, I stepped away so I could document the moment. I wanted to show all this proof to the team's management and make them realize how loved he was. Is that her? He pointed to the opposite side of the park where the swings were located.
Yeah.
I recognized her blonde hair and all-pink outfit. She dressed herself again, and I wasn't up for arguing. She's got a thing for the swing. He stopped mid-step. Hey, that rhymed. I burst out laughing. You're pretty proud of that one. I didn't even mean to. He was beaming. I'll have to tell her that one. She'll love it, I'm sure. My brain was struggling to understand how this man, the one walking next to me now, was the same as the one that had been so defeated in the parking garage. Better yet, how could either of those people be the same guy from all the tabloids calling him the biggest player on the Fury? He didn't act like that around me. Would an epic womanizer hang out with kids and push them on swings? Would he spend his time with someone with as much baggage as me? No. So who was he? Which version was real? He got to the kids first, and Sadie squealed when she saw him. Mikey. Push me. Sydney stepped out of the way so Mikey could obey his orders. I stopped on the other side of the rubber flooring and snapped a few more pictures. In my head, this was supposed to be a lot harder. I expected to have to basically pose him in flattering situations. Things fans would find endearing. Nope. He was naturally that way. My head spun even more. It was safer to think of him as the player. The womanizer. The untouchable man I only saw from a distance. I could put space between that man and me. I didn't care for that person. I didn't want to know him and wouldn't want him around my daughter. But that wasn't really him. Mikey was sweet and considerate and passionate and had his own battles to deal with but managed to put on a smile and lift up those around him. Once I was satisfied, I waved to Sadie as she cheered him on. Higher. Mikey glanced at me, and I nodded. If she was comfortable with pushing her limits, then so was I. She wasn't normally this daring. Milo and Finn seemed to bring out this side of her, and I was grateful for it. As much as I wanted to shield and protect her, she needed to be able to decide when she was ready to try new things. Kick your legs out. Milo directed. Now tuck them under you, Finn continued. They repeated their lines, and to my shock, Sadie listened. She refused to ever try actually swinging on her own with me, but her friends were giving her more courage than ever. She was probably too little and didn't use her body to help accelerate her motions, but she was trying. My heart overflowed with pride. My baby wasn't really a baby anymore. She was growing up before my eyes. She's doing so well. Sydney smiled as I walked over. I can't believe it. She's never been willing to try before now. The boys said they learned when they were 4, and she was determined to beat them. I raised my brows. I didn't know she had such a competitive streak. Milo and Finn are the best at bringing out that side of people. You should see them and Brandon taking turns jumping and diving into the pool. She shook her head. I swear, one of them is going to break something one day. They haven't yet? I teased. By some miracle, no. Mommy, watch me. Sadie called over her shoulder. She was pumping her legs with all her might. That's so awesome, sweetie. You're doing so good. Can you watch the boys for a second? I told Chloe I'd check on the caricaturist.
Yeah.
No problem. She thanked me and walked off. So, you come here often? Mikey asked with a grin. I chuckled and shook my head. As a matter of fact, this is my first time. We seem to have a thing for swings. I realized he was right. Well, in that case, I do come here often. She's killing it. He nodded towards Sadie. She's a little daredevil. Not normally. I think the boys, and probably you, bring it out in her. Me? Are you saying I'm a bad influence? He put a hand to his chest. Not at all. I smiled up at him, really enjoying this banter. I think you make her brave. His grin nearly knocked me to the ground. I have to admit, I'm not normally comfortable around kids, with the expectation of the twins. He glanced over at them. But Sadie's different. She's so sweet. She looks at me like she trusts me. Is that weird to think? I mean, she probably looks at everyone like that. I stopped him. Actually, I've noticed that too. She's usually pretty cautious and timid around new people, but she took to you the second she saw you. She's clearly got good taste. He wagged his brows, making me laugh.
Yeah.
She does. He cocked his head. So you agree? I walked into that. I couldn't exactly argue. Well, you clearly are the best swing pusher around. He laughed. At least I'm good for something. He was good for plenty. Well, I assumed he was. It probably helps that her mom likes me too. He wasn't looking at me, which was a blessing, since I was pretty sure I was tomato red by the burning in my cheeks. How did he know? Was I that obvious? All words were forgotten. He peeked over at me with a growing smile. She doesn't deny it. My reaction was delayed due to shock, and by the time I could form a retort, he was laughing and hurrying away. Who's hungry? The kids cheered, and he helped Sadie slow on the swing before taking her hand and following the twins toward the main tent. My throat tightened. My nose burned as tears threatened my eyes. That image was something I'd longed to see since I found out I was pregnant. It was something I never thought would happen. Sadie walking with a man she trusted. Someone who cared about her. Who went out of his way to make her happy. To make her smile. I hated my ex more than ever before. He should have been here. He should be the one pushing her and walking with her through the park. But he wasn't. He wasn't in our lives. Mikey was. No. Not like that. He was just a friend. I couldn't lose my head just because he was nice to my daughter. I followed behind, repeating to myself that he was a friend. A colleague. Nothing more. How many times did I have to think it before my heart believed it?
Chapter 16, Mikey. This was new for me. Holding the tiny hand of a little girl that lit up every time she saw me made me happier than winning a game ever could. I expected it to feel wrong. Weird. Something other than so incredibly natural. Sadie was an angel, maybe that was why it was so easy with her. There were no tantrums or meltdowns over every little thing like I'd seen with other kids. She was past the baby stage. I didn't know how to be around Maddie and Chloe's little guys, which meant she was fun. She had her own personality and interests, and I found myself looking forward to seeing her. Her mom only had a little bit to do with that. Fine. A lot. Holly had a way of putting me at ease. It was cliché to think I could be myself around her, but it was true. I had a near mental breakdown, and she didn't say I was crazy or being petty. She sat with me and listened. She was simply there for me when I really needed to not be alone. I doubted she understood how much that meant to me. I didn't tell her. I'd barely thanked her. Maybe it was her intuition or a side effect of being a mom, but she seemed to just know what I needed. I didn't deserve it. Her. I'd been a complete jerk to her, at first without even knowing it, but she forgave me and let us both move on. Most women I've known in the past would have held my mistakes over my head or brought them up as reminders to get what they wanted. She wasn't manipulative. As sad as it was, that was new for me. I want to skip, Sadie said a second before kicking up her leg. I had to walk a bit faster to keep up. You skip too. She tugged on my hand and there was no way I could deny her. Which was how I came to be skipping through a public park in broad daylight, surrounded by hundreds of fans and my teammates. A whistle sounded, but I ignored it. I would not be bothered by what any of the guys said or thought, because at this moment, I was happy. Sadie was laughing, and the sound was pure joy. Come on, Sadie. Milo waved over his shoulder, and she tried to move her short legs faster. It happened in a blink. One moment she was giggling and tossing her head from side to side, and the next she let go of my hand and was on the ground. Owie! One word, and my heart cracked. I knelt next to her and looked her over. What hurts? I asked as if I had the first clue of what to do. She held out her scraped palms and looked at her knees. Ow! And there they were. The tears overflowed from her eyes. Huge drops of misery drifted over her bright pink cheeks. Oh, Sadie, it's okay. It wasn't. She was broken, and it was my fault. I should have been paying closer attention. I should have held her hand tighter. I could have caught her, prevented all of this, if I'd seen it coming. Sweetie, what happened? Holly was suddenly next to me, and I wished for the sidewalk to open under me and swallow me whole. I'm so sorry. I didn't even see her go down. We were fine, then boom, she was on the ground. Holly offered me a small smile. It happens all the time. You just got going a little too fast, huh? She asked Sadie, who nodded with a pouted lip. I wanted to slam the stupid concrete into bits for hurting her. Can I check your knees? Holly said softly. Sadie gave a single nod, her lip quivering enough to make me want to scoop her into my arms and protect her from anything bad ever happening again. Holly rolled up her cotton pants, revealing 2 angry red spots. Okay, be tough, Sadie. Can you be tough? Her big, wet eyes met her mom's, and that darned lip still shook. Yeah. The kid was a hero. Let's clean these up. Holly stood up, then bent over to pick up Sadie. I've got her, I offered, then looked at Sadie. Do you want up on my shoulders? Her chin wobbled, then she gave me a single nod, and I picked her up as I straightened and lifted her over my head. We walked into the main tent and immediately gained the attention of every woman from the Pride. They drew in around us, all fussing over Sadie's sad face. Is there a first aid kit? I asked over the noise. Chloe nodded and hurried to a back corner before returning. Bring her over here. Holly followed me to the empty table that was out of the way from the majority of the activity. I brought Sadie down, and she sat with her legs straight out in front of her. You're doing so good. I'm so proud of you, Holly told her. No more tears. Sadie looked on the verge of a new round of waterworks but sucked in a shaky breath. She really was trying hard to keep it under control. I wanted to tell her it was okay, she could let it out if she needed to, but that would undermine all of Holly's efforts. Let's clean it first. Holly lightly dabbed at Sadie's knees, then her palms. I expected her to start crying again, but she stayed as calm as her mom. She watched each step with rapt attention, and I realized Holly was doing that on purpose. She went slowly and explained what she was going to do, why it had to be done, and what was coming next. Sadie looked up at me once there were bandages on her knees. She still looked too sad for my liking. My hands hurt. The crack in my heart splintered in every direction, then the whole thing shattered. I'd do anything to make her smile again. It had only been maybe 20 minutes since she fell, but that was far too long without her laughter. I looked around and spotted a vegetable platter. I went to it, selected 2 carrot sticks, shoved them under my lips, and then spun around. Her whole face lit up before she burst into giggles, pointing at me, unable to get her words out. Holly gathered all the trash and turned toward me. Her eyes traveled up to my face. She pursed her lips. You're silly. Sadie squealed. No, I'm a walrus. I clapped my hands together in front of me and barked. Okay, maybe I was a seal. Did they have big tusks too? She didn't seem to care about the details, instead laughing and forgetting about her pains. It was all I wanted. The twins appeared at the table and joined in the laughter, which drew in more of a crowd. Soon even the guys were chuckling at my horrible imitation of sea life. Wow, Mr. Walrus. I didn't know this was a skill you had, Lance said with his arm around Jess's shoulders. I ignored him and looked to Sadie. Do you think it's time to eat now? She nodded and held out her hand for me. I carefully avoided the scraped areas and helped her down from the table. Holly walked with us to the front of the line while some of the guys made jokes as I passed. Once we got to the plates, I stuck the carrots in my mouth and quickly chewed and swallowed them. Thanks for that, Holly said. She was standing so close to me, almost touching my arm. I looked down at her little girl, all pain and suffering forgotten. I couldn't stand seeing her like that. Her eyes narrowed for a moment before she smiled. Yeah, it's pretty tough, but you were great at pulling her out of it. You were impressive too. She bit her bottom lip, something I'd seen Sadie do a dozen times, then she helped her daughter put ketchup on her hot dog. By the time we got through the line, Sadie was ready to return to her friends. The kids claimed a table and saved her a spot, and Maddie and Addie assured Holly they would watch her, so we found an empty table close by to eat at. Do you have any nieces or nephews? She asked after opening her bag of chips. Nope. I'm an only child. I took a bite of my hot dog. Really? You're so good with kids. I assumed you must be around them a lot. I cracked a smile. Not at all. Milo and Finn are about the only kids I've ever been around regularly. The younger ones are too scary for me, so I stay away. The younger ones? Like babies? She asked. Yeah. I nodded toward Chloe, who was holding Callan. He terrifies me. I never know what's wrong when he cries, and he seems so fragile. Once they can run around and talk, I'm more comfortable. You're a natural with Sadie, she said before looking down at her plate, a frown on her perfect lips. What's wrong? I almost didn't expect her to tell me. I'd opened up to her, but she hadn't reciprocated. She sighed. I'm not sure how to say it without freaking you out. I laughed. It takes a lot to do that. Go ahead and try me. She smiled for a flash, but it disappeared. Seeing you with her makes me sad. I hadn't seen that coming. I'm sorry. I'll stop. She reached out and grabbed my hand, which was resting on the table next to my water bottle. No, that's not what I meant. She pulled her hand back. It makes me sad to think about what her father is missing out on. What she's missed out on by him not being around. Ah. The ex. The question I'd had since we met. What was her past? Who was her past? He's not in the picture? I asked. She shook her head. Do you want the short version or the whole, sordid tale? I glanced around, hoping we wouldn't be interrupted. I'd love the whole thing. Her shoulders rose as she inhaled. Well, I was married. I waited for the twist in my gut, but nothing came. This was her past. History. Done. We got married when I was really young. I didn't even finish school, and he was starting to establish his career. He told me from the beginning that he didn't want kids, and I agreed. We had grand plans of traveling the world together, and that was enough for me. A few years later, I got pregnant. He was furious. He accused me of tricking him or lying about being on the pill. He said he wanted nothing to do with the baby and left. My blood was boiling. Who was this man? Did he not realize that he was responsible for his actions? That he was lucky to be able to have a baby with his wife? I clenched the edge of the bench to keep my anger in check. I had Sadie, and for a while, his family was involved. Then it was just his mom. She would take Sadie out for girls' days. Then I had enough money and resources to file for divorce, and she disappeared from our lives too. My ex, Peter, said from the beginning that he didn't want custody, he didn't even want his name on the birth certificate, but his mom finally convinced him to. She sighed. I never asked him to pay child support. I never asked him for anything, but I wanted to leave the option open to him to have a relationship with his daughter. She swallowed, and I wanted to go around the table and pull her into my arms. Her shoulders were slumped, and she looked so small, so worn down. How could any man do this to a woman? Especially her. Has he ever seen her? I asked. She shook her head. No, and now he's filing to terminate his parental rights. I clenched my grip, then released, needing a second to let that sink in. What an idiot. Her eyes flashed to mine. How could he willingly give up the chance to know her? She tried to smile, but it wavered until she dropped her head. I don't know. I never want Sadie to think she wasn't wanted. That she's not loved, but someday, she's going to ask about him. What could I say to make her understand that it had nothing to do with her? That her father was a selfish, greedy man who only cared about furthering his career? No, it's not her fault. Or yours. She met my gaze with so much doubt in her eyes. I hated him. I hated that man for hurting her this way. I was going to make her believe me. Somehow.
Chapter 17, Holly. I poured out my fears to Mikey last night, and he didn't run. He didn't laugh or tell me I was crazy. He listened. And a little piece of my heart fell for him. That couldn't continue. I needed to stop thinking about him in a romantic way. He wouldn't be interested in me. He was a bachelor. He partied and went to clubs and had a different woman on his arm each week. At least, that's what I thought. That's who he appeared to be until I got here. No. I wasn't the cause of anything in his life. He had that awful meeting the same day I started here. That was the catalyst for his change. He was facing a difficult fork in the road and was probably told by his agent or manager to behave. I wasn't even sure he was interested in me as anything more than a friend anyway. How did people know that? Was there a sign or something I should be looking for? I'd been out of the dating game for far too long. And I didn't want back in. Sure, it made my heart swell in my chest when I saw him with Sadie, but what woman wouldn't swoon over a big, tough guy being a mushy teddy bear, with zero ego, for their child? I needed to get the difference between kindness and flirting straight in my head. It felt good being honest with him though. His anger on behalf of me and Sadie was unexpected but meant so much. I thought I would be more upset about finally giving in to Peter's termination request, but I only felt relief. If he didn't want to be in Sadie's life, then he was missing out. She had plenty of love and happiness without his toxic presence. Holly? Chloe stood in front of my desk with a worried look. Are you okay? I nodded.
Yeah.
So I should get used to saying your name 3 times before you respond? The corners of her lips twitched, giving away her smile. Sorry. I guess I was lost in my head. I can't imagine what you could possibly be thinking about. She wagged her brows. Perhaps a certain walrus? Cam rolled his chair over to us. A walrus? Matt stopped typing and stared at us. I couldn't think of an excuse that would take the attention off of me. She means Mikey, Taylor said from her desk, grinning widely. He pretended to be a walrus to make poor Sadie stop crying. Matt shook his head and went back to work, but Cam looked between all of us. Mikey? Dank? No one calls him that. Chloe gave him an exasperated look. I didn't know you two were close, Kim said to me. We're not. I needed to get out of here. My resolve was hanging by a thread, and if any of them pressed me even the tiniest bit, I'd have a nervous breakdown in the middle of the office. Yet, Taylor said quietly, her eyes on her computer.
Yeah.
We'll see how long that lasts. Chloe tapped my desk. Speaking of Fury players, we need some quotes for tonight's posts. Would you mind going down? She checked her watch. They should be winding down practice now. I can go, Cam offered, but Chloe shot him a look. Nope, I think the guys need to get more used to having Holly around. She smiled sweetly and stood, not giving me the chance to come up with an excuse. I sighed, and Cam shrugged before rolling back to his desk. I stood, and Taylor handed me a stick of gum as I passed. Have fun, but not too much. I wanted to slap it out of her hands but refrained and took it, peeling it and shoving the mint-flavored stick into my mouth. Oh, and I couldn't help but notice a certain player's following has gone up by 10,000 recently. She raised an eyebrow. Looks like people are really responding to the behind-the-scenes posts. It worked. The fans were supporting him? I cleared my throat and nodded. That's good. She cocked her head with narrowed eyes. Isn't it? I turned away from her and hurried to the elevators before anyone else could confront me about playing favorites. It wasn't like Mikey was the only player I posted about. He just happened to be in several of them. The lift stopped, and the doors opened to the locker room floor. My stomach was a giant knot. Why was I so nervous to talk to the players? I wasn't. That was the problem. It wasn't the thought of walking in on their practice like I belonged there that had me thinking I might throw up. They were nice. I'd even had the chance to talk to Coach Romney and Coach Rust. They were all great guys. There was only one of them causing my mini freak out. Mikey. The one I should be the most comfortable around. The one I knew the most, even if it wasn't all that much. We confided in each other. He cared for my daughter. We knew each other's secrets. We were clearly past the line of just colleagues or acquaintances. We were friends. That was a good thing. It was just what I needed right now. So, dear stomach? Why are you freaking out? Because my mind knew it was more than that. How could I act normal around him when I admitted to myself that a part of me was falling for him? A teeny tiny part. Nothing to be concerned about. I was sure it was just a crush that would fade with time and more exposure. It likely had more to do with how he treated Sadie than anything else. I wasn't used to seeing a man in her life, and I liked it. Too much. I would probably feel the same way if it was any man, not specifically Mikey. That wasn't true. But whatever it was, it managed to be enough to change me from a respectable woman to a giddy teenager who wanted to drive by her crush's house to see if he was home. I needed to put on my big girl pants and be professional. The elevator doors opened, and I stepped into the black and maroon hall decorated with mementos and a timeline dotted with important moments in the Furies' history. I could hear the distinct sound of sticks slapping pucks, so I walked straight out through the tunnel that led to the ice. I stayed back enough to not be seen while I took in the energy radiating from the players. They were flowing through a shooting drill in perfect synchronization. It was memorizing to watch, and after a few seconds, I looked at their faces, recognizing each as they passed. Hi, Holly. Amelia walked over from the bench. What brings you down? Chloe wants some quotes from the guys to post tomorrow before the game. It was the big charity game that we were focusing on as a team to help bring in more donations. Cool. Who do you want? She asked. I hadn't thought that far ahead. I'd been too busy not freaking out about seeing Mikey. Whoever's available. Since Chloe didn't name anyone specific, I figured it didn't matter. Fans liked hearing from Hartman, of course, but I wanted to make sure it wasn't always the same players that were featured. She looked back at the bench. They should be done in a few minutes, but Nikolai came off a minute ago with equipment issues. Come over here. I followed her, eyeing the enormous Russian I hadn't really had a chance to talk to. Hey, Holly needs help. Amelia shook his padded shoulder. I wondered for a moment how she could be so brave, then I remembered he was her brother-in-law. He shifted on the bench to face me, sweat dripping down his face and making his hair damp. Duh. I blinked. This was Elena's husband. She was one of the kindest people I'd ever met. He couldn't be that bad. I just need a quote about tomorrow's charity game. Maybe how you feel about the competition, how the team is looking, or something about the children's hospital. That was the main charity that the Fury Foundation supported. His eyes lit up. The children's hospital is very good. They helped my sister. I am happy to support them. I smiled. Perfect. Thanks, Nikolai. He nodded once and turned back around. Amelia smiled. He's a big talker. Coach Romney was standing in the center of the ice and blew his whistle. All the players stopped and moved to surround him. I couldn't hear what he told them, but after a minute, they all headed toward me and Amelia. They were sweaty and tired and probably smelly, but Amelia stopped Mitch on his way. Hey, we need you. I made sure to stand out of the way, so at first, he hesitated, but when he saw me, he smiled and stepped to the side to let the others pass. Hi, what do you guys need? He unbuckled his helmet and pulled it off, pushing his wet hair out of his face. Just a quote from you about tomorrow's game. He nodded and looked up at the stands. The fundraising nights are always fun. It's a different energy. It feels like everyone, even the other team, is in a good mood. I think having all the kids here watching does that. 2 full sections were reserved just for kids from the hospital and their families. I saw pictures and videos from the previous couple of years, and he was right. There was a different energy to it. Thanks, Mitch. I double-checked that I typed out his response correctly. I'm not sure how many of the guys I should talk to. I'd say about 5 is standard for a game, but more is always good. You can use them all week if the guys just talk about the fundraiser, he explained. That's a good point. I smiled. I won't keep you. I'm sure you want to get cleaned up. He nodded. See you. He turned, and I realized Amelia had disappeared at some point too. There were a few people on the ice, collecting the pucks and other equipment, but no one I knew. Mitch spun back around, looking hesitant. Do you have anything to do with the foundation's dinner? Just posting about it. I was invited, as an employee, but other than that, it was all Chloe and her team. Do you happen to know if there are extra tickets? Actually, I do. Chloe and Taylor were discussing it this morning. There was about 20 extra last I heard. He looked down and nodded. Did you not already get yours? I asked. I did, but I didn't request a +1. I smiled. And now you have one? Yes. He stared at his gloved hands. I have for a while, but I wasn't ready to let the team know. I'd never seen Mitch look anything but calm and cool. He was the most even-tempered guy on the team, so seeing him flustered like this was weird. I'm sure they'll be excited. I hope so, he mumbled. I stepped closer to him, reaching out and putting my hand on his arm. Why wouldn't they be? He didn't speak for a moment, then finally met my eyes. Because I'm bringing a man. My boyfriend. I waited a moment for him to continue, like my boyfriend who hates everyone he meets. My boyfriend who crashed into Eric's precious car. My boyfriend who used to be a criminal mastermind. Okay? He tilted his head. That's it? I nodded. Yes? You're not freaking out, he asked. Because you're gay? I clarified, and he nodded. No. Should I? He blinked then started laughing. I really hope everyone reacts like you. I realized then why he was so nervous. The team didn't know. This was a big step for him. I'm sure they will. I squeezed his arm, then pulled back. Who you're dating doesn't change who you are. If anything, they'll be happy for you. Happy that you're telling them who you are. Thanks, Holly. He was being so sincere. Can I ask you something? He nodded, so I continued. Why did you tell me? He exhaled and shrugged. Maybe because you're new, so you don't have any preconceived ideas about me. There's no past I'm betraying because I didn't tell you sooner. Or maybe it's because you've been nothing but kind to me since we met, and I knew you would accept me. I bit my lip to keep my smile in check. Thank you, Mitch. I wanted to hug him but stopped myself. I will make sure Chloe knows you need an extra ticket. Thanks. He smiled and headed off. I took a second to let that sink in. He trusted me. I wasn't sure who else on the team knew, so I had to compose myself before seeing anyone else. I didn't want to give anything away. After a few calming breaths, I walked along the bench to the entrance to the tunnel and nearly ran right into someone. Sorry. I had to crane my head up to meet the eyes of the player still wearing his skates. Mikey smiled back at me. Hey. Hi. My voice cracked on the single syllable. Had he overheard us? Did he know about Mitch? Those thoughts disappeared when I looked into his eyes, and my stupid heart and stupid stomach started doing somersaults. I saw you talking to Mitch, so I thought I'd wait to see you. He waited for me? He wanted to make sure he talked to me? Yes, you crazy person. He's your friend. How are you? I glanced over to the rink. I mean, how are things going? He blew out a breath. No real changes. I'm just pushing myself out there and making sure coach knows I'm giving it my all. I nodded, not really sure what else to say. I didn't have any words of advice or sage wisdom. He was doing his best. What more could anyone ask for? You haven't heard anything else? He shook his head. No, my agent said he would keep me posted and handle as much as he could from his end. I don't really want to get too involved with the details. It psychs me out. I need to be able to focus on practice, training, and the games. The other stuff is distracting. That's a really good idea. And really trusting toward his agent. I wasn't sure I'd be able to delegate like that. I was a bit too much of a control freak. I needed to handle things myself, but it wasn't exactly healthy. I'm impressed you can let go and do that. He wiped his forehead. I'll go crazy if I don't. I know that being involved and focusing on the details of every stat will end up hurting me in the end. I don't want to be out on the ice during a game, thinking of whether I need to take another shot on goal or make an assist when the moment requires me to do something else. Winning isn't about me. It takes all of us doing our jobs. Very mature. I cracked a smile. I try. He leaned back against the wall. So what are you doing down here? Getting quotes to use tomorrow and through the rest of the week. Need another one? He asked. Yes, please. I pulled out my phone, ready for his words. This week isn't just about us or hockey. It's about taking time to look around our community to see how we can help. It's my favorite week of the season, getting to interact with the kids and seeing them at the game is the highlight of my year. I finished typing and stared down at his words. Not the playoffs or winning against their rivals. This was his favorite part? That's really nice. It's true. This week is always a reminder of how fortunate we are and how much there is outside of our little hockey world. And that stupid little piece of my heart that was falling?
Yeah.
It just got bigger.
Chapter 18, Mikey. The excitement in the crowd charged through me. This was one of the games I looked forward to most every year. It wasn't just the kids. It was an enthusiasm that spread through the entire arena. All the fans, the arena employees, our trainers, the equipment manager, the coaches, and especially the guys on the team were in good moods. It helped that we were playing a relatively easy team for us to beat, even without the unspoken rule that the home team won on their charity nights. It wasn't like they handed us the game, but no one felt like getting in fights or ruining the spirit of the night with cheap shots. I was determined to not let anything going on with my world impact tonight. I wanted to enjoy it and put on a good show for the kids. I hurried through the motions of putting on my gear and lacing up my skates. It's going to be loud tonight, so listen up for calls. Hartman said from the center of the locker room. I want everyone to have fun, but we still have a game to win. The guys hooted and slammed their hands on the benches. "Go Fury!" Eric called. I followed the guys out into the tunnel with a nagging feeling that I'd forgotten something, but pushed it away. It was time to focus. During the warm-ups, I glanced into the audience and gave a small wave to Holly and Sadie sitting with the pride. Sadie held up a sign with my name, and I nearly tripped over my feet. When was the last time someone had done that for me? Junior high. I'd have to ask for it so I could hang it up in my apartment. Things were fine through the first period, and halfway through the second. I was on my third shift of the period when the other team got the puck and had a breakaway. I had to change directions fast, too fast. My knee went in one direction, and my ankle went the other. The shock of pain lasted several seconds, but I breathed through it until it became manageable. I cringed, hopped on my left foot, and shook it out before rushing to catch up. There wasn't time to think about it. I could process later. After the game, maybe even after the period, I could assess the damage. Right now, I needed to protect our goal. When I got back to the bench, I faced forward with my eyes on the ice. I didn't want to know if anyone saw. I was just fine pretending and ignoring the throbbing in my skate for as long as necessary. I could feel Lance and Mitch watching me. I didn't need to look over to confirm. They would have opinions, and right now, I didn't care what they thought. They would tell me to go to Amelia and have her check me out. I refused to let that happen. Word would spread, and Coach would obviously notice if I went to the back. There were too many eyes here. My biggest critics were waiting, salivating, for exactly this. I couldn't do it. I couldn't cave. I'd played through worse, broken noses and dislocated fingers. A sore ankle was nothing. Maybe if I kept repeating that, I would eventually believe it. The next line came in, and I scooted down the bench, using my arms to lift me up and move rather than my legs. It wasn't strange enough to draw attention, and it allowed me to rest without putting any weight on my ankle, but that was only a momentary break. I was going to have to go back on the ice before the period ended. My heart was pounding despite my break, and I fisted my hands against the shaking. I checked the clock. 5 minutes left. The other 2 lines might be able to drag it out. Unless there was a power play. Then I'd have to go out with the special team. My big chance to prove how valuable I was. Great. My eyes bounced between the clock and the activity on the ice. 40 seconds left. Would the second line stay or change out? I could look over to Coach to see what he was doing. I didn't want to make eye contact with him or anyone else. The buzzer sounded, and I closed my eyes, relieved I had at least 20 minutes to rest. I followed the guys through the tunnel, keeping my attention on a spot a few feet in front of me to avoid talking to anyone and them seeing my pain. It wasn't out of the norm for any of us to be zoned in, focused on our thoughts, and not interested in small talk while we disappeared to our lockers. Once I was sitting again, I took off my right skate and realized I'd made a stupid mistake when I'd gotten ready for the game. I'd been so caught up in the excitement and Hartman's speech that I didn't wrap my ankle. While Coach went over what he wanted from us in the last period, I pulled a roll from my locker and began wrapping my swelling ankle with as little fanfare as possible. When I was done and had retied my skate, I looked up and immediately regretted it. Mitch, Lance, and Parker were all staring at me, and Coach glanced in my direction several times before finishing his speech. I didn't react. Nothing was wrong, and there was no reason to be alarmed by the attention. I was just fine. By some miracle, I was able to make it through my first shift without getting tripped or hit by an opponent. I was being more cautious than normal and hoped none of the guys picked up on that. Each break was too short. I felt like I was on the bench for mere seconds before having to throw my legs over the boards and get back into the action. I couldn't let a stupid injury hold me back. I had to prove myself. If I slacked off for even one game, I was giving management the ammunition they needed to get rid of me. They wanted me to increase my numbers, so that's what I had to do. I cleared my mind of everything but the next play. I got to where I needed to be and waited for the puck. The second it glided toward me, I backhanded it toward the net and Parker was there, waiting like he was supposed to be. He reacted just as we practiced, and the puck went soaring past the goalie. The guys slammed into me, clapping my helmet and back, and I locked eyes with Parker, grinning at each other like madmen. We did it. But now that the laser focus I'd had was wearing off, the pain was rearing its head. Sadie was cheering when I risked looking up, but the moment my eyes connected with Holly's I saw the concern. Did she know something was wrong? I smiled and waved to the fans before stepping off the ice and heading to the locker room, falling onto the bench in front of my name and number. Coach only had a few words of encouragement before telling us to shower and enjoy the night. You okay? Lance stood in front of me, and I finally let the outside world in. Like a flood washing over me, the pain shot up my leg but I pushed it away. Fine. No. You're not, Mitch countered. I started to stand, but Parker blocked me. You're hurt. There were too many ears and eyes in the room for me to say anything. Didn't they remember what was at stake for me? If anyone heard and casually mentioned my injury to someone in management, I was done for. I appreciate the concern, but really, I'm fine. At least promise us you're going to get it checked out, as soon as you can, Mitch pressed. I nodded. I will. He doesn't mean after the season or even a week from now, Lance added. I understood that. There was no way they'd let me get away with that long. I clenched my jaw and fought to control my breathing. Got it. Lance sighed. I'm worried about you. Did it impact the game? Did anyone but you guys notice? I barked out. I didn't want him or anyone wasting time worrying over me. No, Mitch admitted. Not yet. I glared at him, but deep down I knew he was right. I got lucky today. I played through the pain tonight, but what about next time? How many more games could I get away with fighting through it? Maybe I really did need to consider my other options. I could feel a countdown hanging over my head. I might be able to grin and bear the pain for a few weeks. I might even be able to survive the rest of the season, but then what? I couldn't live like this forever. I certainly couldn't go into next season with a persistent injury. As much as I didn't want to think about it, I had no choice but to consider the future. Even if I gave everything I had left for the rest of this season, there was no guarantee it would be enough to appease management. I would not go down to the farm team. That was my line. I'd retire before that happened. Which meant my only real choice wasn't a choice at all. It was processing and accepting that retirement was going to happen sooner rather than later, no matter what I did. Even if they decided to keep me another year, I needed the corrective surgery. That would prevent me from training over the summer, and that was only if I recovered with enough strength and mobility to skate at my current level. There was no way of knowing when surgery was involved. It might be just what I needed to last another 5 years, or it could be the final nail in my career's coffin. Mikey? A voice pulled me out of my thoughts again. I lifted my head to see Maddie frowning. She sat next to me and looked pointedly at my wrapped ankle. What happened? I sighed. You saw? Yeah. I wanted to come down and check on you sooner, but when you came back for the third, I realized you were planning on playing through. I nodded. It's not that bad. I just tweaked it. She bent over and unwrapped it without asking. After pulling down my sock, she froze. It was angry. Red and swollen. Mikey. Her voice matched the despair I felt. Come on. As she stood, she took my hand and pulled me out to the hall. I struggled not to limp, but no one gave us a second glance. Luckily, this wasn't unusual behavior for one of the members of the Pride. We went to the training office where Amelia was putting things away. Hey. She looked confused. What's up? He needs an X-ray, Maddie said, pushing me further into the room and closing the door behind us. Possibly even an MRI. Amelia nodded and pointed to the sectioned-off area I was all too familiar with. She laid the lead blanket over me and positioned the machine. Do either of you want to fill me in? She stared down at my ankle that was now nearly double its normal size. He has a malunion from the break last season. He re-injured it tonight, and I want to know what the damage is before letting him out of my sight. Maddie was in full boss mode. Amelia shot me an annoyed look before going behind the wall. It would have been nice if someone included me in on this, since I do happen to be the team trainer. Injuries are kind of my thing. She stepped back up to me and took away the blanket. Come on. She didn't even look at me. Great. Now I had two of them mad at me. Maddie was already sitting at the desk, clicking through the images, waiting for them to load. Amelia didn't even tell her to move. They were both too upset at me to care about who was really in charge here. Sit up here. Amelia pointed to the padded table in the center of the room and walked to the freezer for an ice pack. She shot me a glare before wrapping it in a towel and placing it on my ankle. Maddie groaned, and Amelia spun around. They hunched in front of the screen, blocking it from my view, not that I knew what to look for. Great. Amelia shook her head. At least it isn't fractured, Maddie pointed out. Not yet. They both faced me. You need to have surgery, Maddie urged. You need to stay off it. Amelia crossed her arms. I shook my head. Absolutely not. Maddie looked at me before sighing and turning to Amelia. There's some stuff with management going on. She filled her in on the details, while I stared at the ceiling, praying I woke up from this nightmare. Mikey, I'm so sorry. Amelia approached the table with far less venom in her eyes. This isn't fair, and it sucks, and I hate that it's happening to you, but I need to think about retiring, I finished for her. Maddie frowned, and Amelia wouldn't meet my eyes. I know. I realized that. Really? Maddie asked. I'm not quite ready to give in. Not yet. I don't want to leave without a fight. I'm going to push through the rest of the season as best as I can, but I won't go down to the farm team. If it comes to that, then I'll retire. What about going to another team? Amelia asked. Maddie shook her head like that shouldn't even be an option. The Fury is my home. I don't think I want to start over somewhere else. So play here or not at all, Maddie said in resignation. I get that. Amelia nodded. I'll do as much as I can to get you to the end of the season, but you've got to be careful and rest it. Fine, I agreed. And I want to try to finish the season before talking about surgery. Neither of them argued. And this stays in this room? I asked. Of course, Amelia said, and Maddie agreed. Having them on my side, knowing what was going on, was a huge relief. I might have to lie to my friends, but at least I could be honest with them.
Chapter 19, Holly. I dropped Sadie off at Sydney and Brandon's house, since they were the designated babysitting house for the night. That was a thing the women did. They decided at some point that it would be easier for all the kids to be at one central location, and then they'd bring in as many sitters as necessary. They insisted I bring Sadie over and that I didn't need to pay anything. I wouldn't have been able to afford to come to the charity night otherwise. The theme of the night was rock and roll. I had nothing to do with the planning or setup, so I didn't know what to expect. Taylor warned me that most of the team and guests went all in on their outfits, so I searched through my closet until I found something remotely suitable. Ripped jeans, a faded Rolling Stones shirt, and black heels. I pulled my hair into a high ponytail and teased it until it was ratty. I did a smoky eye and red lip and called it good. Sadie said I looked awesome, which was as much as I could ask for. It felt strange walking in on my own, surrounded by groups and couples. I should have arranged to meet up with the team or one of the women before coming, but I was used to this. Being on my own was something I was pretty good at. I handed over my ticket and walked into the ground level of the arena, which was rarely used since the entrance to the seating sections started on the floor above. Loud classic rock filled the air, and screens on either side of the walkway were displaying the concert of the song. It was a really cool vibe, but when I walked out to the covered ice, I was blown away. Even though I was here every day, and had been present the night before for the charity game, I barely recognized the space. Black fabric flowed from the ceiling, and leather couches were spread out over the various rugs like an old recording studio. Bigger screens were showing the same concert, and I watched as the song changed and Freddie Mercury appeared. "This is amazing," I overheard a woman say to her date. "Very cool," someone else muttered. Danny and Jess had worked with Chloe to plan this event, and I had a feeling, after this, they would be booked solid for the next year. Holly. I turned in the direction of the voice, and saw Mitch walking hand in hand with a tall man that radiated rock and roll with tattoos from his neck to fingers. The man grinned and held out his hand. "I'm Joey." When he smiled, he went from dangerous to dangerously cute. "Nice to meet you." I lifted a brow to Mitch, hoping he understood my approval and slight jealousy. "Are you here alone?" Mitch asked with a proud smile.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I had a long list of people to call on in times like this. "Well, I think Mikey could use your company," he said, without a hint of teasing.
Yeah.
The guys were giving him a hard time back there, Joey agreed. "They said even the 18-year-old rookie has a date." I laughed. Mitch continued. "He's never been one to show up to something like this alone. He usually has a line of women waiting for his call, so it's kind of strange he would show up without a date." Mitch seemed to be trying to tell me something. Joey nodded along. "He could probably use some saving right about now. I'll see what I can do." I winked at them and headed in the direction they pointed. I appreciated them turning things around to look like I was helping Mikey, even though we were both in the same, single situation. "We've got you." Mitch put his free hand on my shoulder and led us through the crowd. I spotted a group of the guys and nearly tripped in my heels. Mikey was at the center, wearing a cut-off shirt and the skinniest jeans on the planet, not leaving a single muscle or curve off display. His arms. Oh, man. Those should not be allowed to just casually go uncovered in public. I was unwell. I could stare at the perfectly defined lines all day. He was like a walking, talking diagram of every muscle in the human body. And his legs. Power. Strength. I was salivating. "Holly Evans, pull yourself together." I was a grown woman gawking at him like he was my favorite member of a boy band. His eyes landed on me, and I smiled and waved, pretending I'd only just spotted him in the crowd. He pushed through the group and stopped in front of me. "You look amazing." His eyes trailed over me. "I like the rocker chick Holly." I was pretty sure I had enough makeup on to hide my blush, but I glanced away just in case. "Hey, Mitch." Mikey eyed the couple. "Hi, guys, this is Joey." He paused for a breath. "My boyfriend." I expected hesitation or an awkward moment of silence, but Mikey didn't miss a beat. "Hey, nice to meet you. I saw you at the boxing gym, right?" Joey nodded. "I've been training there for a while." Parker eyed him up and down. "Can you take him?" Mitch laughed. "Yes, he's got the speed I'll never have." Joey grinned and put his arm around Mitch's shoulders. "But I can't take one step in skates without falling on my face." "We all have our strengths," Lance teased. "Have you guys eaten yet?" "I'm starving," Parker asked, and soon, they were walking away together, Joey accepted without a second thought. The sight made my chest swell. Mitch had nothing to worry about. His team loved him and wanted him to be happy, no matter what. "Are you on your own tonight?" Mikey leaned in close to me. I jumped, not realizing he had stayed. "Yup." "Well, I didn't realize that this was supposed to be a date thing, so do you mind being mine?" "Your date?" I clarified. I'd asked Chloe if it would be awkward if I showed up alone, but she assured me most people came in groups, so I would have the whole pride to hang out with. He grinned, and I melted inside.
Yeah.
Sure. By sheer magic my voice didn't crack. Spending the night with him sounded a whole lot better than drifting around like a third wheel. "Are you hungry?" "I haven't eaten, and I'm starving." He took my hand and led the way through the crowd before I could respond. I stayed close to him, accidentally pressing against him a few times, but it was necessary in order to not get separated through the packed area. Once we got to the food area, the crowd thinned out since there were designated lanes to get people to spread out. We each took a box, and he managed to find a mostly empty table for us. I sat with a sigh. I had no idea it would be this big. Every year is a little different. I think this one has more people than last year though. Chloe said something about making it more accessible, so they lowered the ticket prices and allowed more people in. I opened my container and breathed in the burger and fries. It was divine. Mikey already has his burger to his mouth, so I didn't give it a second thought before diving into mine. What a blessing. Sadie was getting pizza at Sydney's house, so we only had to make it one more day until I got paid. How we managed for the past week was a miracle. I honestly didn't know how I stretched out our food, but we did it. I did it. I wouldn't have to ask for help or admit I couldn't do this on my own. Did you meet Joey? He asked a few bites later.
Yeah.
He seems great. He nodded. I saw him at Mitch's boxing gym, but he didn't say anything. I wish he would have introduced us sooner. He wasn't ready. I shrugged. I know. I just wish he would have known sooner that we'd all support him. I hate thinking that he had to hide such a big part of himself for so long. I guess we all hide pieces of ourselves. His eyes flashed with something. They told you? His reaction confused me, and I lowered my burger. They said they would keep it between us. He ran his hand through his hair, messing up the careful styling. I don't even know what's going to happen at this point. It's all a waiting game. I held up my hand to stop him. Mikey, I don't know what you're talking about. No one told me anything. I just meant that in general. I mean, we all have things we don't tell people, right? He dropped his elbows on the table and hunched over. Right. I watched as he composed himself and straightened. Sorry. I didn't mean to freak out. Something happened during the game and I don't want it getting out. Okay. I didn't know what else to say. So far, he'd opened up to me on his own. I figured if he wanted to talk about it, he would. He finally spoke. I don't think I'm going to be playing hockey next season. Did you have another meeting? I guessed. What did they say? He glanced around again. No, nothing's really changed on that front, but during the game, I twisted my ankle. I reached out and took his hand, not thinking about it until our skin was touching. It felt as natural and instinctive as when I touched Mitch, but different. Charged. Maddie and Amelia checked me out, and I didn't fracture it or anything, but my injury from last season didn't heal properly. Maddie wants me to have surgery as soon as possible, but I told her I want to finish out this season. Mikey. I didn't know what to say to make this better. I knew how much his career meant to him. It was his identity. His whole world. I think last night was my body telling me to slow down. He sighed. I'm not ready to think about retirement. I know it might be stupid, but the only way I can get through this is if I only think about one day or one game at a time. If I go beyond that, I get overwhelmed. I've been there before. I hesitated. I still am. His eyes met mine. Really? I almost laughed. Wasn't it obvious I was out of my depth? In over my head? Out of my league? Whatever all of those expressions meant, rolled into one walking bomb, waiting for the one thing that will make everything explode. Yes, I feel like I'm on the highest level of fake it till you make it. I have no idea what I'm doing, so I have to go one day at a time with my job, with Sadie, with this whole new life. Half the time, I'm worried about messing it all up and revealing the fact that I don't belong here. The other half, I'm worried about literally surviving the day and wondering if there's enough food for both Sadie and me to eat. I pulled back when those words left my mouth. I really hadn't meant to say that. I never wanted anyone to know how much I was struggling, let alone Mikey. A multimillion-dollar earning athlete. Holly. His voice was so gentle. I stared down at the table, wishing I could run away without him following. Please forget I said that. Please. I wasn't above begging at this point. Holly, look at me. There was no judgment in his tone. It nearly broke me, but I finally locked eyes with him. Why didn't you tell me? I huffed out a laugh. We've known each other for a few weeks, Mikey. That isn't the kind of thing you tell someone, especially not when we work for the same organization. His jaw tightened, and I wanted to sink into the ground. I get it. You're incredibly independent and strong and aren't used to relying on anyone, but that's over now. I could feel his eyes on me. You're a part of something bigger. Not just the Fury team, but our family. We look out for one another, always. You might think that no one has been in a similar position, but believe me, there's been worse. So many of us have had to accept the help and generosity of the Pride and the guys. You're friends with Taylor. Did you know she lived with Sydney and Brandon for free when she first got here? Or that Amelia got her job because of Maddie? Hartman gave his kidney to Kendall. Addie got Emma out of a really dark place. Danny would have been jobless, homeless, and stranded in Mexico if Jake and Chloe and the Pride didn't step in. You are not alone. He emphasized each word. I didn't know most of those stories. I'd heard bits and pieces that confirmed that the women looked out for each other, but I didn't think it would be at that level. I didn't think something as taboo as money would be involved. My head, and my heart, couldn't believe that people could be this good or selfless or accepting. I hadn't seen much of that in the past several years. Let us, help you. I finally looked up at him and was stunned by the sincerity on his face. The plea in his eyes. I swallowed. I'm getting paid tomorrow. I'll be fine then. He exhaled slowly. Okay, but if things ever get even remotely tight again, you just need to let me know. We can come up with a code word or something if you want. He cracked a smile, and it was enough to finally make me relax. And if you're not comfortable with someone giving you money, give one of us a grocery list. That didn't sound nearly as bad as outright charity. It was something I could pay back or pay forward. It wouldn't always be like this. I knew that, and one day I'd be in a position to help them too. Thanks, Mikey. He gave me his best smile in return. Anytime, Holly. I mean it. I expected to feel exposed or embarrassed, but after that, he never mentioned it again as we walked around. A few times, he grabbed my hand as he led us through the crowds, and each time I savored the feeling. When was the last time I felt this safe and secure with a man? Not even my ex. Never.
Chapter 20, Mikey. I barely slept. All I could think about was how hard Holly was trying to keep things together. It wasn't fair. Her stupid ex should be helping, but that wasn't what she wanted, so I had to let that go. She was a fighter. She was used to surviving and doing it with little to no help. But that didn't have to be how she lived anymore. She had all of us. I knew for a fact that if she even casually mentioned money being tight, especially since she was transitioning to a new job, not a single one of us would have batted an eye at helping her. I would have gladly brought her and Sadie dinner for a few nights. Chloe would have insisted they come over more often. Taylor would have brought her breakfasts in the mornings and planned team lunches that were paid for by either her or Chloe. There wouldn't have been any judgment. No keeping track of debts. We simply helped each other. But she wasn't used to that. She didn't know how we operated. I stayed up thinking about how much help was available for her, but she didn't know. How many other people were in similar situations? How many people could I help? This was what I wanted to do. I was beyond fortunate that the only reason the guys from the team weren't swarming me with advice and support was because I chose not to tell them what was going on. That was something not everyone could say. There were people that didn't have anyone to reach out to. I wanted to change that. My career might be coming to an end, but that didn't mean my life was over. I just needed to find a new purpose. Explore a new passion. The team did a lot for charities, and almost every guy had their own charity they supported to help the community in various ways. I sort of lent out my time and money to whoever needed help with their charity that season, but a flame that couldn't be ignored had lit inside me. Maybe it was not having a personal connection to the other foundations and events, but now I knew what I needed to do. And I wanted Holly to help me. Once it was a reasonable hour, I called her. Mommy's phone. Sadie answered in the cutest manner possible. "Hi, Sadie. It's Mikey." She squealed. "Hi, are you going to come play today? Can we go to the park? I was thinking we could get lunch and then do just that." "Yay!" she cheered, and I could hear Holly in the background asking who she was talking to. "Mikey," Sadie replied like it was totally normal for us to have a conversation. A few seconds passed. "Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't hear my phone ring, but luckily I have a personal secretary to take my calls for me." I laughed. She did great. Well, she was making a lot of high-pitched, excited noises. "So what's going on?" I told her about the new pony I got her, I said. "Hilarious," she deadpanned. "She'll be so excited to visit it at your house." I chuckled. "I live on the 10th floor, so I don't think that would work out too well." I actually asked her if you guys wanted to go to lunch then the park. There was such a long stretch of silence I had to check my phone to make sure the call was still connected. "Holly? Sorry, yeah. That sounds great." Her voice didn't match her words. "Is everything okay?" She sighed. "No. What's wrong?" I really hoped she would trust me enough to tell me. "I didn't get paid. I already emailed HR, and they said a mistake was made and they'll try to correct it, but it could take a week just to be added to the next pay period." I could hear her frustration and wanted to hug her. Hold her. Tell her it was all going to be okay, and that I would make sure it was fine, but her confiding in me was a huge step for us. I had to be so careful with how I handled this. "I'm so sorry, Holly. I wanted to ask what I could do, but that would be too easy for her to say nothing or that she would figure it out. I had to come up with a way to offer help. How about we go to lunch, then the park, and on the way back we can stop at the store and you guys can pick out what you need to tide you over." I held my breath, waiting for her response. Please don't say no. Where had this sudden need to be there for someone else come from? As awful as it was to admit it, I was never the type to really care before. If someone walked up to me and asked to borrow $100, I wouldn't have said no, but I also wouldn't have asked if something was wrong or if they needed help with anything else. I simply wouldn't have thought about it. I was so absorbed in my own world that it wouldn't have occurred to me to dig deeper. She sniffed. That would be really great. Thank you. I knew how hard it was for her to say that, so I didn't make a big deal of her acceptance. Sounds good. Do you want me to pick you guys up or meet somewhere? This was as much as I was going to push her. I wanted her to know she had control of this situation. We don't live downtown. That's fine. I guess it would make sense if we drove together if we're going to a few places. I was so grateful she came to that conclusion without me mentioning it. That was a big step, letting someone go out of their way for her. I really wanted to reach through the phone and hug her. Text me your address, and I'll be there around 11:30. Does that work? That's great. She chuckled. Sadie is very excited. I could hear her daughter's happy squeals, and grinned. I can't wait to see both of you. I ended the call before I could hear her response. If she was willing to be brave with me, then I was going to return the favor and lay myself bare. Waiting for the time to finally leave was like a child waiting for Christmas morning. I was way too excited for a casual lunch date with a friend. And her daughter. As much as I wanted this to be the beginning of something more, I wasn't sure she did. Was she ready for that? Was I? There was only one way to find out. Sadie and Holly were waiting for me in the parking lot in front of her building next to her car. We moved Sadie's car seat into the back of mine, and I was grateful that I'd picked out a sedan rather than a coupe years before. "Everyone set?" I asked once we were all in and buckled. "Yeah," Sadie called from the back. I adjusted my rearview mirror so I could see her. "Do you have a place picked out?" "You don't want to do that," Holly said. "We'll end up somewhere with a playset." "That's fine," I told her. "I want nuggies," Sadie sang. "I want nuggies." Holly turned to face her. "Sweetie, too loud." Sadie grinned and cut her volume in half while continuing to sing. "Okay, so a place with nuggies it is." I pulled onto the street. "Any favorites?" "Are you sure?" "She can find something wherever we go. You don't have to base it off what she wants." I laughed. Who else would I base it off of?" She shook her head with a smile. "Great, she got to you too." I swear I am the boss of us, but she seems to have other ideas. I glanced back at Sadie who was looking out the window. It hadn't taken long for her to win me over. Holly told me which place was Sadie's favorite, and we went to the closest location. She was right, of course. Once we ordered and found a table, Sadie was only willing to sit still long enough to eat her precious nuggies before taking off for the playset. We were sitting on the other side of the glass, so we were able to keep an eye on her while we finished eating. "Thank you for this," Holly said. "I wanted to see you." "Both of you," I admitted. "You saw me last night." She raised a brow. "Yeah, and I wanted more. So much more." There was a moment last night, walking around and holding her hand, that a realization smacked me in the face. Looking around at all of my friends, happy and settled, I was finally able to admit to myself that I wanted that too. And it wasn't just a general concept. It had taken this long because I hadn't met a woman I wanted to settle down with. Until Holly. Sure, when I first found out she had a daughter, I was overwhelmed and didn't think that was something I could handle, but so much had changed. I got to know her and Sadie, and my heart was no longer my own. Her cheeks reddened, but she didn't say anything, so I decided to tell her how I felt, in the middle of a fast food restaurant. My life has become unpredictable for the first time ever. Since the moment I first put on skates, my future was set on one course. Everything I've done has been to reach one goal. And I've been living it now for years, and the very idea of it ending is absolutely terrifying. I feel like my world is crumbling around me. I have no idea what I'll be doing in 3 months, let alone a year, and it's completely new to me. I sucked in a breath. But there's been one thing that's become a bright spot through this all. Her eyes met mine, and I felt a calmness I hadn't ever experienced, not even when I got my first contract and knew I was going to play in the NHL. "You." Her brows rose. "Me?" "Yeah." I looked over at the play place to check on Sadie. "Both of you." She smiled. "I have to admit, knowing you'd be at the park or even around the arena is something I look forward to." I wanted to jump on the bench and cheer, scream to all those around us that she liked me, she really liked me. Well, at least as a friend. I wanted to test my luck, see exactly how much she looked forward to our interactions, but it wasn't time. Not yet. Not while we were surrounded by families and eating food out of paper wrappers. "Should we go to the park, or do you think she'll be happier here?" I asked. "Well, you know her favorite place in the whole world." She began cleaning up the table and putting our trash on the tray. "Swings." I laughed. "Right, so she might have been satisfied with this if you didn't mention the park, but I'm sure she can't wait to get there." While Holly went to the garbage bins, I opened the door into the playroom. "Sadie?" "Mikey." Her voice called from somewhere beyond. "Ready to go to the park?" "Yeah," she cheered, and a few moments later she appeared at the bottom of the slide. She picked up her shoes and ran over to me, taking my hand and pulling me to a row of chairs. "Can you help?" She kicked her feet out in front of her, and I got on my knees and slipped on her pink shoes and tied them. "All set?" She nodded and jumped down, taking my hand again. It was so natural for her. Clearly not something she was thinking about or analyzing. I wanted to remember this moment forever. When we went back into the main part of the restaurant, Holly was waiting. Her eyes dropped to our hands, and a smile flickered across her lips before she opened the door. Let's go.
Chapter 21, Holly. I was turning into that single mom. The one that got all mushy and excited when she saw a man being nice to her child. When her daughter liked that same man. Thinking of a future with those being regular things. Like a big, happy family. Mikey said we were a bright spot in all the mess surrounding him. That was it. He liked us. He liked spending time with us. I was getting so far ahead of myself to think it was anything more. He wasn't in a place to think of the future, well, beyond what he was going to do with his career. He had more than enough on his shoulders. I couldn't add my imaginary life of us together onto that. He was offering more than I could have ever asked for. Friendship. It was exactly what we both needed right then. His friends were busy with their own lives and families, but the two of us were in the gray in-between. Yes, we were adults with our own busy lives, but no one to share that with. We gravitated toward each other from the beginning because we had that in common. We both needed someone to talk to and somehow recognized that in the other. Holly, he said my name, and I snapped out of my thoughts.
Yeah.
We're here. Is this park okay? I glanced around and nodded.
Yeah.
Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. He smiled and got out while I told myself to focus and got Sadie out of her seat. Look, Mommy. She took off running to a long line of swings that were almost empty. I wonder if I was ever that excited about the park when I was her age, Mikey said next to me. It's such a simple thing, but she loves it so much. She really does. When I was looking for preschools for her, I first checked out the pictures of the playground to make sure it had her favorites before anything else. I felt so guilty about making her go there every day, so I wanted to make sure she would at least have things to look forward to. How has she done there? We walked up the path to the swings where Sadie was running along each of them, probably picking out which one was perfect. She really likes it. There isn't a battle to get her up in the morning and I don't have to rush her to get ready, because she can't wait to get there. Plus, she's been using more words lately, so I know she's learning. That's crazy to think about. He shook his head. What? I asked. Just that she's learning and growing so quickly, you can actually see the difference today. I laughed. Oh.
Yeah.
At least a few times a week she'll say a word I've never heard her use before. It's crazy. We spent an hour at the park, following Sadie from the swings, to the monkey bars, to the slide. Mikey stayed at her side, helping her whenever she asked. It wasn't fair. It was too perfect. Too close to what I'd wanted since the moment I found out I was pregnant with her. This was what I envisioned our Saturday afternoons looking like. My little family spending time together. Sadie laughing and smiling and running around without a care in the world. Knowing she was cherished and loved and safe. This was a pretend version of that world. I had to remember that. Even if we looked picture perfect to the other families around us, it wasn't real. At the end of the day, we wouldn't go home together. He wouldn't be there to tuck her into bed. He wouldn't come back to me and hold me while we enjoyed the quiet of the evening. He wouldn't be at my side when I woke up tomorrow. No matter how close it felt right now, walking side by side back to his car, that wasn't my reality. You're quiet, he said on the way to the grocery store. How could I tell him what I was thinking? It would probably scare him. Make him think I was one of those crazy women who thought a man being kind to her meant anything other than he was a nice guy. He didn't have to be here. He certainly didn't have to spend the whole day with us or buy us lunch or take us to the store to get food to fill my empty kitchen. And that just made it all more confusing. How was I supposed to understand what it all meant? This was above and beyond a new friendship. Then again, he went from someone I loathed to a trusted confidant to my hero within a matter of weeks. That wasn't normal either. I'm just thinking. I finally glanced over at him. About what? 100 different things. What would scare him the least? How quickly things can change. There. That was nearly all-encompassing of the thoughts plaguing me. Very true. He grinned and turned into the parking lot. I'm just happy when it's for the better. Me too. And this time it was. Just a few weeks ago, I was alone and scared and overwhelmed. I let my anger at my ex consume so much of my time and energy. Now, I barely thought about him at all. Should we see if they have any race car carts here? Mikey turned to ask Sadie.
Yeah.
She clapped, and we both got out. By the time I had her out of her seat and closed the door, Mikey appeared with a purple car. Ready? He opened the little door for her and made sure she was settled before closing it. She turned the wheel back and forth while leaning to each side. Oh wow. I didn't realize how fast these went. Sadie nodded. We gotta win. Okay, boss. Mikey winked at me before turning and running toward the entrance. Halfway there, he put his feet up to ride on the back of the cart, and I could hear Sadie's laughter from here. How was this man the same one that I'd been told was the biggest player on the team? Selfish, non-committal, immature. Those were words articles had used to describe him, but I didn't see a single trace of that when I saw him. He was caring. Dedicated. Selfless. Thoughtful. He was everything I dreamed of. The man I wished my ex had been. The type of person I always wanted to be with. Where to first, he asked, and I was about to point to the produce when Sadie answered, and I realized the question wasn't intended for me. My very sassy, very bossy 3-year-old directed him around the entire store, making sure we went through every single aisle. She pointed out the things we normally got, things she liked, and the things she wished we had more often. And Mikey put all of it in the cart. I followed behind them, laughing at their antics and far more relaxed than I anticipated I'd be through this. I thought it would be strained and awkward. Me picking out the bare minimum of what we would need to get through the next week or so. It wasn't until we got to the checkout and Mikey knelt next to Sadie so she could pick out a candy for being such a good helper that I realized he'd done it on purpose. By putting her in charge, it took all the pressure off me. We got everything we needed, and far more, and since Sadie had been picking things out, I was off the hook. I didn't feel nearly as guilty as I would have. That blessed man. I shouldn't have been surprised by this point. As he loaded the bags into the trunk and I buckled in Sadie, I had to remind myself that this wasn't a fairy tale, no matter how much it felt like it. Thank you, I called to him. He grinned. I had a lot of fun. I could tell. I folded my arms over my chest. I really, really appreciate it. I know you do. Thank you for letting me do this for you guys. He shot me another smile before walking the oversized cart back into the store. I got in the car and turned around. Sadie had her head resting against the side of her seat, and I knew she was fading fast. By the time we got back to our apartment, she would be out. I tried to prevent Mikey from bringing the bags up to our little home, but he insisted, since I had to carry a sleeping Sadie up. The rising shame was nearly suffocating as I slid the key into the locks and opened the door. The inside was small, old, and mismatched, but it was clean. That was pretty much the only thing I could control. He didn't say anything, just moved into the kitchen without waiting for instruction. Not that I needed to tell him where to go. The living room and kitchen were the only things you saw when you entered. I walked down the hall and lowered Sadie to her bed, covered her, and waited a few seconds to make sure she didn't wake. I also needed a moment to prepare myself to go back out and face the judgment. This wasn't forever. It wouldn't always be like this. Mikey must have gone back out to his car after bringing the groceries in, because Sadie's car seat was now resting next to the front door. Do you want me to take it out to your car? He asked. No, that's okay. You've done more than enough already. He moved to the kitchen and began taking things out of the bags and setting them back on the counter. I worked next to him, organizing the food to place in the fridge, freezer, and small pantry. Once we were done, he leaned back and watched me. I stood across from him, feeling more exposed than ever before. Why are you here? He slowly looked around the small living room and dated kitchen. There were a million possible answers to that. Sarcastic, philosophical, literal. I didn't know what he meant. You'll have to be more specific. You deserve so much better, Holly. You and Sadie belong somewhere safe. It's safe, I argued. I didn't mean to be so defensive, but I was doing the very best with what little means I had. It's behind a liquor store. As if I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
And a 24-hour pawn shop. Another detail I chose not to think about. I'm not trying to demean what you have. I'm not saying this to shame you. He looked around. You've clearly worked hard to make it as nice and homey as possible, but you deserve so much better. I blinked up at him. Life can be unfair sometimes. He huffed. I know. He sighed and shook his head before stepping closer to me. I just wish I could do more. That's what I want to do. He hesitated. I want to help women, people, in your situation. I think when I'm done playing, I want to work on that. I froze as he moved in front of me, putting his hands on the counter on either side of me. Because you deserve the world. You and Sadie. His eyes were boring into me. If you guys were mine, I'd give you everything. My throat constricted, but I gathered my courage. You shouldn't say things like that. Why not? His voice was low, full of hope. Desire. It might give people the wrong idea. And would that be a problem? I nodded. It might give people hope. 4. He was inches away now. 4 more. Is that what you want? He asked with his breath against my cheek. Be brave, Holly. Yes. His lips lowered to mine and warmth spread through my body. I wrapped my arms around his neck and he moved his hands around my waist. This was too perfect. Too right. Too good to be true.
Chapter 22, Mikey. I drummed my thumbs on my thighs, waiting for Holly's car to pull into the preschool lot. She didn't know I was going to be here, and I wasn't sure what her reaction would be. Was it too much too soon? Yesterday had been perfect. Far better than I could have dreamed, and that was before the kiss that changed my world. She let me in. She let me help her. It had to be hard to set aside her pride and allow me to do something she wasn't currently able to do. I tried to make it as easy and painless as possible, letting Sadie make all the choices so she didn't have to. It was during one of my debates with Sadie over flavors of yogurt that Sadie mentioned today was special at school. She also said she was sad because she didn't have anything to bring. That's where I came in. Finally, I spotted Holly's car and waited until she had Sadie out before picking up the heavy duffel I'd packed and met them at the front doors. Mikey. Sadie ran to me with her arms out. I picked her up and gave her a hug. Holly looked between us with a faint smile. What's going on? Well, someone told me it was show and tell today, but she didn't have anything to bring, so I figured I'd help out. Sadie's eyes widened. You're going to be my show and tell? I brought some cool stuff from work to show your friends. I lifted the bag for her to see. Cool. She cheered and pointed to the doors. Let's go. I turned and headed in, glancing back at the frozen Holly. You coming? She followed me inside. How did you know about show and tell? She told me yesterday at the store. Holly looked away. I didn't even know about it. Sadie was greeting the woman at the front desk, telling her about her surprise. She said she didn't have anything to bring for her class, so I told her I might be able to help. Holly's gaze lowered to the bag. So what is it? At first, I was thinking about my championship ring, but I doubted that would impress this crowd. I unzipped the top a bit. I brought them all some pucks. I figured that would be more interesting to them. Her brows rose. You brought pucks for the kids? Was that a bad idea? I didn't think they could get hurt with them. I'd debated bringing a stick and showing them a few tricks, but didn't want to teach them anything that could cause damage later. Yeah? That's really sweet of you, Mikey. Thanks. Her eyes held mine, and our kiss flashed through my mind. I wanted more of that. It had been so easy the night before, but now? I didn't know how to get there again. I'm happy to be here. She hesitated. I have to get to work, but I can call and see if it's okay if I stay. I doubted Chloe would have a problem with her staying, but she was also new and probably didn't want to push any buttons yet. It's fine. I've got this. Something about my words bothered her. She flinched like I'd hurt her somehow. I didn't want to end things like this. I came because somehow, over the past several weeks, Sadie had become important to me. They both had. I made sure we were alone and stepped closer to her. Please, let me do this for you both. Her eyes dropped. Why? I wanted to take her in my arms until I could make her understand how much she changed me. How important she'd become. I know we've only known each other for a few weeks, but it's been more than enough to change everything. I waited until she met my gaze again. I'll be the first to admit I'm not like the other guys. I didn't need or want anything outside of hockey. I was perfectly content with being a bachelor. I didn't want any distractions or commitments that might take me away from the only thing that mattered. And now, she asked in a meek voice. Now I see all that my friends have, the relationships and connection and responsibility, and I want that. I swallowed. Not just the general idea of it. I only want it because I met you. When I think about those things, I think of you. And Sadie. Her hand drifted up to the base of her neck, and she looked away. Mikey. This is the first time I've ever said those words aloud. I almost laughed. It was easier than I thought. I don't want you to say anything. Not yet. I just want you to know how I feel. I want you to be able to think it over too. Consider that maybe there could be something between us. How was I still talking? I felt like my heart was going to explode from my chest. She stared at me with wide eyes. She pursed her lips. Opened them. Shut them. Blinked. I need to check on Sadie. She hurried away before her words even sank in. Did I just destroy everything? I watched her hug Sadie and then slide past me on her way out the door. She didn't look at me, let alone say anything. What was going on in her mind? What had I said wrong? I wasn't necessarily expecting her to agree and say she was ready to merge our lives, and I did tell her to think about it, but giving me no reaction was worse than an outright rejection. Now I had to sit in front of Sadie and all her classmates and pretend like I wasn't having a mental breakdown. I didn't hear from Holly for 2 days. Not a single call or text letting me know what she was thinking. At least Jackson called. He'd done some digging and found out through his contacts with other agents that a multi-team trade had been in the works, one that involved the Fury. They needed to free up money and a spot on the team, and were focusing on my vulnerability from my injury. But I wasn't the only one. 2 of the rookies were being looked at too. They just didn't tell anyone. It was infuriating that our lives could be manipulated, but it only fueled my need to prove I wasn't someone to toss aside. When I entered the locker room before our game, Ollie and Brandon smiled at me like they knew something I didn't. I glanced around and didn't see anyone besides the team, but when I got to my locker, I understood. A hand-drawn picture was taped up for everyone to see. There were 3 figures, a smaller one between the other 2, holding hands in a line. Below it, our names were written. Holly, Sadie, Mikey. Like we belonged together. My rage dropped to a simmer in my gut. They were what mattered. What I wanted for my future. I flipped it over and saw a note. Good luck. We'll be cheering you on. Love, Sadie and Holly. Was that coming from Holly, or did she just write what Sadie told her to? Was I overthinking? Definitely. But it was something. Anything was better than silence, even if it left me with more questions than answers. "You got some fans watching you?" Lance said from beside me. I smiled and nodded. "I guess so. Have you heard anything else from her?" I'd filled him, Mitch, and Parker in on what had happened, hoping one of them could provide an explanation for her reaction, but they were at a loss as well. Women were often an elusive mystery, and knowing she was just a few floors away made it even worse. It might as well have been another planet. I was giving her space since it was obvious she needed it and some time. "Nope." I turned to Parker. "How did last night go?" I felt like an awful friend for not asking sooner, but my mind was a little preoccupied. "Great." He beamed. "Everything went according to plan, and she said yes." "Congrats." I hugged him and clapped his back. "I'm really happy for you guys." Part of me still couldn't believe my best friend and partner in crime was getting married, but I understood now. The idea of spending the rest of my life with one person no longer felt like a prison sentence. It was something I wanted too. "Thanks." He grinned and lowered his voice. "You'll be my best man, right?" "Of course." I'd be honored. It felt good saying that with complete sincerity. I might have joked or scoffed a few months ago, but now I just wanted them both to be happy. He grinned and walked away. "You ready?" Reese appeared at my side. I paused, unsure what he meant. "For?" "The game." He drew out the word while watching me like I might be losing my mind. "Right. Yeah, of course." "Good." San Francisco always plays a little dirty, and Eric and Nikolai tend to let it get under their skin, so we can expect at least 2 or 3 power plays. I nodded, finally understanding. Special teams would have some good opportunities tonight, and he wanted to make sure I was up for it. "We got this." He slapped my back, and I finished changing and pulling on my gear. The first period was pretty standard. No penalties were called, and I was feeling good each time my line went out. The second period got more heated, and I went out with the special teams after a hooking call against San Francisco. They were getting desperate after we widened the gap with 2 points over their 0, and playing it up for the refs. My head was clear. I was zoned in, and we had a great flow working until I got hit by one of their defensemen. It was clean, and the impact against the boards wasn't anything I hadn't felt 1,000 times before, but I put a mental target on his back. They scored, ending the power play, and I went back to the bench. As the buzzer sounded, ending the period, I finally risked looking up into the section where the Pride sat. I scanned the rows and found Holly and Sadie sitting next to Sydney and the twins. Sadie was dancing and cheering, and when she saw me look at her, she waved her arms in the air and I could have sworn I heard her screaming my name. I smiled and followed the guys back into the locker room. When was the last time I had someone cheering just for me? It had been a while since my parents came for a home game, and the women I took out rarely made it to the point of me reserving tickets for them. It felt good to know Holly and Sadie were there. At least, until 4 minutes into the third period, when I wished they were nowhere near the arena to witness me crumbling to the ice. The impact was unexpected. The guy who'd attacked me earlier came back for more when I was too focused on a play to realize he was in my blind spot. His stick was in front of my right skate, and I didn't have a chance to think of reacting before he pulled, twisting my ankle and body in the opposite direction. The snap was louder than the noise in the arena, at least in my head. I hit the ice and knew it was over. I didn't move. I couldn't. The pain was worse than the first time I broke it. All of Maddie's warnings and pleas flashed in my mind. I did this. It was my fault. I knew the risks, but I ignored the truth. I lay on my back, staring up at the metal beams crisscrossing the ceiling of the arena, then my vision was filled with the guys, then Amelia. Her eyes asked me for the truth, and I shook my head once. "Can you get up?" she asked. I didn't want to. I wanted to lay here forever. This was it. My career was over. The only life I'd ever known or wanted, gone. Ripped away from me. But Holly was here. And Sadie. I didn't want to scare either of them, so I nodded, and soon I was being lifted. Brandon was on my left and Jake on my right, letting me put the majority of my weight on his shoulders. They got me to the bench, and Amelia and the other trainer took over. I limped my way to her office, and she immediately went to the X-ray machine. "I've got it." She excused the other trainer, leaving us alone. She didn't meet my eyes as she moved, getting everything in position. It wasn't until the images were done that she looked at me. "Mikey." She swallowed. "I'm so sorry." I could see tears in her eyes, and I had to fight back my own. "It's okay. I know." She nodded. "I'll go with you to the hospital." "No, you need to stay. There's only 10 minutes left. They'll be fine." I wouldn't be. I understood the unspoken words. "Okay." The on-site paramedics entered the room moments later, and in a blur of words and movement, I was out of my gear and on the stretcher headed for the hospital. I didn't let my emotions surface. There was no point in crying or screaming or cursing my fate. What was done was done. This was it. I knew it was coming. I'd ignored the signs and warnings. I was prepared. And instead of being angry, I was calm.
Chapter 23, Holly. The second Mikey went down, Sadie jumped onto her seat to watch. He didn't move, and I screamed in my head for him to do something, anything to signal to us he was okay. The tension in the arena was palpable, and I knew the second the guys helped him up, it wasn't good. He didn't put his right foot down at all. His injured foot. "They'll take him to the university hospital," Sydney said without me having to ask. "Do you want me to watch her?" Sadie's eyes were locked on the tunnel where Mikey had disappeared, waiting for him to come back.
"Yeah."
"That would be great," I replied, then took Sadie's shoulders and twisted her to face me. "Mommy is going to go make sure Mikey is okay. Sydney will take you." "No," she screamed before I could even finish. She was terrified, and there was only one solution. "Do you want to come with me? Mikey is going to the hospital so a doctor can check his foot and make sure he's okay." She blinked up at me with watery eyes. "He's going to be okay?" "Yes." I nodded, but her lower lip quivered. Sydney jumped in. "Oh.
"Yeah."
Mikey is one of the toughest guys I know. He just hurt his ankle, but he'll be fine." Hearing it from someone other than me seemed to put her at ease. "Come on." I stood and picked up my purse, taking her hand and hurrying down the row. A few of the women offered their condolences as we passed, and I tried to smile and pretend like I wasn't panicking, but I was barely holding it together. This wasn't just about him being hurt. I knew he would recover. It was what this injury meant. None of them understood the magnitude. They didn't realize this was it. The end. His last game. I blinked away the tears and picked up Sadie and put her on my hip so I could run up the stairs to the portal entrance. None of the pride knew it yet, but they just watched Mikey's last game. When I got to the top, Maddie was there. "Come on." She smiled at Sadie. "Hey, girlie, did you know that I'm friends with Mikey too? I help him make sure his body is healthy and strong." Sadie wiped her face with the back of her hand. "Mikey hurt his ankle, but he's going to be okay." Her conviction nearly convinced me, but I knew the truth. He wasn't going to be okay with this. Not for a long time. "You know about the contract issues?" she asked after leading us into an employee-only tunnel. It would take us to the elevator that would get us to the parking garage. Even though I worked here every day, my mind was elsewhere, and I was grateful she was here to lead us.
"Yeah."
I admitted. "This is it, isn't it?" I didn't need her to confirm it for me to know, but I needed to know that someone else had realized the truth. "Yes." She sighed. "He'll need the surgery now." I nodded and led to her my car. I put Sadie in her seat, and Maddie got in on the passenger side. She directed me to the hospital, and within minutes, we were parking in the emergency department lot. When we got to the waiting room, she went up to the desk while I found an empty seating area and sat with Sadie on my lap. She was crying against my shoulder despite my constant reassurances that Mikey was going to be fine. "I need him," she said over and over again. I understood. I felt the same way. We both wanted to see him with our own eyes and make sure that he was in one piece. They're doing imaging now. Amelia went back with him, so I texted her, asking for updates, but she hasn't replied yet. Maddie sat next to me. Okay. Now that we were at the hospital and there was nothing to do but wait, my body came down from the adrenaline and panic. I was exhausted and just wanted to see him. I wanted him to tell me it was going to be fine. I'd been so stupid. I wasted time, precious time that we aren't guaranteed because I was scared. The moment we kissed, it was like something in me shifted. The barriers I'd built up over the last few years cracked, and when he showed up for Sadie's show and tell, they crumbled to the ground. I was bare, exposed, and vulnerable. Before meeting him, I never wanted to fall again. I never wanted another man in my life. I refused to allow someone to get close enough to me and Sadie to ever risk hurting us again. Then I met Mikey. It had been what? A month? And I was a goner. I wanted him. I wanted exactly what he described at the school. I wanted a future with him. I wanted us to create a life together. I wanted him. The bachelor. The player. The frustratingly oblivious man that I cursed the day I met him. Because he was so much more than that. He was patient and kind and put Sadie first. He loved her, and she adored him. How could I not want that? But I was scared. My heart couldn't handle another betrayal, but it also couldn't handle losing him. Maddie jerked and checked her phone. He's back in the room. They're waiting on the imaging results. We can probably sneak back and check in on him. Sadie perked up. Amelia appeared at the double doors and waved us over. Maddie walked across the waiting room like she owned the place, and I did my best to follow her lead. We knew what we were doing and had permission to do it. At least, that's what people would think. Hopefully. Hi, sweetie. Amelia rubbed Sadie's back. Hi. Her sad voice was a dagger to my heart. He's going to be so happy to see you. She stopped in front of a closed door. Go on in. I didn't have to be told twice. I pushed open the heavy door and stepped around the curtain. There he was, looking exhausted and very much in pain, but that disappeared the second he saw us. There are my girls. He held out his arms, and Sadie practically leaped from me onto the bed. She threw her arms around his neck and laid her head on his shoulder. His eyes widened, and he looked at me. She's been pretty upset since you went down, I said quietly. Sadie, I'm okay. He brushed her hair back from her face. I twisted my ankle, but I'm fine. She sucked in a shaky breath. You promise? He grinned and kissed her forehead. I promise. The doctors are going to fix me, and I'll be able to go to the park and push you on the swings soon. She nodded and laid her head back down, holding him tight. I nearly broke at the sight. He cradled her with his eyes closed, soaking her in as much as she was for him. I wanted to remember this moment forever. He finally blinked and looked up at me, offering me one arm. I went to him and gently hugged him. You scared me, I whispered. I'm sorry. He kissed my cheek. I pulled away enough to meet his eyes. I'm the one that's sorry. I never should have run away. He opened his mouth, but I kept going, needing to get it all out. I want a future with you too. I want there to be an us. He was smiling now and glanced down at Sadie. When I was lying on the ice, I knew it was over. I knew that was my last game, and my future was forever changed. I took his hand in mine and squeezed. I'm so sorry. He continued grinning. I didn't understand. How could he be so happy right now? I'm not. Because I also realized that there's more I want than just to play hockey for a few more years. I want you. I want us. I want to be a family. He had to be under the influence of some painkillers or something. We can take however long you need, but I know what I want. It's not that simple. I looked at Sadie, finally content in his arms. I know. I know this isn't an easy road, but it's worth it. To be with both of you. He kissed the top of her head, and she sighed with her eyes closed. It was clear where she stood on this matter. She loved him as much as he loved her. How did this happen? It didn't make sense. Good things didn't just happen to me. But maybe, after all we'd been through, it was time for us to get a break. I might not remember all the details clearly, but I'm pretty sure it started with me ignoring you. I laughed and nodded. I love you, Holly. His eyes bored into mine, conveying the truth of his words. I knew that. I could feel it in my soul. I love you too. He tugged me down and kissed me softly. 1,000 promises passed between us. We were in this together, no matter what happened. We met at the end of a chapter for both of us. Now, we were ready to start our futures together. When I pulled back, he traced his thumb over my cheek. This is just the beginning. I stared into his eyes and knew he was right. That's the end of the Utah Fury hockey series. While I'm sad to say
Goodbye.
to the Pride and the team, I'm really excited to share another of my hockey series with you, West Penn Hockey. It's perfect if you're looking for more forbidden love, friends to lovers, and best friend's sister love stories. Start listening today.